R. Chapter 1 Rebirth, 14 years old. The warm spring sun fell sporadically on the white sheets through the gaps in the curtains. The face of the person on the bed was pale, and the fine sweat from his forehead soaked the hair and clung to his face indiscriminately. With her brows frowning, she felt her head as heavy as lead, her nerves throbbed, and she felt like she was about to explode, and her back hurts in the hard as a rocky mattress. It was extremely uncomfortable for the sweaty underwear to stick to her body. Feather eyelashes trembled slightly, and Jane slowly opened her eyes with difficulty. In the room in a daze, the first thing that catches the eye is an old-fashioned wardrobe with yellow paint peeling off. On the crude handmade bedside table next to the bed is a blue glass vase. A daffodil that is about to die is crumbling, and it looks like a small cherry ball. The alarm clock was looking at himself with wide eyes. Jane only felt a white light flashing in her head. Her wilted spirit was suddenly returned to the cage, and her weak body shook up from the bed. Looking around, this is not her own high-end apartment in the capital at all, but the white bed sheets and the gauze curtains are so familiar to her. This is not her own house, or even the capital, but the home of Bayun City where she grew up. Incredible. Jane AI looked almost dull at everything in front of her. Why did she appear here? Hasn't this old house been demolished long ago? And myself? Jane closed her eyes and let herself try to recall everything that happened before. She lived in this old house until she was admitted to a university in the capital at the age of 17. At the age of 19, her mother died of cancer. The eldest brother followed suit in order to make money for his education. The engineering team went out to work, but it didn't happen that they had an accident and passed away. Since then, the two most important relatives in Jane AI's life have left her one after another, and she is the only one who is still in her junior year. But this did not completely crush her. After immersed in grief for a period of time, Jane AI strongly chose to face her future life alone. The eldest brother's death lost some money on the construction site and caught up with the demolition of the old house. Jane received a large sum of money for demolition. It was with this money that Jane used her unique vision, wisdom, and skill to start her career in Beijing. The road to entrepreneurship seems to have a natural acumen for doing business. In just a few years, Jane has become a female boss worth tens of millions in the real estate industry in Beijing. The picture freezes in the last frame in his mind. The driver is driving himself to sign a contract with his partner. At an intersection, a truck driving on his side suddenly rolls over. So is he dead? I opened my eyes and looked at everything that made me feel dazed but familiar, or that her life so real was just a dream. After getting off the bed, Jane came to the closet and opened the door very skillfully. There was a mirror on the inside of the door. In the mirror, she was pale and thin, obviously looking like a serious illness. But this is what I once looked like. Raising his hand and carefully touched his face. The touch was so real that Jane couldn't help but flushed her eyes. Stacked on the top of the wardrobe are her high school uniforms, old-fashioned styles, and friendly colors. At this time, there was a sudden sound of opening the door outside the house, and Jane's heart followed with a chuckle, and her body trembled involuntarily. Her feet rushed to the door eagerly and slammed the door of the room open. In the small living room, Wang Yunmei was putting down the fruit in her hands. She couldn't help but turn her head when she heard the voice, and she looked haggard when she saw her daughter only wearing a jacket. Standing at the door, Dang even exclaimed, "Oh, Xiao AI, why did you get out of bed like this? Go back and lie down. Don't catch cold anymore." While she was talking, Wang Yunmei had already walked quickly to Jane AI and was about to help her into the house, but she didn't want her daughter to hug herself. Mom. This mom seemed to exhaust all of Jane's strength. She couldn't control herself anymore and threw herself into her mother's arms and started crying presumptuously. In Jane's memory, from the time she remembered, her mother had been doing the work of accompaniment at night. This was a job that was not serious in the eyes of others. As a result, her mother suffered a lot of pointers from the neighborhood. Even the so-called relatives of my grandfather's uncle never had any unnecessary contact with their family. In addition, my mother rented a small place on the side of the street not far from home and got up early to sell fried dough sticks every morning. And this kind of life has been repeated by my mother for more than 10 years, just to support herself and her brother. Regarding her father, Jane AI, and her eldest brother did not understand. If the mother did not say anything, they did not ask. In her heart, only the mother and the eldest brother were the most important. But when he was 19 years old, God once again made a joke with her. Her mother was diagnosed with advanced liver cancer and passed away in just 2 months. This made this already difficult home even worse, and she was in Beijing. When I was in college, I didn't even see my mother for the last time. Feeling the familiar fragrance on her mother's body, Jane Ai cried until she was almost limp. If all this is a dream, she is willing to switch this dream with what she has and not wake up. But Wang Yunmei was startled by her daughter's sudden hug, and after reacting, she quickly patted her back like a soothing. "Okay, my dear daughter, why are you crying? Go back and lie down, you are burning. Just retired, don't catch a cold again." Looking at her daughter's crying red eyes, Wang Yunmei couldn't help but grinned. "The doctor said that you were frightened and your mood might fluctuate. I didn't know that the fluctuations were so big. Mom was the first time I saw you crying so hard." She wiped her tears. Although she couldn't calm down quickly, Jane still pretended to be normal and said, "Mom, I want to take a shower first. My body is sticky and uncomfortable." "Okay, then you take a shower first. Mom changed the sheets for you. I guess I got wet with sweat." Wang Yunmei only thinks that her daughter is frightened. In the bathroom, the simple shower head sprayed intermittently, and after washing, Jane's heart gradually calmed down. It was the early spring of 2002, and it had been a full 12 years since my car accident happened. All of this is not a dream. I really went back to the time when I was 12 years ago. It's just that if nothing can be changed in this life, what use does she want this opportunity? So Jane clenched her fist and vowed secretly. This time, she must save her mother and eldest brother who died young and change the life of the family. Chapter 2: Big Brother Who Loves AI Rumming. The early spring evening was still a bit cold, especially in Baiyun City, an economic city located at the northern end of China. Jane was sitting on the sofa in the living room under a blanket. On the coffee table in front of her were hot meals, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, and a bowl of milky white fish head tofu soup. There are 2 clean red apples beside the food, and at a glance they are the most expensive ones on the fruit stand. My mother has always been like this to herself, even if the family conditions are not superior, but in terms of food and learning needs, her mother has always tried to give herself the best. At this time, Wang Yunmei had already left for work. Jane put on clean clothes after eating by herself, tied her hair into a ponytail with rubber bands, and took a photo in the mirror before putting on her shoes and going out. In April and May, Baiyun City was as damp and cold as late autumn. Jane wrapped her coat tightly, looking along the way, recalling everything she was familiar with in her childhood. Baiyun City is located in the northern Jin province. It is the capital city of the Jin province and an important trade hub and economic city in the north. The city is divided into 5 major districts, namely Haiqing District, Belltower District, Nanqing District, Beiqing District, and Wanbao District. The most prosperous city center is Haiqing District, while Jane's home is in Nanqing District, also known as the slum area. Most of the residents in Nanqing District live in poverty. There are only a handful of high-rise buildings in the entire district. Most of them are bungalows or 2- or 3-story civil construction buildings. In the feasting Baiyun City, it seems out of place. After walking for more than half an hour, Jane stopped in front of the Starlight Bar in the Bell Tower area. Many young people gathered in groups at the entrance of the bar. Loud music came from inside. Jane felt a little nervous. But more of it is excitement and anticipation, because her brother Jinyu works here. In the last life, in order to make more money for himself to finish university, my brother went out with the engineering team to do construction work. What he did was coolies, and he was youthful, but not wanting to be taken away by falling objects on the construction site. Jane still dare not recall the scene of seeing her brother's body. "Little sister, are you looking for someone? You can't let children in here." As soon as he walked to the front door, the yellow-haired boy squatting on the side looked up at Jane Ai with a cigarette in his mouth and asked, although Huang Mao does not look like a good person, he speaks with a serious tone. Jane Ai stayed in shape, looked at Huang Mao, and nodded. "I'm looking for someone." Huang Mao stood up when he heard the words, took a look at Jane Ai, took a puff of smoke and exhaled the smoke, raised his eyebrows and asked, Who are you looking for? There are no guests in there yet. I'm not here to look for guests. I'm looking for Jianyu. He is here as a security guard. Jian said quickly. Yeah, I'm looking for Jianyu. The Huang Mao couldn't help looking at Jian with a deep expression before he smiled again. Then wait at the door. I'll go in and call for you. Jian took a deep breath when Huang Mao entered the bar. Starlight Bar is considered to be the best bar in the bell tower area. Young people love to come to this place, and many boys who drop out of school nearby are also willing to come to work in this place. Work only at night, and they can earn 1,000 or 800 yuan a month. Money, nowadays, is a lot of income for a person in his 20s. The eldest brother Jianyu is 4 years older than himself. He has just turned 18 and has been a security guard at the Starlight Bar for almost a year. The eldest brother loves herself the most. Jane still remembers that every day when her salary is paid at the beginning of the month, her elder brother secretly gives herself half of the money as pocket money and gives the remaining money to her mother, leaving him with dozens of dollars for pocket money. Here, just the girl in the white sweater. As soon as she walked out of the bar, Jianyu saw Jane at a glance and immediately raised her hand and patted the back of Huang Mao's head. Uncle Nyo, then he is my sister. When the words were over, Jianyu ran over to Jane first looked at Jane with a worried gaze, and then said, Are you better? Just run out. You are here, said Jane. You couldn't help looking around before asking, Why did you come? Are you here? Jianyu is 1 meter 8 feet tall, with long, thick eyebrows and big eyes. He is exceptionally sharp and frowning when he speaks. Between his eyebrows, he cares about Jane. Looking at her eldest brother at this time, Jane once again had the illusion that she felt like a world away. She felt sore in her nose as soon as her heart warmed, and she almost cried. What's up, Xiao? What do you want me to ask? Jianyu's tone became even more nervous when Jian didn't speak. Jane quickly withdrew from her trance and said, I'm fine. Brother, I came here for a walk, and I want to see you. Home is in Nanxing district. Here is the bell tower area. At least half an hour's walk. When Jian is really walking, Jianyu can't breathe in his heart. Except for worry, it is distressed. Second son, I have to send my sister home and ask for a leave of absence from me and Donga. Jianyu suddenly turned around and shouted at Huang Mao, who was watching the excitement in the distance. Huang Maobi received a gesture, but Jane smiled embarrassedly when she saw it. Brother trouble you. Jianyu smiled helplessly when he heard the words. It's okay. Anyway, it's not that the bar is not busy on weekends. I don't worry about walking back by yourself. Jane stepped forward and looped Jianyu's arm. The eldest brother was tall and strong, which made people feel safe. She and her mother used to like to walk with him. I bought this for you. Jianyu suddenly took out a small object from his pocket and handed it to Jane. Jane looked up and saw that it was a pair of small issued by a pair of children. Thank you, brother. Jane raised her head and grinned as she took it happily. Jianyu curled her lips and said in a loving tone, I saw it by accident at the night market. Don't you like Little Peach? Don't be polite to brother for $2. What Little Peach? She's called Xiaowanzi. Jane laughed. Fine, small balls. The siblings talked and laughed all the way to Jianyu's motorcycle. On the way back, Jane sits in the back seat and surrounds Jianyu's waist. The night breeze of Baiyun City is clammy on her face, but Jane's heart is exceptionally warm at this time, warmer than ever. Before going to bed that night, Jane took out her school bags and took out her school uniforms and ironed them neatly. She fell into the water a few days ago and developed a high fever. She hasn't gone to school for several days. She has no physical discomfort. Jane's past is still fresh in his memory, but now that she has a chance to come back, Jane still plans to return to school and will go back to school tomorrow. I don't know if it's a psychological effect, but Jane's lying in bed can't sleep for a long time. She seems to be worried about whether all this will disappear when she wakes up, and she has become a successful female boss, but never see his mother and brother again. Chapter 3 Against the Fate of Heaven. The abilities are emerging. At night, Jane had a very real dream in her sleep. In the dream, there were no people and no scenes, and everything I saw was words. It seemed to be an ancient legend, and it seemed to be a lost school. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out in his mind. Ancient prehistoric continent, the school of immortality, the founder of the ancestor Yujiang, the lifelong peculiar learning, and the selection of people who are against the destiny, integrate into the blood, and only wait for the peerless roots to emerge. He decides everything. This voice is mighty, distant, and ethereal, like an old call from another time and space. Jane AI suddenly wakes up in his sleep, but finds that the upper part of her face is densely packed with words. Destiny. The first thought that came out of Jane AI's mind was these 4 words. In her dream, she clearly heard and remembered clearly that the old voice had said, to select people who are against the destiny and blend into the blood. I inexplicably reborn from the age of 26 to the age of 14. Is this the so-called destiny? I raised my eyes and looked in front of the font with golden light. This is a secret book of the ancient school of Shexianmen, which records the 12 sets of minds of the founder of the school, Yu Jiangjinren. And before Jane could read the contents carefully, the thousands of golden fonts jumped up as if they were alive, and then when Jane was dumbfounded, they flew into her brain. The sudden amount of cognition made Jane AI's brain hot like a fire, and she only felt that her brain was swollen and heated, and it was uncomfortably tight. After less than 2 minutes, the energy gradually weakened until it disappeared. At this time, Jane was able to squeeze the 12 sets of minds, as if they had already been engraved in her mind. At the moment, Jane sat up directly on the bed, and then turned her gaze to the small ball alarm clock beside the bed. When she raised her hand, she saw that the alarm clock that was originally on the bedside table suddenly flew towards Jane's hand. Catch steadily. This is the most basic control in the formula. Jane was surprised and delighted in her heart. She thought that rebirth was God's greatest favor to her, but she didn't expect that she even had a gift bag for this, and she also included a set of Shenzhen Gate skills, which was undoubtedly an unexpected surprise. The rebirth made her unbelievable, and now she has learned 12 sets of mental methods. If all this hadn't happened to her, Jane would never believe that there would be such a thing in the world for the rest of her life. It was 6 o'clock when she woke up in the morning. Jane took a quick wash, put on her long-lost school uniform, carried her school bag, and went out. At this time, both mother and eldest brother are already busy at their breakfast stalls. Jane will go directly to school after breakfast in the shop every morning. Xiao Ai. While walking on the road, someone suddenly called his name behind him. After a pause, Jane AI stopped and looked back, only to see a girl who was also wearing the second high school uniform and was about the same age as her, chasing him all the way. Guantao, Jane AI's classmate and best friend, grew up together and went to the same school from kindergarten to high school. When they arrived at university, they applied for different schools because of different ideals, but they were still best friends. Guantao from her previous life married a rich second generation, and her first child gave birth to twins and 2 sons. She straightened her back in her husband's house and lived a very moisturizing life. Do you go to school when you get better? Why don't you rest at home for a few more days? Guantao asked caringly. Suddenly seeing Guantao when she was a child, Jane couldn't help being stunned, and then she said, "It's all right. I haven't been to school for several days, and I won't be able to keep up with class anymore." Guantao saw that Jane's expression had indeed improved a lot, and she was relieved now. Then he sighed and said, "Don't provoke Li Yunmei and the others in the future. People are rich and powerful. This time they pushed you into the pond. What if you do something extraordinary next time?" Jin AI was stunned when she heard the words. She had a fever because she had fallen into the water. Why didn't she remember that it had something to do with Li Yunmei? The second middle school is one of the best high schools in Baiyan City. The students here are roughly divided into 2 types. One is rich and powerful at home, and the other is those who study well and can get scholarships with their ability. And Jane AI and Guantao obviously belong to the second category. Otherwise, the level of ordinary people can't afford the high tuition of the second middle school. After all, there are only a few scholarship recipients. Adolescent girls like to form cliques. Jane AI and Guantao, 2 people living in the slums of Nanxing District, will naturally be isolated or even bullied by their classmates. It's just that Jane has no impression of Li Yunmei pushing herself into the school pond. Nothing like this happened in her previous life. Maybe after rebirth, the trajectory of many things has changed? Xiao AI, I'm talking to you. I see. Jane returned to her senses and responded quickly. My family's breakfast shop is located at the corner of the street. Because of its good location, there are more than one nearby breakfast shop. Aunt May, Xiao Ai and I are sitting outside. Guantao shouted at Wang Yunmei, who was busy inside. Okay, wait a minute, come right away. Wang Yunmei answered as she was busy. The daily business of the breakfast shop is similar, and the passenger flow is basically fixed. Because Wang Yunmei's fried dough sticks are well fried, people who like to eat fried dough sticks like to come to their restaurant for breakfast. Two beauties, what do you want to eat? At this moment, Jinyu came to the table, looked at the two, and asked with a smile. Guantao's eyes lit up when she saw Jinyu, but before she could speak, Jane said, soy milk fritters and 2 tea eggs. Brother, hurry up, we are too late. How low? Jinyu raised his eyebrows and walked into the store. Guantao opened her mouth, did not catch a word, but her eyes followed Jinyu's back all the way to the room. Don't look at it, the eyes are flying out. Jane Ai looked at Guantao amusedly. Guantao curled her lips, rolled her eyes, and said, Aunt May can really give birth. You and your brother both look so beautiful. Jane Ai's long white, oval face and facial features are not so exquisite, but she is a standard little beauty. Jinyu had thick eyebrows and big eyes, mouth full of white teeth, and smiled like a little sun. Few girls could resist. But it is also, Aunt May's looks good. You too are genetically good. Guantao said again. This is not wrong. Wang Yunmei gave birth to Jinyu at the age of 17 and Jian Ai at the age of 21. Now she is 35 years old, but it is hard to believe that she has 2 children of this age. A 35-year-old middle-aged woman's job is to accompany a wine lady in a nightclub. She is afraid that someone will make a joke. But Wang Yunmei was different. She was born beautiful. At the age of 35, her skin was still tight, her figure was hot, and she had more charm than a young girl. Chapter 4. Back to campus. After a while, Jinyu came out with 2 bowls of soy milk and walked to the table of the 2 of them and put them down gently. Drink while it's hot. It's all sweetened. Thank you, brother Yu. Guantao grinned, wishing to show her gums to Jinyu. Jinyu said goodbye, so he pulled a stool and sat down beside Jane Ai, then only saw him touch it in his pocket, and then took out the $10 rolled into a ball and handed it to Jane Ai. Xiao Ai, have a good lunch at school. Jane drank soy milk for a while. Her eyes fell on the $10, and he blinked before saying, I have money on my body. Brother, keep it for yourself. After entering high school, at the beginning of each month, my mother would give herself 200 yuan as living expenses. 200 yuan might be enough for a regular high school, but in the second middle school, an ordinary lunch cost about 5 yuan. If you want to have a good meal every 3 to 5, you won't spend 200 yuan before the end of the month. Fortunately, the eldest brother secretly pays half of her salary every month. The mother doesn't know about this. She always thought that the eldest brother kept half as pocket money. In fact, the eldest brother gave the money to herself. He knew that the second middle school was a what kind of school. I am afraid that I will be looked down upon by my classmates in the school. In this way, Jane actually has 500 to 600 living expenses per month, which is more than enough for an ordinary high school student. But Jane never spends money on it. She still eats the cheapest lunch every day and saves the rest. The money was quietly saved. You take it, brother will be paid tomorrow. Jinyu forced the money to Jane Ai and stood up without waiting for Jane Ai to speak. Hurry up and go to school. I'm going to be busy. Oh my God, brother Yu is so kind to you too. Guantao said with an exaggerated expression with red eyes. I must marry a man like brother Yu when I grow up. Stop it. Jian Ai heard the words and looked at Guantao and said, You can do anything you like, but my brother, absolutely not. The enthusiasm was extinguished by Jane Ai's cold water. Guantao curled her lips. I know. If it doesn't work, it won't work, and add an absolute to scare anyone. Seeing Guantao's expression, Jane Ai wanted to laugh again. She actually didn't mean anything else, but Guantao from the previous life had a smooth flow. She didn't want Guantao to waste extra energy on her eldest brother. This would make her avoid many detours. The number 2 middle school is at the junction of Zhongluo District and Haiqing District. Every morning, take the number 3 bus at the street stop sign, and you can get to the school in about half an hour. It was time for the students to enter the school. Jane walked into the gate of number 2 middle school with the flow of people. Looking at everything she used to be familiar with, she tried to keep herself natural, but she couldn't help feeling a little excited and nervous. Look, isn't that Jane AI? Really? Didn't you drown? Don't talk nonsense. You were sent to the hospital for rescue. It's only a few days now. Come to school so soon. As soon as I entered the school, there were a lot of whispering voices around. Although the other party deliberately kept their distance and lowered their voice, Jane could still hear clearly. Perhaps this has something to do with her body, mind, and body. It's just that Jane hasn't heard of these discussions. She actually doesn't remember the specific details about her falling into the water. Guantao said that Li Yunmei pushed herself, but she has to slowly understand why. Chapter 5: Female Bully in the Class. In the first 3 grades of high school, Jane couldn't help but stop at the door of the class. The classmates chatting and laughing came from the classroom, and everything made Jane feel vacant and real. Pushing the door and entering, the classmates silenced when they saw Jane AI standing at the door. It was the kind of reaction that would isolate you instantly. Some people didn't even have time to take their expressions back. Jane couldn't help smiling in her heart. She was so familiar with this scene. For the 3 years of high school, she was like an outsider in this class, and she had never really blended in. The classmates also continued to do their own things after a while, and no one even came forward to ask about Jane AI, who had returned to school after recovering from a serious illness. For Jane AI, there is no need for unrelated people to care about falsely. If you don't enter, just step aside. How about being the door at the door? At this time, an impatient female voice sounded behind her, and Jane turned back to look back, facing the pair of eyes with disdain and sneer. Although she hadn't seen her in more than 10 years, Jane recognized the person in front of her at a glance. Li Yunmei, the murderer who pushed herself into the pond in Guantao's mouth. Li Yunmei is tall and thin, with a small face and big eyes, as delicate as a doll. But anyone who knows her knows that Li Yunmei is a very violent soul under such a princess-like appearance. And she likes to take the initiative to provoke. Jin AI still remembers that there was a girl in a particular class who was given a lesson by Li Yunmei and her companions just because she looked at her more in the corridor. When I was in high school, I tried my best to avoid this person. I was unknown at the time. I only knew how to bury my head and study hard, which greatly reduced my sense of existence, so I didn't have any friction with Li Yunmei. It's just that I didn't expect this time to be reborn, and the first person I met was the famous female bully in this class. Jane AI retracted her gaze, without leaving an extra expression, and walked straight to the seat. The expression on Li Yunmei's face became stiff, and she seemed a little unacceptable to be ignored by Jane AI. If Jane had seen it before, she couldn't wait to bury her head in her neckline and walk, but she had no response just now. As soon as Jane AI put down her school bag and sat on her seat, Li Yunmei chased after her, came to Jane AI's seat, and stood still, staring at her, and deliberately raised her voice and said, "Jane AI, don't think that Linny wrote you a love letter and you are proud of it. You don't know. The reason why Linny wrote you a love letter is because he and Yin Tian bet on whether you, a nerd, like Linny. That's right, I really thought I could be with Linny. I even rushed to confess to Linny, which is really laughable." Another girl echoed coldly. Jane AI's movements to clean up the desk seemed to be clear at once when she heard everything she couldn't remember. Linny. The name Jane AI will never forget her life, because Lin E is the only person in her entire youth who has a crush. But Jin AI never told anyone, including Linny. Of course, Linny Chong is handsome, plays basketball well, studies well, and has a cheerful personality. There are many girls who like him, including Li Yunmei in front of him. It's just that for Jane AI, all of this is just a time. She doesn't deny that she had a crush on Lin E for 3 years in high school, but now, her heart is not fluctuating, and she even wants to laugh. The matter of being pushed into the pond by Li Yunmei is probably not related to Lin Yi's love letter to herself. Chapter 6: What does it have to do with you? Jane AI immediately raised her head slowly. A pair of star eyes fell on Li Yunmei without any emotion, and then spoke to Li Yunmei with a voice that was not very loud, but the whole class could hear. Lin E will not write a love letter to me. Why did you write a love letter to me? What does all this have to do with you? Before Li Yunmei could speak, Jin AI let out a sneer from her nose and continued. Could it be that you like Linny? That's why you are so embarrassed and angry. Feel jealous and push me into the school pond. Everyone knows about Jane's falling into the pond, but not everyone knows that it was Lee Yunmei's push. Now Jane's understatement said it so lightly that Lee Yunmei's face was a little bit awkward, even if she blushed. Called loudly, "Jane AI, you are spitting blood. What is my business for you to fall into the pond?" Upon seeing this, the surrounding students couldn't help changing their faces and whispering. Jane AI was pushed down by Lee Yunmei? Don't you know? I heard someone say it 2 days ago. I also heard about it. I thought it was fake, but I didn't expect it to be true. This is a bit too much. The pond is more than 3 meters deep. What if something happens? Jane was isolated by her classmates only because of her poor family background, not really annoying. Although the classmates who knew the truth didn't like her, they also felt Jane was innocent and pitiful in this matter. When did Lee Yunmei have been subjected to this kind of discussion? She can't wait to walk sideways in the class. No one dares to talk to herself like this. Today she was stunned by the most inconspicuous Jane AI. She felt her self-esteem hurt. She stretched her hand out. I'm going to grab Jane AI's hair. Jane AI. Just when everyone thought that Jane AI would inevitably be taught by Lee Yunmei, a clear voice rang from the door of the classroom. When Lee Yunmei heard this sound, her hand suddenly stopped in the air, and the other people in the class also looked towards the door in unison. Outside the third class, a fair-skinned, long and energetic boy stood at the door. At the age of 15, the boy has a head of nearly 1.8 meters, neat short hair, bangs covering the eyebrows. Only a pair of bright eyes are exposed. There is still wet sweat on the tip of the nose, and he holds a basketball in his left hand. Obviously just finished playing basketball on the playground. The morning sun shone on his back, and there was a red-yellow halo that set off him even more beautifully. No one else, it is Lin Yi. Jane AI naturally also looked at it instinctively, and was colliding with Lin Yi's gaze. Can you come out? I have something to tell you. Lin Yi's expression didn't change much, and he raised his head directly at Jane AI, who was looking over. Everyone turned back to Jane AI again, with different eyes. It seemed that Lin Yi would go to the gate of Class 3 to find Jane AI directly. Wasn't it the love letter written to Jane AI before because of a bet? Jane AI was not hypocritical, and she stood up directly, bypassing Lee Yunmei, and walked outside the door. When Jane AI left the classroom, everyone fried the pot instantly. I'm going. What's the situation? Lin Yi doesn't really like Jane AI? Impossible. What's impossible? Jane AI looks pretty. That's also. On the other side of the corridor, Jane stood still in front of Lin Yi. Because of the height difference, Jane had to raise her head slightly to look at him. Chapter 7. An apology must be sincere. Lin Yi is still the same as before, but now when Jane AI faces him, she no longer has the spring heart. What's up? Jane AI took the lead to speak. There was not much ups and downs in her tone, and it sounded as if she had not been affected by the love letter incident at all. Lin Yi frowned slightly, making him look like a young man, and after looking at Jane AI, he said, I just saw it. Lee Yunmei is asking you for trouble again, right? With a light sigh, Lin Yi continued, I didn't expect so many things to happen at the beginning. I also know about you being pushed out of the pond. I blame it on me for making you bullied like this. Since you know it's all because of you, don't stay away from me, so that I will be blocked by someone who is careful. Jane's tone is light, and Lin Yi's ears can't tell if Jane's is right. Really angry. It's just that Jane's reaction made Lin Yi a little surprised. She never dared to look at herself before, let alone speak to herself loudly. Every time she met at school, she looked at herself secretly and then quickly leave their sight. And the tone and attitude she had just spoken was like a different person, which made Lin Yi feel a little surprised and strange. After he recovered, Lin Yi nodded gently. I know. I just want to apologize to you. If it weren't for Yin Tian and I bet and tease you, it won't cause you to be pushed into the pond. So did the bet win? Jane AI suddenly turned around and asked Lin Yi. Lin Yi was stunned for a while, and then reacted for a while, and nodded idiotically. Jane AI suddenly felt amused, thinking of her secret love for Lin Yi. In contrast, this scene at this time is really funny. Seeing Jane's lip curled indifferently, she said, That way, I will give you a chance to apologize. You see, if you win the bet, do you have to have half of my credit in the middle? I'm still because of this being retaliated by your admirer is hard work, and all the hard work is counted. You have to treat me to lunch in the cafeteria for a month. Huh. Lin Yi didn't seem to keep up with Jane's thoughts, with a dazed expression on his face. Didn't you say a second to keep yourself away from her, so as not to cause trouble for her? Didn't you just say to let me stay away from you? Lin Yi frowned and asked. Jane blinked. I regret it. I jumped in this pond for nothing. I was teased and I got sick. And didn't you come to apologize? Don't you just apologize verbally? I have to take some action to show me your sincerity will do. Lin Yi didn't know how Jian Ai suddenly dared to make such a request to herself, but after listening to her, she felt that it was not unreasonable. After all, she was a boy, and she still had to have this responsibility. Nodded, Lin Yi said. Okay, isn't it just a month's lunch? You can eat whatever you want. I'll take it. Jane Ai glanced at Lin Yi with satisfaction. That's it. You can leave if there is nothing else, and class will start right away. When the words were over, Jane Ai directly turned around, leaving Lin Yi aback, and went directly into the classroom. Lin Yichu looked at the door of Class 3 in the corridor for a while before leaving with a sigh of relief. In fact, after knowing that Jane Ai was pushed into the pond by Li Yunmei, Lin Yi has always felt guilty. It's okay that Jane hasn't had an accident. If something really happened, it would still be caused by herself. At present, Jane Ai asked for compensation, which also showed that she was willing to forgive herself. So Lin Yi now considered a rock in her heart to fall to the ground. Chapter 8. Don't be polite to me. Lin Yi went to the third class to find Jane Ai in the morning. Almost everyone in the morning school knew about it. Various versions of rumors began to fly, but no one knew what the two said. At noon, the school cafeteria. The cafeteria of number 2 middle school is built on the right side of the school. It is a 2-story building with a large area. The dishes are particularly complete. In addition to the common dishes such as rice stir-fry and steamed buns noodles, there are also various local specialties such as meat tong steamed buns, spicy tang, etc., and they taste very good. Standing at the entrance of the cafeteria, Lin Yi saw Jane Ai in the crowd. She is the same as before, wearing a neatly ironed school uniform with a simple ponytail. But at this moment, Jane Ai was in Lin Yi's eyes, but she was completely different from before. She was not drowning in the crowd like before, but she exuded a different temperament from others, with crystal clear skin. She was shiny and expressionless on her face, but she could be seen at a glance. Jane Ai also saw Lin Yi, and immediately hurried forward to meet him. Waiting for me? Lin Yi nodded gently. Go in. The two entered the canteen together, and another group of people were surprised. The rumors in the morning were once again reduced to talk, and everyone in groups began to whisper again. I'm going. These two people won't really be together anymore. What's the situation? Jane Ai. Can Lin Yi like Jane Ai? It's really foolish to be stupid every day. Hey, look at it, it won't take long. That is, there are less than 180 girls who like Lin Yi at school. I don't think Jane has a good life. In fact, in high school, it is nothing new for male and female classmates to fall in love. It's just that the two protagonists are too far apart in everyone's hearts. Lin Yi is the forward of the school's basketball team, and he is also a schoolmaster. His family owns a well-known domestic clothing brand with a market value of hundreds of millions. He is definitely one of the leading figures in the school. But Jane Ai, Cinderella from a slum, puts her mind on her study every day. This is a typical example of a poor child who cherishes learning opportunities. If she doesn't interact with many people or participate in gatherings of classmates, her whole person is a little transparent. She never provokes others, and others will not put her in the eyes. Is it that two people who can't fight together are together? Anyone will say that it is unacceptable. Everyone's discussion Jane Ai and Lin Yi naturally heard, and Lin Yi whispered to the side at the moment. Aren't you afraid that someone will trouble you? Compared with being asked for trouble, I still think the 1-month free lunch is more appealing to me. Jane Ai said lightly. His face was not the slightest embarrassment because of being talked about. Lin Yi felt even more strange. Although he didn't have much contact with Jane Ai, let alone knowing anything about it, he just felt that Jane Ai was different from before, completely different, like all the people around him, and nothing can get into her eyes, and she feels a sense of separation from all over her body. Even when the two were standing together and talking, Lin Yi felt that there was an invisible gap between him and Jane AI that he could not overcome. Is this still the Jane who received her love letter, then ran to her with a blushing face and said, "Lin Yi, I like you too?" Finally cued to the meal window, Lin Yi looked at Jane AI and asked, "Look at what you want to eat. Don't be polite to me." Chapter 9 Free Meal Ticket. No need for nothing. Jane AI would not be polite. If she was really polite, she would not let Lin Yi invite herself to lunch for a month. Almost without even thinking about it, Jane said directly to Auntie Daffin, "Auntie, give me a piece of beef roast potatoes, a braised lion's head, a piece of potato shreds, and tomato scrambled eggs." Potato roast beef and braised lion's head are the most expensive meat dishes in the canteen box lunch. A fist-sized lion's head sells for $3 and $5. Jane has never been willing to eat it, so that she is very curious when she thinks of it a few years later. What did the lion head taste like in high school? Right now, there is a bully who is paying for herself. Jane naturally wants to make up for the regrets of her previous life and taste the taste of this braised lion's head. Lin Yi didn't say much and paid the money generously. Jane picked up the dinner plate and left directly, obviously not thinking of having lunch with Lin Yi. Xiao AI here. Guantao took up her position early in the morning and waved at Jane AI from afar. Seeing the lion head on Jane AI's dinner plate, Guantao couldn't help staring in surprise. "Wow, Xiao AI, you are finally willing to buy this to eat." A smile appeared at the corner of Jane's mouth, and he used chopsticks to divide the lion's head into two, and divided it into the Crown Peach's plate. "I can't eat such a big one by myself. Let's be half of us." Guantao looked at the half of the lion head in her plate, and then at Jane AI's indifferent expression. She couldn't help but be a little surprised and said, "Xiao AI, is there anything wrong with you? You can save 2 times a month. I can't bear to buy a lion head for $300. Jane couldn't help laughing when she heard the words. She is indeed a good friend who grew up with her. No one knows her best than Guantao. Nodded immediately. "I didn't buy this," Lin Yi paid. "Huh." Guantao exaggerated her mouth when she heard the words, and then she was afraid that the people around her quickly lowered her voice. She leaned forward and looked at Jane AI and asked, "Really? You two wouldn't be true." "Fake." Jane ate a piece of beef and directly denied Guantao's words, and then continued to explain. "It's about the love letter. In the morning, Lin Yi went to me to apologize, and I asked him to buy me lunch for a month. He said, 'Eat whatever you want,' he invites. 'What else do you want to eat tomorrow? I ordered it for you.' I'm going. No, Xiao AI, you are too courageous. Let Lin Yi invite you to lunch for a month. If this is to let his suitors know, you must be stripped of you." Guantao's tone is exaggerated. However, there was concern about Jane AI in the words. After all, the matter about the pond was because of Lin Yi. But looking at Jane AI at this time, she didn't have any unnecessary reaction because of Guantao's worry. Instead, she chuckled lightly with a face that didn't matter. "I've been in a 3-meter deep pond, and I'm afraid they won't make it. Come if you want to find the difference. Anyway, I'm poor and white, barefoot, and not afraid of wearing shoes." In the past 3 years of high school, she didn't compete with others and was cautious in everything, but she didn't get any respect. On the contrary, she let others look down on her and treat her self-esteem as nothing. Now that she lives again, is it possible to copy the life of her previous life? It is impossible. Jane AI in this life will never be so transparent in the eyes of others. If anyone dares to bully her and her love, she must pay back 10 times. "Then I want to eat ribs," Guantao said with a smile. Jane raised her eyebrows and nodded. "No problem. With such a freshman free meal ticket, don't use it for nothing." Chapter 10. One is willing to fight, and the other is willing to suffer. On the other side, Lin Yi couldn't help looking at Jane while eating. The three at the same table, a long, thin, tall, pink-faced boy, wearing a pair of glasses, looks very gentle, and his name is Gao Yang. A tan skin, a neat and flat head, and a strong figure, named Yin Tian. There is also a girl with short hair and long ears. She is called Xia Qinghuan and is Yin Tian's girlfriend. The three of them and Lin Yi are classmates. They are almost inseparable at school, and they are all relatively famous figures in the school. Lin Yi's attention was scattered on Jane AI in the distance. The three of them looked at each other and couldn't help but glance at each other. Yin Tian took his chopsticks and knocked on Lin Yi's dinner plate. Hey, what's your situation? You don't really like that silly girl, right? Lin Yi recovered, glanced at the three of them, shook his head, and said, No, I just think she is different from before. Yeah, I think it was water in my brain when I fell into the pond. Yin Tian looked disdainful. Just let you buy her lunch for a month. She dared to speak. The whole thing started because of me. Should I apologize to others? Lin Yi frowned and whispered. Upon seeing this, Gao Yang pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said, Although it is correct to say that Li Yunmei did the thing that fell into the pond. Even if it is compensation, Li Yunmei should make it. Even though you are not bad. 500 yuan, but I always think you were blackmailed by her. I said you guys are pretty good. Xia Qinghuan couldn't listen anymore, put down his chopsticks, and said with a displeased expression, If it wasn't for you guys to bet, would they be pushed into the pond? It's fine now. Want to pick yourself completely clean? I tell you that Jane AI is fine now, and if she drowns, you will all be jointly responsible. And I always think Jane is the kind of resignation, and she can speak today. Let Lin Yi compensate her. And Xia Qinghuan really took a high look at her. After that, Xia Qinghuan looked at Lin Yi and said, Lin Yi, don't feel that you are at a loss. This is because you did not do the right thing. You should ask for this meal. TSK, I said who's on your side. Why are you still talking to others? Yin Tian stared at Xia Qinghuan. Xia Qinghuan picked up the chopsticks and continued to eat, responding casually in her tone. I'm not helping my relatives. Jane AI has no temper, but you can't just pick up soft persimmons and just bully others. Yin Tian still wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Lin Yi. Qinghuan was right. I felt sorry for her in my heart, and I could feel a little better for some material compensation. This joke is that we have overfired. This is our fault. Fine, you two are Zhou Yuhuang guy. One is willing to fight, and the other is willing to endure. We don't care. Anyway, you are not short of the money. Yin Tian shrugged and leaned back, looking indifferent. After lunch, Jane went directly back to the class. Just as soon as she sat down in her seat, the girl in the front seat quickly turned around, looking at Jane with gossip, and said in a low voice, Jane AI, you really live with Lin Yi together? The girl's name is Su Jiaojiao, and she has never had any intersection with Jane. At this time, she was afraid that the gossip in her heart was burning, and she couldn't help asking Jane. Jane AI sorted out the textbooks to be used in the afternoon and said calmly, No. Chapter 11 You have a share of the credit. Seeing Jane AI's attitude, Su Jiaojiao couldn't help rolling her eyes inwardly, insinuating Jane AI's false uprightness, but pretending to be friendly on her face and saying to Jane AI, What is so bad about admitting? We've all seen Lin Yi buying you food at noon, so don't be embarrassed to admit it. Originally, Jane didn't bother to explain these things to other people. After all, if there is, there is, and if there is not, there is no. But then I thought about it. Instead of letting other people make false gossip with false transmissions, it would be better to use Su Jiaojiao's mouth to spread the truth about the matter, and I was so happy and relaxed. After all, Lin Yi's admirers are no longer in the minority, and it is really annoying to deal with it. Thinking about this, Jane stopped her hands and looked at Su Jiaojiao and said with a serious face, You really think too much about this. Lin Yi invited me to dinner just to apologize. It's not as exciting as you think. No, sorry, I let you down. Su Jiaojiao was stunned at the moment, before she came back to her senses for a while, and then she realized. It turns out to be like this. Alas, let me just say that it's not appropriate for you two. After all, you are not from the same world. Halfway through the conversation, Su Jiaojiao pretended to have said something wrong and hurriedly covered her mouth to stop the conversation, but the meaning in the words was clearly clear. It was insinuating that Jane AI was not worthy of Lin Yi, and Lin Yi could not even look at it. On Jane AI. Jane AI, my mouth is dumb. Don't mean anything else. Don't think too much. Su Jiaojiao pretended to be sorry, but stared at Jane AI's expression, wanting to see how Jane AI was stung. Look like. But Jane AI disappointed her. Jane smiled indifferently and nodded indifferently. You're right, he and I are not the same kind of people, so you still don't confuse me with him. Seeing Jane AI's reaction like this, Su Jiaojiao was even more muttered in her heart. only as if it was Jian AI's deliberate support. She cried for 800 times in her heart. However, as Jian AI thought, Su Jiaojiao, who knew the truth, was an artificial communicator, and everyone knew about Jian AI and Lin Yi in one afternoon. Everyone also understood that Lin Yi invited Jane AI to dinner just to apologize and had no other meaning. After school in the afternoon, Jane AI and Guantao were walking to the bus stop talking and laughing, but they didn't want to be stopped by someone on the way. Headed by Li Yunmei, there are 4 girls whom Jane doesn't know, obviously Li Yunmei's attendants. The 5 people lined up and blocked the 2 of them, obviously in a posture to find fault. Jane stopped and instinctively pulled Guantao behind her. Li Yunmei couldn't help but sneer in her eyes and said to Jane, "Jane AI, you can't protect yourself, so don't think about protecting others. What do you want to do?" Jane's eyes sank, and she was not shocked by the battle in front of her. What are you doing?" Li Yun raised her eyebrows and said with a look of disdain, "Of course it was a lesson to teach you. Jane, you are too shameless, so embarrassed to let Lin Yi treat you to lunch for a month. You too, do you deserve it if you don't look at your own virtues?" Jane AI didn't get angry but laughed, watching Li Yunmei's provocative response. "Then I have to thank you very much. If it weren't for you to push me into the pond, Lin Yi would not come to apologize to me, and there would be no lunch. This matter, after all, half of the credit for this free lunch has to be yours, Li Yunmei." Chapter 12 Fight. Li Yunmei didn't expect Jane AI to dare to challenge herself, and even taunted herself, suddenly felt that she was insulted, and no one dared to talk to herself like that during her first year of high school. "Jane AI, I think you are impatient to live. Today I will let you understand and offend my fate." Li Yunmei flicked the school bag in her hand and instantly transformed into a social lady, waving her hand. "Call me." The 4 girls rushed forward after hearing the words, but Jian AI didn't mean to run away at all. Instead, she didn't retreat but moved forward and quickly greeted her with cold eyes. Because they had just left the school gate, the 2 groups of people made their own hands and instantly attracted a lot of onlookers who had just finished school. Li Yunmei and 2 of the girls rushed to Jane AI, and the other 2 girls aimed at the crown peach behind Jane AI. Li Yunmei lifted her leg to kick Jane AI's belly, while the other 2 girls had their fingers wide open and flew to pull Jane AI's hair. But just when Jane AI was about to give it a go with the other party and couldn't let the other party bully for no reason, there was a scene that even Jane AI himself was a little surprised. When Li Yunmei kicked her feet, Jane was almost instinctively sideways and quickly avoided her attack, and Li Yunmei did not expect Jane AI to escape so quickly. The whole person was so hard. Excessively, the inertia made it unable to hold back, so he lifted his right leg and threw forward. "What?" Li Yunmei couldn't help screaming, and then under the crowd watching, a big split came in the arms of Mother Earth, and it was a standard one-word horse. Hiss. When the audience saw this, they all sucked in air and unconsciously clamped their legs, feeling pain just looking at it. At the same time, Jane raised a punch and blasted the second girl's chest with full force. She raised her leg again and kicked it to the third girl's abdomen. The strength of this punch and kick is absolutely extraordinary. Both girls took a few steps back and sat on the ground with their butts on the ground. At the moment, they felt like they were overwhelmed, and their strength was instantly emptied. For a while, they would be afraid that they would not be able to get up. This scene only happened in the blink of an eye. Jane's movements were fluent, knocking the 3 girls to the ground almost effortlessly. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise and speechless. Even Jane herself was stunned. All her reactions just now could be said to be instinct, without any thought process at all. She thought that although the other party had a lot of people, she would fight it if it was a big deal. At least she shouldn't let people like Li Yunmei feel that she was letting others round and squeeze the noodles. Even if she couldn't beat her, she would have to make the other party suffer a bit. Dare to provoke yourself easily. But she didn't realize that when she started her hands, she felt like a war-possessed. As soon as the other party put on a posture, she could see what the other party was going to do, so she avoided it so easily. Does this have something to do with the mentality you just absorbed? You let go. When she was stunned, Guantao's scream came from behind her. Jane AI suddenly returned to her senses, turned her head, and saw that Guantao was pulling a girl's hair, and her own hair was also held by another girl. The legs of the three people were also indistinguishable from the enemy's kick. Scuffle in a group. Seeing this, Jane took a quick step forward and kicked the girl who was holding Guantao's hair to the ground. Guantao felt that the strength that restrained herself was gone and gave her a strong push. He also pushed the last girl to the ground. Chapter 13. A life completely different from the previous life. Everything happened too fast. The crowd onlookers were not even ready. Everything was over. The whole process didn't even arrive for a minute, and the 5 Li Yunmei had completely lost their fighting ability. Damn, this girl is a practicing family. She has a good shot. That girl's name is Li Yunmei. She is quite famous in the 1st grade of high school. It seems that someone is supporting her outside the school, so no one dares to offend her. Hee, it's not like letting people clean up at the moment. 5 people can't stand up because of being beaten by 2. It's really a joke. You provoke the wrong person, relying on more people to bully fewer people. I didn't expect the other party to be kung fu. You didn't see the tricks just now. It's fast and accurate, really enjoyable. Not everyone in the 2nd middle school onlookers knew Jane AI. Some seniors were all excited. It seemed that they didn't expect this pretty long and pretty junior girl in front of them to be so powerful. The bully in the house was cleaned up. Seeing more and more people join in the fun, Jane Yak didn't want to be a panda being watched. When she pulled up Guantao, who hadn't reacted, she squeezed out the crowd and left. After trotting all the way to the bus stop, Jane stopped and looked at Guantao and cared. Taozi, are you not injured? I'm fine. Guantao panted and waved her hand, and then she didn't forget to check whether there was anything wrong with Jane AI. How about you? Are you all right? Jane's lips twitched, and she shook her head and said, It's okay. How did you just do it? Why did they all fall to the ground as soon as I turned around? Guantao was just besieged by the 2 girls, and she couldn't help but not see Jane AI's moves like flowing water. Doubt. Jane's heart moved and explained, My brother just taught me how to use self-defense in the past few days when I was recuperating at home. I didn't expect to actually use it just now. Guantao has always admired Jianyu, and she doesn't doubt what Jane AI said. She just thinks about it now, but she is a little scared. She can't help but worry. Fortunately, brother, you taught you. Otherwise today we too will inevitably suffer. After all, each other has 5. Personal. If you have this situation in the future, you will hide behind, and I will deal with it myself. Jane felt a little guilty. After all, she had nothing to do with Li Yunmei's holiday in Guantao. She was beaten as a friend just now, and she felt a little distressed as a friend. Unexpectedly, Guantao disapproved. Well, even though I can't fight, I can't leave you to run away. If you want to run, you can run together. If you don't run, I won't run. The big deal is to suffer. Fuck it. We grew up together since we were young. It would be boring if we didn't even fight together. Guantao's expression was extremely serious, but she was very moved by these words in Jane AI's ears, saying that we can see the truth in adversity, and that Guantao can face this matter with her today is enough to explain the relationship between the 2. Then I will take the time to teach you 2 tricks, lest you only pull people's hair, Jane said with a sudden smile. Huh? I only pull my hair. Yeah, you just screamed for letting go, don't you know? No. Did I call it? Is it so bad? Yes, Sun burst. Ha! The 2 girls laughed at the bus stop and joined together, and Jane's first day back to campus was full and wonderful. The trajectory of this dynasty was completely different from the previous life. As for Jane, she knew in her heart that what she wanted and what she wanted to pursue was a new life completely different from the previous life. Chapter 14. The primary goal is to make money. When she got home, Wang Yunmei was cooking in the kitchen, and when she heard the door opening, she knew her daughter had returned. Xiao Ai is out of school. Mom at the table bought you grapefruit. You can eat a little first, and dinner will be fine after a while, and your brother will come back for dinner too. Jane dropped her school bag on the sofa and walked into the kitchen wearing slippers. Wang Yunmei was cleaning a carp. Jane stepped forward and took a look. Mom, do you make braised fish? Wang Yunmei smiled and nodded. Yes, your brother ordered the dishes. I also bought spare ribs. How would you like to eat them? Sweet and sour. Yes. Jane AI answered happily. Go out and wait. Your brother will be back in a while. Jane AI went back to the room and glanced at the time. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, her mother usually put on her makeup and went to the nightclub to go to work at about 7 o'clock. If it was early in the evening, she would be back around 12 o'clock in the morning, and it would be 2 or 3 o'clock in the evening. This kind of accompaniment work always has no accurate time, and it is impossible to get out of troubled guests. In the previous life, her mother died of liver cancer. Jane knew it was caused by her mother's drinking. Drinking alcohol hurts the liver, and the more he drinks, the more he hurts. In this life, she will not let the same thing happen again. But now she can't directly ask her mother to quit her job in the nightclub, because the income from this job accounts for a large part of the family's expenses, and her mother will definitely not agree. So Jane understands that if she wants her mother to leave the nightclub, she has to work hard to change the current economic situation at home with her own hands. When money is no longer a concern for the mother, everything will come naturally. So Jane is very clear about what she needs to do most now. That is, make money. Opened the closet, took out a pink wallet from the inside, and took out all the money in it. I was reborn with the memory of the future. I have been prophet about the trajectory of this world for 12 years. This is my unique advantage. The most profitable industries in the future will be real estate, catering, nightclubs, and entertainment and cultural industries. Jane AI has been relying on herself in the capital for several years and gradually gained a foothold in the real estate industry, which is also the industry she is most familiar with. But when Jane saw all her savings, she still had to feel ashamed. All the money saved, added together, only 1,300 yuan. 1,300 yuan is definitely not a small sum for an ordinary high school student like himself. According to her mother's monthly living expenses of 200 yuan, 1,300 yuan is enough for her for half a year. But if you want to start a business, this 1,300 yuan is really teased, and if you invest it in the business, I am afraid that even a splash will not be aroused. Besides, there is no business opportunity for her, and she can't do anything with this little money. Seeing the money on the bed, Jane had a headache, but her head was still fighting her destiny. Is there anything that can allow her to increase this amount of money dozens or even hundreds of times in a short period of time? Buy lottery tickets? No, the odds of winning are equal to 0, which is totally unreliable. Jane AI thought of stocks again, but then she vetoed it again. An ID card is required to open an account at a securities company. She is only 14 years old and has not yet applied for an ID card. Secondly, the risk of stock trading is too great. Although she has experience in this area, she can't be sure that she will be foolproof. If she loses, she will completely stop cooking. Chapter 15. Are you in love? Can't think of a good way for a while. Jane also feels a bit frustrated, but the money in her hand is limited, and it is gone after spending, so she must hit the spot with one hit. Jian Yu's voice came from the living room. When she heard that her elder brother was back, Jian AI quickly collected her mind and collected the money on the bed. Brother. After coming out of the room, Jane AI greeted her, and she was dragged to the side of the living room by Jane Yu before she could speak. Jian AI looked strange, looked at Jian Yu and asked, "What's the matter, brother?" Jian Yu showed a mysterious smile, then took out a handful of money from his pocket and stuffed it into Jane AI's hand. "Brother paid the salary, you keep these flowers." Jane AI was taken aback. Didn't it explain the heavens? Looking down, Jane counted the brand new 100 yuan bills, and there were 8. Shocked, Jane looked up at her elder brother and asked, "Brother, why are you so much? You gave it to me." Jian Yu's salary plus commission is around 800 yuan a month, and at most it is only 1,000 yuan. Then he divided the money into 2, one for his mother and one for his sister. But at the moment, Jian AI has a full 800 yuan in her hand, which is Jian Yu's salary for a month, so she is so surprised. Facing Jian AI's reaction like this, Jian Yu proudly showed a handsome smile and said in a low voice, "Brother has been promoted to the foreman, and it will rise to 1,500 in the next month." When Jane heard this, she couldn't help but be overjoyed. "Really?" Jian Yu nodded. It must be true. Jane AI was happy for her eldest brother. Although she was only a bar foreman, she was more relaxed than the waiter, and her salary was increased. It's just that Jane AI didn't collect the money. Instead, she quickly counted 5 and handed them to Jian Yu. "Brother, you can keep these for yourself. I'll just leave 300. I don't need money." Jian Yu looked at Jian AI and said, "You keep it for use." If your classmates buy something you like, you should buy it too. Don't always be reluctant to spend money. The second middle school has money. People's children, I can't let my sister be looked down upon. The eldest brother has always spoiled herself since she was a child. Jane AI was used to it in her previous life, but now it is different. Jane AI cherishes her mother and her eldest brother more and more. I have money. I saved more than 1,000 for what you gave me before, so I can't use that much. Jane insisted on letting the eldest brother keep 500 yuan for himself. It's just that between the two of them, Jane suddenly smelled a touch of perfume. Jane AI has done a lot of research on perfumes. This perfume has a woody scent, which is particularly elegant. The concentration of the fragrance can be judged from the smell. This perfume has no fragrance added, which is pure plant extraction, and it is very valuable as soon as you smell it. After a pause, Jane looked at Jianyu in surprise and asked, "Brother, why do you smell perfume?" It seemed that he didn't expect his sister to change the subject all of a sudden, and the lingering smell on his body was revealed, and June's face instantly blushed. This reaction gave Jane a full view. Although his brother had never been in a relationship before, he couldn't bear his good looks and good figure. It is absolutely reasonable to have girls to pursue. Seeing the eldest brother blushing like this, with the smell of girls' perfume on his body, it seems that he is the master of the famous grass. Did you fall in love? Jane AI's eyes were smiling. This is not an interrogative sentence, but an affirmative sentence. Chapter 16. After you sing, we will be on the stage. Jianyu blushed and hesitated, neither admitting nor denying. Jane AI looked more and more sure in her eyes, but she was also curious about what kind of girl her elder brother liked. Xiao AI, get the tableware and prepare to eat. Wang Yunmei's voice came from the kitchen. Jianyu turned around to go to the kitchen, but was caught by Jane AI. I saw Jian AI stuffing the $500 into Jianyu's pocket again, and said, "If you have a girlfriend, you need to bring money with you. I can't let my brother spend the girl's money." Jianyu was a little embarrassed at this time. After all, this was his first love relationship. He didn't expect to be exposed by his sister just when he got home. Holding the $500 in his hand, he didn't know what to say, waiting for him. In response, Jane AI has entered the kitchen. At dinner, a family of 3 talked while eating. Wang Yunmei put a piece of spare ribs into Jane AI's bowl and asked in a soft tone, "Xiao AI, is it going to take the exam soon?" Jian AI nodded when she heard the words. Today, the head teacher at the school reminded the classmates to take a monthly exam next Monday, so that everyone can review the knowledge learned this month during the weekend. "Mom, don't worry, I can do well in the exam," Jane said with a calm face. Seeing that her daughter is so confident, Wang Yunmei nodded her head. "It's fine if you are sure." Wang Yunmei can say that everything is pinned on Jane AI, and her daughter has never let herself down. She has excellent academic performance since she was a child. Jane also knew in her heart that her mother had no other requirements for herself. She only hoped that she could be admitted to a good university and have a good future in the future. But in the previous life, she did fulfill her mother's expectations, but she also stayed. Many regrets have been made. After dinner, Wang Yunmei put on her makeup and changed her clothes. The 35-year-old woman changed in an instant, but it made her feel more uncomfortable in Jane's eyes. Mother gave too much for her and brother, and the whole youth was lost in alcohol. She can't wait any longer. She must find a way to earn money as soon as possible. The next day, as soon as Jane and Guantao entered the school gate, they felt the weird atmosphere. Everyone was watching the two of them, many of them whispering, and the topic was nothing more than the fight last night. Jane AI had been mentally prepared. After all, the thing happened at the school gate. Since Yo-Yo's mouth couldn't be blocked, it was up to them to talk about it. Back in the classroom, the students all looked at the monster's expressions. Jane AI didn't see her and went straight back to her seat to sit down. Su Jiaojiao in the front seat turned around again with a gossip look, and her attitude was obviously more excited than yesterday. "Jane AI, I heard that you beat Li Yunmei after school yesterday?" Jane AI raised her eyes to look at Su Jiaojiao, who was waiting expectantly for her to nod and admit. With a sneer in her heart, Jane AI said blankly, "Does it have anything to do with you?" Su Jiaojiao's expression froze. She didn't expect Jane AI to have such an attitude. But seeing Jane's cold eyes, Su Jiaojiao still stuck her words in her throat and turned back angrily. Go with. Jane couldn't help rolling her eyes, but she also sighed helplessly in her heart. Although I don't want to live in the obscurity of my previous life, but I don't want to be seen as a monkey every day. It really can be said that you sing and we appear on the stage, one play after another. Chapter 17 went to the principal's office. The morning bell rang, and the original noisy sound instantly calmed down. But the sharp-eyed classmate found that Li Yunmei's position in the back row was still empty at this time. Jane AI naturally saw it too. She thought that Li Yunmei would definitely make trouble for her today, but she didn't even think about it. But she didn't even show up. Jane estimated that she might have been injured by the difficult split yesterday, and her legs and feet were not well. Jane AI, come out. As the students were reading early, the teacher Li, the head teacher, appeared at the door of the classroom and called to Jane AI in the seat. Now Jane can be said to be the focal figure in the class. With the call of teacher Li, the students immediately focused on Jane again. Jane AI was also shocked, then put down the book in his hand and walked out of the class under the eyes of the students. Ms. Li, you are looking for me. In the corridor, Jane AI came to teacher Li and spoke with a gentle and respectful tone. Teacher Li's complexion was a little dignified at this time, and Jane AI knew it in her eyes, fearing that it would not be a good thing. At the school gate yesterday, did you fight with Li Yunmei? Sure enough, when teacher Li spoke, it was the fight yesterday. Jane AI did not quibble, but nodded calmly. Yes. There were surveillance at the main entrance of the school, and there were so many eyewitnesses. Jane knew in her heart that she couldn't hide it, so she simply admitted it. Teacher Li couldn't help taking a deep breath. In her eyes, Jane AI has always been the most obedient and sensible child in the class, and her attitude towards learning is also very serious. As a head teacher, she likes this kind of students the most. As soon as she heard about it today, her first reaction felt it was a rumor because she didn't believe that Jane would fight with anyone. But right now, the most well-behaved student in her eyes actually admitted in person, which made her a little dumb for a while, but more disappointed. Jane AI naturally knew what teacher Li had for her, and immediately explained, Teacher, Li Yunmei found the fault first, and she did it first. There are 5 people on the other side. If I don't fight back, I'm afraid I can only beaten up. Teacher Li nodded softly when he heard the words. Teacher naturally believes that you will not fight with others for no reason. But even if you are a defensive defender, you are a bit too heavy to start. Li Yunmei has a hamstring strain. Not 10.5 days. I am afraid that you will not get better. Now her mother has gone to the principal's office. You must be dismissed by the principal. You follow the teacher to the principal's office, and then sincerely apologize to Li Yunmei. The teacher will also help you up. Teacher Li looked a little worried. Although Jane AI's family conditions are not good, she has excellent grades. If she is expelled from school because of a fight, she will be archived, which will have a great impact on her in the future. But in the face of teacher Li's worry, Jane blinked her eyes dumbfoundingly, her face unclear. Did Li Yunmei's mother go to the principal? The reason is that Li Yunmei strained her hamstring and then buckled her basin on her head. But Li Yunmei was injured because she split a fork herself and has a wool relationship with others? Teacher, you may not be particularly clear about this matter. I did fight with Li Yunmei, but I was fighting 2 other girls. As for Li Yunmei, I didn't even touch her. Jane Yi said to teacher Li with an innocent face. Chapter 18, I want to hold your school accountable. Teacher Li was taken aback for a while, and seemed to have not understood what Jane said for a while. You didn't touch her? Then how did her leg hurt? Jane couldn't help but want to laugh when she thought of yesterday's scene, but at this time, teacher Li was concerned about her situation, so Jane controlled her expression and emotions, and gave a description of what happened yesterday to teacher Li. At the end, Jane AI said, Teacher, in that case, it is human instinct to avoid. I can't stand in the same place and wait to be kicked by her, right? Teacher Li could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when she heard it. If it was really what Jane said, then Li Yunmei's injury was completely caused by her own extreme behavior and had nothing to do with Jane AI. Although Jane hit the other 2 girls, but fortunately, only Li Yunmei's parents came to the school today. As long as Li Yunmei's affairs are handled properly, Jane will not be punished. In this case, you should go to the principal's office with the teacher and explain the cause and effect of the matter clearly. Teacher Lee said to Jane AI. Jane AI nodded and followed Teacher Lee to the principal's office. What school are you? My daughter came to school. I didn't come to be bullied by classmates. Isn't your second middle school known as one of the best high schools in Bayan City? Is this how you educate your students? The principal's office is located in the administrative building behind the teaching building. As soon as I went to the second floor, I heard a sharp roar from a woman in the room at the end of the corridor, and the volume almost lifted the entire roof. Don't be afraid. There is a teacher. Teacher Lee and Lee Yunmei's mother have contacted several times, knowing that the other party is not a good stubble to contact, and being afraid that Jane is afraid, can't help but comfort her. Jane AI nodded, curled her lips, and smiled at Teacher Lee. There was no timidity in her appearance, but an extraordinarily indifferent expression. When he arrived at the door of the principal's office, Teacher Lee raised his hand and knocked on the door. As soon as the sound fell, the door was opened. It was Director Feng of the school's training department who opened the door. Jane AI followed Teacher Lee into the principal's room and instinctively glanced around at random. Her heart was really lively. The principal's room, which was originally quite spacious, was now full of people. There were the principal of the second high school, the deputy principal, the director of the training department, the head of the first grade department, the director of the school security department, and Guan Tao and her head teacher. Such a big battle. If you change other girls, or Jane AI in the previous life, I'm afraid it will be frightened on the spot. But looking at the expression on Jane AI's face at this time, it was obviously calm and indifferent. Gently settled on Lee Yunmei's body, Jane almost couldn't control her laugh. This Lee Yunmei was really exaggerated. She came directly in a wheelchair. She didn't know she thought she had discounted her legs. Is this girl? Isn't she? As soon as the woman standing in the middle of the room saw Jane appear, she immediately transferred her anger to Jane, and she rushed forward as she spoke, trying to get justice for her daughter by herself. Upon seeing this, Mr. Lee hurriedly guarded Jane AI behind him. Ms. Liu, please calm down. We haven't figured out what happened. What's unclear? The woman interrupted Teacher Lee's words with a scream, and then pointed at Lee Yunmei. Can't you see? Can't you see what my daughter is like? She is walking even now. Nope. I tell you that if I don't give me and my daughter an explanation today, I will go to the court to sue you and hold your school accountable. Chapter 19, What do I feel guilty about? Lu Chuanxia's sharp voice pierced the eardrums of the eardrums, and everyone present frowned instinctively. Obviously, they didn't have any good impression of Lee Yunmei's mother. Let this woman make such a fuss. Even if Lee Yunmei is the weaker side, I am afraid that it will not arouse anyone's sympathy at all. It was Lee Yunmei, sitting on the wheelchair and nesting aside at this time, with a grievance on her face, but she pretended to be decent. Ms. Liu, since Jane AI has arrived, it is enough to prove our school's attitude to thoroughly investigate this matter. At this time, the principal Sun Boyo stepped forward and said to Lee Yunmei's mother, We all know you or I feel sorry for my daughter, but since it is a hurt incident, we as a school still need to figure out the matter. If there is a dereliction of duty in our school, we will never shirk our responsibility. As for Jane AI, if it is her fault, we will definitely punish you and give you a satisfactory explanation. Principal Sun's words are extremely fair and neutral, and as the principal of the second high school, he has an invisible, decent pressure on him, which makes people afraid to be disrespectful. Lu Chuanxia took a deep breath when she heard the words, and then glared at Jane AI fiercely before she said with a stern expression, Okay, I have to listen to her explanation. My daughter is injured, but if there is a hospital certificate, how can she allow her to make sophistry? Seeing that Lu Chuanxia had stopped clamoring, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Principal Sun turned his gaze around Teacher Lee and fell on Jane AI, and said in a flat tone, Jane AI, right? Just talk about what happened to you and Lee Yunmei yesterday after school. Did you fight? How did it hurt? Clarify what happened yesterday to the principal, don't worry. Teacher Lee did not forget to cheer Jane AI. Jane AI nodded immediately, and then she walked from behind Teacher Lee to the front without fear. Her petite body stood upright. Even her back looked neither humble nor overbearing. Yesterday after school, Guan Tao and I were going to go to the bus stop opposite to take the bus. Jane AI has a clear mind, fluently narrates what happened yesterday, with a correct tone as if she was telling other people's stories. At the end, Jane added, "The severity of Lee Yunmei's injury now is proportional to the strength of her kick yesterday. If she hadn't used her full strength, how could she not be able to hold back her strength and be injured like this? Suppose I didn't instinctively avoid it at the time, and she kicked my stomach with all her strength. Will the person lying in the hospital today become me?" "You bullshit." Lee Yunmei couldn't help but feel anxious, blushing and yelling at Jane AI. Jane AI is not talking nonsense. Lee Yunmei was the first to find fault yesterday, and she was the first to do it. Guan Tao on the side hurriedly spoke to be Jane AI's witness at this time. "Why is your mind so vicious at a young age? You are not guilty at all if you beat your classmates like this." Lu Chuanxia didn't believe Jane's words, and her daughter told her that it was Jane's that caused her harm. "Guilty? What do I have to be guilty of?" Jane didn't put Lee Yunmei's mother in front of her eyes, and said in a leisurely tone, "It's like a pig suddenly hitting me with all its strength, and I'm a normal person." People instinctively avoided, and then the pig ran into the tree by himself. Does this blame me? I still have to feel guilty for the pig. Chapter 20. It turned out to call the police. Jane AI, who are you calling a pig? How could Lee Yunmei couldn't hear the sarcasm in Jane's words? She immediately got up from the wheelchair with anger, but she accidentally pulled her muscles again and took a breath of pain in an instant. "Oh, Xiaomei, don't move, you are still hurting." Lu Chunxia hurriedly stepped forward and helped Li Yunmei to sit down. Jane AI said indifferently when she saw this, "Whoever hits a tree is a pig." Listen, listen. Lu Chunxia's 10 fingers trembled in anger, pointed at Jane AI, and said to the teachers present, "Look at her, what kind of attitude is this? Is this here to apologize?" Teacher Li ignored Lu Chunxia's accusations and instead said to the principal, "Principal Sun, as the head teacher of Jane AI and Li Yunmei, first of all, I also have a certain responsibility for this kind of thing that happened between my classmates. But today I choose this matter. Believe Jane AI, she has always been very obedient in the class and never proactively provoke others. Teacher Li has been teaching at number 2 middle school for many years, and all the people present her character are obvious to all. Now she stands up and speaks for Jane AI in person, and everyone chooses to believe her from the bottom of their hearts." Lu Chunxia immediately exploded her hair when she heard it, and rushed to Teacher Li in 3 steps and 2 steps, and she screamed, "How do you talk? As a teacher and a head teacher, do you act in such a blatant, arrogant, and biased way? Why do you think what she said is true, what my daughter said is false? Just because you think she is obedient? I tell you, my daughter is also very obedient and sensible at home. Now she is being bullied at school. You must give me a satisfactory result." Lu Chunxia's saliva sputtered, and her anger was even more ecstatic. She did not have the grace and dignity of a rich wife. Teacher Li couldn't help showing a polite smile after hearing her words. "Ms. Lu, I know that I may be a little impolite to say this, but you may have some misunderstandings about your obedient and sensible daughter. As Li Yunmei's class teacher, I have students who come to me to sue Li Yunmei almost every few days, and even teachers from other classes come to me to complain. That is to say, Li Yunmei not only bullies her classmates, but also often bullies students in other classes. As a class teacher, I also want to treat them equally, but combined with my usual performance, I'm sorry, it's really hard for me to speak for your daughter. Li Yunmei is the only child in the family. She has been spoiled by her parents since she was a child. How could Lu Chunxia bear what others say about her daughter? And there are so many teachers and principals present. No one sympathizes with her daughter. Okay, I understand it today. This is the attitude your school handles." Lu Chunxia's eyes flashed fiercely, and her eyes were particularly gloomy when she looked at Jane AI. "Since your school can't handle this matter, then don't blame me." At the end of the conversation, Lu Chunxia quickly took out her mobile phone from her bag and dialed out at will. "Hello? The Public Security Bureau? I want to call the police. My daughter has suffered school violence." When Li Yunmei heard that her mother had called the police, she suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. She wanted to follow Jane AI's cowardly temperament, and her mother would definitely scare her stupid when she found the school. Then she would put pressure on the school. She must be fired. But I didn't think about it. How could this have caused the police to be alarmed? Chapter 21. Shoot yourself in the foot. Lee Yunmei is bound to have a guilty conscience, and Lee Yunmei knows better than anyone how she got hurt. Seeing her mother calling the police at the moment, Lee Yunmei was frightened and said quickly, "Mom, don't you? Xiaomei, don't be afraid. There is a mother here. We will never finish this matter." Lu Chunxia interrupted her daughter directly, and then said into the phone, "Yes, it is Baiyun number 2 middle school. The parties are all there. Please be sure. Faster." When the others saw Lu Chunxia call the police, they all looked at each other. Director Feng wanted to speak, but was stopped by the principal with a gesture. It was quite difficult for Lu Chunxia to communicate. The other party made it clear that they wanted to expel Jane AI from the school. Instead of being stuck in a stalemate like this, it was better to let the police come and deal with it. Whoever is right and who is wrong must have a fair result. Jane AI's face was indifferent. Obviously, this Lu Chunxia's action to call the police was in Jane's eyes that she lifted a rock and hit her in the foot, and she would be embarrassed in front of the truth. In contrast, Lee Yunmei is the most nervous. She has done a lot of bad things in school, but she has never faced the police. Now that things have developed to this point, she doesn't know how to explain it. To say that the police were quick to act, but they rushed to the principal's office in just 10 minutes. Carefully understand the whole story. With so many leaders from the second middle school present, the two police officers did not dare to neglect even if it was just the friction between the students on campus. One of the police officers who appeared to be older said, "Since the two sides hold the same word, then call out the surveillance at the school gate to take a look." The director of security nodded when he heard the words. Although there are only 6 probes installed in the school, the place at the school gate should be able to take pictures of what happened yesterday. Lee Yunmei was even more panicked when she heard that she wanted to adjust the surveillance, and her nervous speech began to stammer. Police uncle, I just watched surveillance. Forget it. We won't pursue it anyway. It's just a small misunderstanding between classmates." "Don't." Jane couldn't help showing a faint smile when he heard the words, and slowly said, "The police uncles are here. If you don't pursue them, it is equivalent to letting them go for nothing. It is a waste of police force and a waste of the country. Resources. This kid is right. Since we are here, we are going to resolve disputes for everyone." The police nodded in response. Lu Chunxia seems to have not yet reacted to her daughter's abnormality, and she still has a winning expression. The solution must be resolved. Let my daughter go to school with this violent element. I am a parent, and I still can't do it every day. Worried. The group followed the director of security to the security office again, and the director of security personally called out the surveillance video at the gate of school yesterday afternoon. Lee Yunmei's face was pale, revealing guilty anxiety and panic, especially when everyone watched herself flying in front of the screen, and then was avoided by Jane AI, who split a fork on the ground with too much force. She was so embarrassed and angry that she couldn't wait to find a place to sew in. The picture on the screen was clear and clear. From the moment Lee Yunmei and several people deliberately stopped Jane, then Lee Yunmei took the lead and finally fell to the ground injured. Jane never touched her from the beginning to the end. It was completely caused by her own mistake. Chapter 22. People who are cheap have a natural harvest. I'm most afraid of the sudden silence of the air. Everyone was silent after watching the surveillance video, and even Lu Chunxia, who had just kept clamoring for justice to her daughter, shut up. The picture was clear and clear. As long as anyone with a good eye could see that Jane hadn't touched Lee Yunmei. After a while, Principal Sun broke the silence and said, "Ms. Lu, this monitoring will not deceive, so it seems that classmate Jian AI did not lie, and the injury of your daughter really has nothing to do with her." Although Lu Chunxia's temper is a bit irritable and arrogant, she also has self-esteem. How arrogant she was just now, how embarrassed she was at this time. The foundation-coated face was also red and blue, and the previous arrogance was also instantly extinguished. Mars is not left. Yes, according to the video, from a legal point of view, this time the negligent party was the injured person and has nothing to do with other people. The policeman on the side also said calmly. Lee Yunmei's mother and daughter had no self-confidence at this time. Both bowed their heads and looked frustrated. At this time, the two felt that they were clowns laughed at by everyone, and they wished to leave here immediately. Guantao raised her eyebrows at Jane AI in relief. Fortunately, the door of number 2 middle school was monitored. Otherwise, according to Lee Yunmei's mother's temperament, she would have to go to school to punish Jane AI. This makes people have a natural harvest and eat bad results. Since the matter is resolved, then we will leave first. Seeing that the matter has been answered, the two police officers didn't want to stay any longer, and now they started to leave. Wait. At this moment, Jane suddenly spoke. Everyone was taken aback, not knowing what Jane was doing to stop the police. Lee Yunmei was most flustered. Although there was no sound in the video and the surveillance, anyone with a discerning eye could see that she was provoking and looking for trouble. At this time, Jane said to keep the policeman. Is she going to hold herself accountable? The police officer stopped immediately and looked at Jane AI and said, "Children, you see that you are not injured. If there is any misunderstanding between the classmates, just ask the other party to apologize to you." Yes, Jane AI. Teacher Lee also stepped forward and said, "This is the end of the matter. You see Lee Yunmei is also injured. Let her apologize to you, okay?" Jane AI smiled slightly and looked at everyone faintly and said, "This matter was digested with my dinner yesterday, and it was not worth mentioning in my heart, so there is no need to apologize." When the words fell, Jane suddenly took a look on her face, then took a faint look at Lee Yunmei, who was sitting in the wheelchair, and then said, "But there is another thing. I need the other party to give me an explanation." Everyone frowned upon hearing the words, and guessed at random that there might be other contradictions between the two classmates. Without waiting for others to ask, Jane walked directly to the head of the security chief and said, "Teacher, I just saw the picture of the second probe and can take a picture of the school pond, right?" As soon as she said this, Lee Yunmei, who was sitting in her wheelchair, suddenly broke into a cold sweat, as if she had guessed what Jane AI was going to do. Yes, it can be photographed. There is an artificial pond at the back of the school. A carport was built next to the pond to store bicycles for the school teachers. Because it involves personal property, a camera is also installed there to take pictures of the carport and the pond. Chapter 23, Don't Blame Her Empty Glove, White Wolf. Guan Tao and Teacher Lee also understood Jane's intentions. Jane fell into the pond a few days ago and took days off because of her illness. It's just that Teacher Lee, who doesn't know the inside story, thought Jane AI fell in by herself, but Guan Tao was different. She knew it was Lee Yunmei who pushed it. Yes, teacher, Lee Yunmei did what Jane AI fell into the pond a few days ago. She pushed Jane into the pond. Guan Tao responded and said quickly, as if she was afraid that Lee Yunmei would run away. Same. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Although Jane AI was a student in class 3, all the teachers present had heard of the incident that she fell into the pond. They heard that she was rescued in time by a male teacher who was passing by. He came up and later fell ill, so the matter passed quickly. Unexpectedly, another version appeared now. You nonsense, Lee Yunmei was anxious and wanted to say that she didn't do it by herself, but she had already suffered from a loss of surveillance. If she really called out surveillance for a while, she would be beaten again. Face once. It's a pity that Lee Yunmei hasn't realized until now that the nature of her pushing Jane into the pond is completely different from what happened yesterday afternoon. If Guan Tao is nonsense, it will be clear if you call up the monitoring. Jane's face was cold. She didn't intend to pursue this matter. After all, it has been so many days, and there is no evidence, and it is meaningless to pursue it. But she didn't expect that just now she accidentally discovered 6 monitoring probes, and one of them happened to be able to photograph the pond. She suddenly had a plan in her heart. Since some people are rich and unkind, don't blame her empty glove, White Wolf. The director of security called up the monitoring screen of the pond at that time according to the time provided by Jane AI. In the screen, Jane had written to her, because of Lin Yi's bet, because of the fact that she got the information book. She looked very depressed and walked to the pond. Sitting on the stone bench next to him was in a daze. After a while, I saw Lee Yunmei come to Jane AI aggressively, poking her finger on Jane's head while talking. Although everyone could not hear what Lee Yunmei was saying, she knew that she was not a good thing by just watching her expression in the video. Jane kept her head down, looking very afraid of Lee Yunmei. While being poked her head, she stepped back and got closer and closer to the edge of the pond. Next to Jane AI was the sign of the pond, which clearly stated the depth of the water, 3 meters away from students. Although the teachers who watched the picture knew that Jane AI was in the water, They couldn't help taking a sigh of relief at this time, and her heart instantly recovered. Then, she saw a change in Lee Yunmei's original poking movement, and her hands jerked. Pushing towards Jane's shoulder, Jane was caught off guard, and leaned back and fell directly into the pond. This was not over yet. Facing Jane AI, who was struggling in the pond, Lee Yunmei not only did not panic, but did not call for help. Instead, she stood on the shore laughing and cursing for a while, and finally left without a hurry. Seeing this in the video, all the teachers' faces became extremely solemn, and even the two police officers looked upright and rigorous. It seemed that a high school student who was only 14 years old could do it in the face of his classmates' dying struggle. It's chilling to be so indifferent. It was also the first time that Jane saw the scene so intuitively. The result of this incident in the eyes of outsiders might be that she was rescued in time and then became ill. But Jane knew very well in her heart that she would be reborn only if she died. So in this fall into the water, I was actually drowned. Chapter 24, She is Still a Child. Jane AI's face was slightly cold, and she walked to Lee Yunmei's body, looked at her condescendingly, and said in a light and indifferent tone, "Lee Yunmei, do you know that I can sue you for murder based on this period of surveillance alone?" Jane AI's words shocked Lee Yunmei, and said in horror, "I didn't murder. Aren't you alive and well now?" Lu Chunxiao was also frightened. Although she didn't know much about the law, she also knew that her daughter was underage and did not have the conditions to bear criminal responsibility. At the moment, he hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed the policeman's hand. "Comrade policeman, my daughter is still young. She is ignorant and the other party is okay. Do you think you can leave it alone?" Jane couldn't help but sneered. "I'm okay because I was fate. If it wasn't for the passing teacher to catch me, do you really think I would have my life standing here?" Jane's calmness made everyone present tremble. Just watching the surveillance video, the girl who was pushed into the water was obviously timid and weak, but Jane, who was standing in front of them at this time, was totally different from them. There was an invisible fierce aura on his body, so that the teachers who wanted to plead for Lee Yunmei couldn't help but scream. Yes, she almost lost her life because of this. What qualifications do they have to make her forgive Lee Yunmei? "Jane AI, what are you going to do?" There was crying in Lee Yunmei's voice, and she was obviously frightened. But the more she is like this, the more ridiculous Jane AI feels, now that she is afraid. At that time, facing the life struggling in the water, why was she not afraid at all? "Don't worry at all that the other party will die. I don't want to be so." Jane accepted her momentum and responded indifferently. "But those who do wrong will be punished. It's right that I didn't die, but this period of surveillance is enough to accuse you of murder. It's unsuccessful. Of course, you are just a minor high school student, and you don't need to bear criminal responsibility. But the juvenile correctional facility in Baiyun City is enough for you to live for a year or a half." Lee Yunmei secretly breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that she didn't have to take responsibility. But when she turned her head, she heard that she was going to the juvenile janitor's office, so she went to catch her mother with a look of horror. "Mom, I don't want to join the juvenile management." Lu Chunxiao also panicked. Originally, she thought that her daughter didn't need to go to jail because she was still young and would lose some money, and their family was not bad. But I didn't expect that some kind of juvenile prison suddenly popped out of Jane's mouth, which sounded like a children's prison. She only has this daughter. How could she let her go to jail? Her eyes flushed immediately, but she didn't know how to defend her daughter, so she had to grab the policeman's clothes and repeat, "She is still a child. Immature. This matter is a criminal case. It is different from ordinary school violence. You should return to the police station with us first," the police officer said helplessly. The teachers looked at each other and didn't expect things to get to this point, but they couldn't sympathize with Lee Yunmei. Although they were a child, they were so vicious and indifferent at a young age, and they might endanger society when they grow up. On the second day after her rebirth, Jane got into the police car in Baiyun City and entered the police station in Baiyun City. Lee Yunmei and her daughter were taken into the interrogation room by the police, while Jane AI was sitting on a bench outside and waiting, accompanied by Teacher Lee. Chapter 25, Police Station Drinking Tea. The teacher has already called your mother, and it should be here in a while. Teacher Lee patted Jane AI on the shoulder, seeming to comfort her. At this time, Jane's body has long lost the momentum that she had just been in the security department. She sat in a chair with a calm and gentle expression. Hearing this, she couldn't help but smile at Teacher Lee and nodded. Thank you, teacher. Although she is capable of handling this matter, she is too young, so she must notify her parents. Teacher Lee couldn't help but sighed. Why don't you tell the teacher such a big thing? Actually, I didn't want to really pursue it, Jane said. No one saw Lee Yun-mei pushing me off the pond. It was she herself who showed off to others, so there were more words in the school. But, after all, there is no evidence. Today I also accidentally saw that the security camera was able to take pictures of the pond, so I wanted to be fair to myself. Jane AI did not lie in what she said. At the beginning, she did not intend to pursue the matter. Today, she is completely slapped and righteous. In the final analysis, it was also made by Lee Yun-mei and her daughter. If this incident had not happened today, she would not have been invited to the police. The bureau had tea. Xiao AI. At this moment, Jian Yu's voice came from the other side of the corridor. Jian AI looked up and saw her mother and elder brother trotting all the way. Mom, brother. Jane AI hurried forward to meet her. At this time, the breakfast shop at home had not closed the stalls, so Wang Yunmei was still wearing an apron with flour on the apron. Obviously, she hurried over as soon as she received a call from Teacher Lee. Xiao AI, are you okay? What's the matter? Wang Yunmei became anxious when she saw Jane AI. Her daughter was the most sensible, but now she appeared in the Public Security Bureau. Mom, Jane AI, don't worry, sit down first. Teacher Lee stepped forward to calm down. When she saw Jane AI's teacher, Wang Yunmei was even more excited and quickly grabbed the teacher's hand and said, Teacher, my Xiao AI is usually the most obedient in school. You know that. She will definitely not do bad things. Yes, Mother Jane, listen to me first. I blame me just now. I didn't talk to you on the phone when it happened suddenly. In fact, it's like this. Teacher Lee took the whole thing out of the tray and did not deliberately conceal anything for Lee Yunmei. At this point, there is nothing to hide. My sister was pushed into the pond by her classmates. Jian Yu was surprised when she heard it, and she couldn't believe it. A 14-year-old student, no matter how bad he is, would he not dare to do such a thing? Now people are interrogating inside. Don't worry, Jane AI will be fair. Teacher Lee said. Wang Yunmei was shocked. After she recovered, she couldn't stand the fear. Jane saw it and took Wang Yunmei's hand to appease. Mom, don't worry, for a while, no matter what happens, you will listen to me. Yes, okay. Wang Yunmei is actually a very strong person. Otherwise, she would not raise her 2 children alone for more than 10 years. The brothers and sisters Jian AI and Jian Yu are all her pride. It is precisely because of this that Wang Yunmei felt scared when facing such a thing suddenly. If something happened to Jane AI, she would not be able to bear it. Wang Yunmei took 2 deep breaths before she calmed down. She shook her daughter's hand with her backhand and nodded gently. Chapter 26. You may have identified the wrong person. At this moment, another man walked quickly across the corridor. This man has a suit and leather shoes, and his hair is neatly combed with mousse. You can guess that this man is quite successful in his career by just looking at the suit. Jane raised her eyes and recognized that the man in front of her was Lee Yunmei's father. She had never seen him before, except that Lee Yunmei and her father looked too much like her, especially those big eyes. Sure enough, as soon as Teacher Lee saw the incoming person, he got up and greeted him, and stopped him halfway before the man approached. Teacher Lee briefly talked about the situation to Lee Yunmei's father. The man's brows couldn't help getting deeper and deeper, and he finally nodded and walked to Jian AI. Out of courtesy, Jian AI's family also stood up. Before the man spoke, he bowed first. I am Lee Yunmei's father. First, I apologize to you for what my daughter has done. It's because I, as a parent, didn't educate my children well. Jane AI calmly looked at the man in front of him, who could not help bending down for his daughter, and he could see that he was sincerely apologizing to himself. Uncle Lee, I think you know the whole story. I accept your apology, but the harm Lee Yunmei caused to me cannot be solved with a single apology. It is naturally easier to have a person who can communicate. Jane Iben didn't want to really let Lee Yunmei into the juvenile management office, and she was waiting for the other party to come to her for compensation. That's natural. Li Chong nodded when he heard the words, and said to Jane AI, Uncle is willing to compensate you financially, but Xiaomei is still young, so I am just such a daughter. I hope you can give her a chance." At the end of the speech, Li Chong set his eyes on Wang Yunmei beside Jane Ai, and then said, "You are the mother of classmate Jane, in my opinion." Li Chong suddenly stopped in the middle of speaking, and the eyes looking at Wang Yunmei were also slightly startled, and then he was shocked. You are Plum?" Jane Ai obviously felt her mother's body stiff when she heard these words. She couldn't help looking at her with some doubts. Do they know each other? Wang Yunmei stared at Li Chong for a long time, but she still didn't remember the person in front of her, but she hadn't heard the term Mei for many years. Just looking at Wang Yunmei's expression, Li Chong knew that he had not admitted the wrong person, and there was a smile on her face. "It's me, Maisie, Li Chong. Do you remember?" Chongqing's hair is small. When Wang Yunmei heard the word Chongqing, a panic flashed across her eyes, and then she lowered her head and said, "Mr. Li, you may have recognized the wrong person." When Li Chong saw this, his smile couldn't help but froze on his face, but after another thought, he seemed to understand something. He couldn't help but smiled awkwardly and nodded. "I was abrupt. Maisie and Chongqing have been separated for almost 20 years, and they have long been out of the trajectory of Chongqing's life. As a friend of Chongqing, I really shouldn't rush into Maisie's life. After all, the past memories are not good. I am afraid it will be astray. Just add to the sadness." Li Chong sighed in his heart, but his eyes stopped for a moment on Wang Yunmei's body. Years later, she is still as beautiful as ever, but the worn-out apron with flour on her body indicates that she is not doing well now. It's a pity that she and Chongqing Lang were talented women, but they were rejected by the Jian family because of the disparity in background. Chapter 27. I agree to private. The subtle atmosphere of the two people, Jane Ai, was completely in sight. It was obvious that the two people did know each other, but her mother didn't seem to want to admit it. At this time, the door of the interrogation room was pushed aside from inside in due course. Li Yunmei and Lu Chunxiao walked out first. When they saw Li Chong, Li Yunmei cried and rushed over. "Dad, save me. I don't want to enter the juvenile management office." Li Chong hugged his daughter and patted her back comfortably. "Don't worry, there will be nothing wrong with my father." The policeman in charge of the interrogation walked up to Jane Ai, and seeing Jane Ai's parents had also arrived, he said blankly, "You come in with me." The lights in the interrogation room were turned on. It was not as dim and depressed as in the movie. There were 2 chairs behind a desk, and the 2 policemen sat straight. A row of wooden stools was placed against the wall. The policeman pointed his finger up and reminded, "Just sit and do it." Wang Yunmei sat in the middle. Jian Ai and Jian Yu sat down beside her. One of the police officers raised their eyes and glanced at a few people before speaking with a serious face. "We have roughly understood everything. The school has surveillance video. Our police station has also copied a copy, which can be used as court evidence. You can initiate criminal proceedings against Li Yunmei, but I want to remind you that if this case is an adult, you may be sentenced to several years in prison. As an adult, even if the accusation is established, she does not have to bear criminal responsibility. At most, she will be sent to the juvenile detention center for 1 year." So, the policeman paused before speaking again. "According to my years of experience in handling cases, I suggest that you go private so that you can get the financial compensation you want." Jane Ai heard the words almost without even thinking about it, and said directly, "If the other party can meet my requirements, then I agree to be private." The policeman was originally waiting for Wang Yunmei to speak, but unexpectedly Jane almost blurted out and gave a decision. Wang Yunmei and Jian Yu were also taken aback. They hadn't considered it yet, but obviously Jian Ai had already thought about it. Jane immediately whispered to her mother and elder brother, "Mom, brother, you leave this to me, trust me." Jane Ai's tone was calm. Her expression was extremely calm, and she shook Wang Yunmei's hand firmly, as if she was sending a message to her. However, the 2 policemen who handled the case looked at Jane with admiration, and one of them spoke to Jane Ai. "The little girl is not very old, but she is very opinionated." With that said, the policeman got up and prepared to invite Li Yunmei's family in for negotiation, but Jane Ai suddenly said, "Uncle Policeman, I only talked to Li Yunmei's father." The policeman was taken aback when he heard the words, but after another thought, he felt that there was nothing wrong with Lee Yunmei's parents. They had the right to negotiate. After a while, Li Chang followed the police into the interrogation room alone. The other party agreed to be private. As for the conditions, you can talk about it yourself, the policeman said to Li Chang. Li Chang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard the words. As long as his daughter doesn't have to enter the juvenile office, he will try his best to meet all the conditions of the other party. Uncle Police, please take my mother and my brother out and wait. I want to talk with Uncle Lee alone. At this moment, Jane said again. The people present were startled again, and the two policemen looked at each other in surprise. It seemed that they had never expected that today's rhythm would be in the hands of a little girl. Chapter 28, I'll give you a discount of 3 million. Shall I? Wang Yunmei was still a little worried about her daughter, but she was interrupted by Jane before she could say her words. Mom, you go out and wait for me first. Thinking that her daughter had just said this to her outside, Wang Yunmei couldn't help but stop talking, hesitated for a moment, and finally followed Jianyu out of the interrogation room. The door was closed, and only Jane and Li Chang were left in the room. Your name is Jane AI? As an adult, Li Chang took the lead to break the silence. But this is called preemption in the business field. It involves nothing more than financial compensation and money. As a businessman, Li Chang's instinctive choice is the first to speak. Anyway, Uncle still thank you. Just now, I also learned from Teacher Lee that the situation in your family does not seem to be particularly wealthy. In this way, Uncle will compensate you with 100,000 yuan. What do you think? This money is enough for you to finish college. Li Chang's tone of speech was fairly calm, 100,000 yuan per mouth, which is indeed an astronomical figure for a family like Jane AI. But Jane AI is different. In her previous life, she was a female real estate owner with a net worth of tens of millions. She was a mere 100,000 yuan, which was not worth mentioning in her eyes. Uncle Lee, you still don't use your business suit to bluff me, Jane said in a light tone. Li Chang wrinkled his brows when he heard this, as if he didn't understand what Jane meant. Didn't she hear what she said clearly? 100,000 yuan, for a family like her, is equivalent to the total income of 2 to 3 years, which is definitely not a small amount. Under Li Chang's puzzled gaze, Jane AI walked to the chair to sit down and said, Your goal is to save money and avoid disasters, and to prevent your daughter's disaster. Is it worth only 100,000 yuan in your eyes? Student Jane, 100,000 yuan is already a lot of money for you. Li Chang wanted to speak for an explanation right now, but was abruptly interrupted by Jian AI. Jian AI showed a sneer and gently shook her head. Uncle Li, you have to be clear that Li Yunmei is your daughter, isn't it? Mine. So you don't always treat me to me. You have to ask yourself, is this money for yourself, whether it's for your own money or disaster prevention, or is it irrelevant? Li Chang was stuck in his throat with half a sentence. He naturally understood the meaning of Jane AI's words, but he was more surprised. What was surprised was that a 14-year-old girl had such a wise mind and voice. Like a veteran in a shopping mall, he can easily turn passivity into initiative in one sentence. The daughter belongs to him, so this compensation is for him to save money and avoid disasters, or it is irrelevant. 100,000 yuan, although not a small amount, is naturally a drop in the bucket for Li Chang, who has his own company. With this sentence, Li Chang had to re-examine the 14-year-old negotiating opponent in front of him. With a straight look, Li Chang asked straight away, Since you are not satisfied, you might as well make a price. Jian AI showed a calm smile when he heard this. Since Uncle Li asked, then I will help you analyze it. Let's make an analogy. For example, let's say that Li Yunmei is going to be closed in the juvenile office for a day, and Uncle Li can spend it. Uncle Li must be willing to save her for 10,000 yuan, right? And this matter can keep her closed for 1 year, which is 365 days. At the end of the conversation, Jane raised her eyebrows and said neatly, I will give Uncle Lee a discount, and I will receive you 3 million. Chapter 29 3 million. 1 point, less will not work. 3 million? Li Chang almost doubted whether there was a problem with his ears, and the expression of astonishment was completely written on his face. If it weren't for Jane AI sitting in front of him like this, he would never believe a 14-year-old girl. I dare to ask him for 3 million when he opens his mouth. Poor and crazy? Compared with Li Chang's shock at this time, Jane nodded calmly. Yes, I want 3 million, and 1 point less will not work. The tone is firm, with an attitude that cannot be rejected. In her previous life, Jane has worked hard in the business world for several years. This kind of one-on-one negotiation scene has long been dealt with freely, and it is true. Li Chang still didn't react for a while, and the number of 3 million was still floating in his mind and heart. Even if he is sitting on 10 million fortunes, 3 million does not mean that he can just take it out. Student Jane, Uncle knows that you have been wronged in this matter, but 3 million, you know or not, you are extortion. Li Chang suddenly didn't know how to face Jane AI. If she is an adult of her own age, Li Chang can naturally reject it with a tough attitude. But she was only 14 years old, and he felt a little powerless to face a child the same age as his own daughter. Li Chang felt that the age and status of the two were very different, and they were somewhat unable to speak and start. But Jane AI didn't think so. She only smiled indifferently when she heard the words, "Whatever you define, it is blackmail or blackmail. But I clearly told Uncle Lee that this is what I agreed to be private conditions, and I won't give you too much time to consider. All decisions will remain in this room. Once you go out of this door, you will have no room for regret." At the end of the speech, Jane stood up and said, 3 million and your daughter are worth it or not? You can measure it yourself. After speaking the last sentence, Jane AI stepped to the door without hesitation. Before she opened the door, if Li Chang did not agree to her terms, then the matter would be a foregone conclusion. Jane AI did not joking. Okay, I promise you 3 million. At the moment Jane AI raised his hand to open the door, Li Chang seemed to have made a great psychological struggle and finally chose his daughter between Qian and his daughter. After saying this, Li Chang felt that the invisible pressure on him disappeared, and the strength in his body was instantly emptied. He was actually pressed by the aura of a girl, which is extremely difficult for him to encounter in the business field. Happening. The corners of Jane AI's mouth evoked an invisible arc. In fact, she was also betting on the importance of Li Yunmei to Li Chang. Obviously, this father loved his daughter very much, so she won the bet. It's okay to say that she fell into the pit, or took advantage of the fire. Li Yunmei took the blame for everything. Buying Jane AI for 3 million is not a loss-making business, so I can't blame her empty glove white wolf. Uncle Li should bring a checkbook? 1 million, 2 million, sign it now. Jane AI said to Li Chang. Li Chang looked like a discouraged ball at this time, nodded when he heard the words, and then took out the checkbook from his handbag and signed a 1 million and a 2 million respectively. Jane AI accepted the check and nodded in satisfaction. Let's leave it alone, but Uncle Lee remembered to warn his daughter, let her stay away from me. Otherwise, there will be no such favorable discount next time. When the words fell, Jane opened the door and walked out of the interrogation room without waiting for Li Chang to speak. Looking at the door of the interrogation room, Li Chang sighed helplessly for a while. Jin Changsheng, your good daughter. Chapter 30 Check out, close the case. Jane AI autographed the cancellation document, and the matter was over. It's just that everyone doesn't know what agreement Jane AI and Li Chang have reached in the interrogation room, and how much financial compensation Li Chang has given her. Because of this incident, Teacher Li was afraid that Jane had emotions in her heart, so she let her take a day off and asked her to go back and make adjustments. And today is exactly Friday, plus 2 days of weekends. Jane can have exactly 3 days off. Back home, the family of 3 sat down on the sofa in the living room. On the way back, just now, neither Wang Yunmei nor Jinyu were in a hurry to ask Jane AI what they had negotiated with Li Chang, but looking at Jane AI's relaxed appearance, they actually had a certain estimate in their hearts. It seemed that Li Chang offered the conditions, not low, and Jane AI didn't plan to sell her. Under the watchful eyes of her mother and elder brother, Jane took out a check from her uniform pocket and slapped it on the table. What's this? Jinyu had never seen a check before, and was shocked when his sister took out a piece of paper and then asked. Jane hooked her lips when she heard the words, check. Wang Yunmei picked up the check. When she saw the zeros in the upper row, she felt a hum in her brain and instantly lost her ability to react. This is 100,000? Or a million? Mom, Jinyu yelled, not knowing what Mom's expression meant. Xiao AI, he gave you 1 million? Wang Yunmei's lips trembled in surprise. Fortunately, there was a check in her hand. If she saw 1 million in cash, she would faint on the spot. How much? 1 million. Jian Yu also exclaimed, with a handsome face full of inconceivability. He looked at his mother and then at his sister. And only Jane's face was calm and relaxed, and calmly curled her lips. He offered 100,000, and I didn't agree. This 1 million is what I want. Wang Yunmei and Jian Yu were already speechless at this time. The two looked at each other, and then both set their eyes on Jane Ai. They seemed to have the courage to never think of Jane's coming from, and they dared to meet someone who had never met before. A person wants 1 million. The most surprising thing is that the other party actually gave it to her. Wang Yunmei can't recover for a long time. If she is herself, let alone 100,000 yuan, even 50,000 yuan is a great temptation for her, because to their family, tens of thousands of dollars is very precious. At least the daughter funds for school are guaranteed. But not only was my daughter not satisfied with 100,000 yuan, she also let the other party willingly put out 1 million yuan, a full tenfold. Xiao Ai. We won't break the law, right? Wang Yunmei had never seen so much money before, and she felt unconscious in her heart. Jian Yu also swallowed nervously. Everything seemed so unreal, like a dream. In the blink of an eye, their family had 1 million. At the moment, Jane stretched out her hand to hold her mother on the left and the elder brother on the right, and said in a gentle tone, "Brother, Mom, don't worry. This is normal financial compensation. They want to be private. The price that needs to be paid. If I cannot meet the conditions of the injured party, Li Yunmei will have to go to jail. So everything is corresponding. Moreover, this agreement was reached at the police station and is completely legal and regulated. You really don't have to worry about it. This 1 million now belongs to our family." After listening to Jane Ai's words, Wang Yunmei and Jian Yu nodded obsessively, feeling that what she said was reasonable. Chapter 31 Lost in the Club. The fact is that Jane lied to Wang Yunmei and Jian Yu. She actually got 3 million from Li Chong, but at this time she only gave out 1 million. In fact, Jane had an estimate in her heart. Yesterday she was still worried about the first bucket of blonde hair. Someone took the initiative to send it to her door today. Jane knew that she had to make good use of the money. So she deliberately asked Li Chong to write 2 checks, one with a denomination of 1 million and the other with a denomination of 2 million. She wants to give this 1 million to her mother. The purpose is very simple. She hopes that her mother can leave the nightclub, because with this 1 million, the family does not need to worry about money at all. Today, only in 2002, 1 million fixed assets for a family is far above the standard of a well-off society, and it has entered the ranks of millionaires. As for the other 2 million check, it was naturally Jane's own use to start a business. That's why she concealed the true amount. Otherwise, even if she said the flowers, her mother would not agree that she took 2 million to do business when she was in high school. So everything can only be hidden from her, secretly proceeded. In the afternoon, Wang Yunmei took the family passbook and the 1 million check to the bank. When the 1 million was actually deposited in her passbook, Wang Yunmei felt the truth of the whole thing. Everything happened in one morning, and their family's savings went from less than 50,000 yuan to 1 million. And she also promised her daughter, with the money, she quit her work as a wine company. In the evening, Jane was lying on the bed alone at home. She collected the check, but must transfer the money out before it expires. As for the future, Jane doesn't want to be too anxious. She already understands the future development trend of the world, so she only finds the business opportunities. She believes that she will be able to work hard just like her previous life. It was dark as soon as the sky flickered. Jane took a look at the time. It was 9 o'clock in the evening. Xindao's mother said that she would resign today, so why hasn't she returned yet? Looking for a coat, Jane put it on and went straight out. The city center of Baiyun City is the most prosperous area, Haiqing District. Yaoqi Club is located on the east side of Haiqing District. It is one of the most luxurious nightclubs in Baiyun City. Everyone who enters and exits here is the upper-class people, either rich or noble. And this is where Wang Yunmei has worked for more than 10 years. Jane Ai stopped in front of the magnificent main entrance, the colorful neon lights gleaming, dazzling people. Looking up, on the top floor is the eye-catching 5 characters, Yaoqi Club, and beside it, The logo of the G-Sure Consortium is hard to ignore. The G Family Consortium. This is not only in Baiyun City, but also one of the leading Chinese consortiums that no one in the country knows. Jane has also heard of it for a long time. Retracting her gaze, Jane tightened her jacket tightly and followed the flow of people into the Yaoqi Club. The lobby on the first floor is spacious and bright, and the marble floor is clean to reflect the appearance of people. The luxurious crystal chandelier above the head is golden and bright. All the service staff are smiling, and you can see that it is a paradise for the rich. Because the daily passenger flow here is very intensive, and there are often customers coming and going with their children, Jane's appearance did not attract the attention of others. It was the first time that Jane came to the club where her mother worked. She had never been there in her previous life. It was beyond imagination, so Jane got lost soon after she came in. Chapter 32. Ji Xiao is here. Sister Xiao, it's not good. In the corridor on the second floor of the club, a woman in a tights and a short skirt ran all the way on high heels, looking very panicked. Slow down. Is there a ghost chasing you behind? The man named Sister Xiao was called to a halt, frowning in disgruntled training. Go and take a look. Boss Lu is angry in the lobby on the first floor. The woman looked anxious, as if something major had happened. Boss Lu? Which Boss Lu? Sister Xiao looked suspicious. The bosses surnamed Lu who came to the club to have fun were not 100 or 80. She didn't remember who was who. Oh, it's the old customer of Huazi, the coal-digging boss Lu who started Land Rover. The woman stomped her feet anxiously, and she ran to the lobby on the first floor with her sister, not forgetting to explain. Huazi today, I don't know where to provoke him. He insists on taking Hanako away. The two trot like wind, but the content of their words fell in the ears of Jane, who was looking for her mother. The lobby on the first floor of the club. Damn, I spent so much money on you. Do you follow me now? In front of the counter, a tall but bald middle-aged man glared with anger. His big hands clasped a slender, tender hand like a pair of pliers. The man's face was reddish. Obviously, he had drunk a lot of wine, and his mouth was full of unbearable words. The girl who was caught by him seemed to be in her early 20s. At this time, she was so scared that she couldn't cry. One hand was firmly clasped by Boss Lu, while the other hand was firmly grasping the edge of the counter. The copper pillar, for fear that he would really be taken away by this man. In the lobby where there was a constant flow of people, everyone immediately rushed up when they saw the excitement, and many of them knew this boss. With a pop, Boss Lu was a slap on his back when he was so excited. The slap was so strong that Huazi's thin body was instantly knocked to the ground. In the next second, Boss Lu seemed to be mad with anger, and he picked up the glass vase on the counter beside him and threw it at Hanako when he lifted it over his head. Everyone instinctively backed away when they saw this, for fear that the porcelain vase would hurt themselves, but suddenly one of them rushed forward and grasped Boss Lu's hand. Boss Lu, you calm down. This thing will kill you if you smash it down. The person who rushed forward was not someone else, but Wang Yunmei, who had just resigned and was about to leave. Sister Mei, you save me, save me. Huazi saw that someone was finally willing to stand up to help her, crying like she found a straw. Who the are you? I dare to take care of my business. Get out of here. Boss Lu is a tall man, and Wang Yunmei can stop him. Seeing him shake it hard, Wang Yunmei was thrown out. After a few steps back, he fell directly to the ground. Boss Lu once again raised the glass porcelain bottle in his hand to throw it out, but didn't want to be held tightly by another powerful hand this time. What? Boss Lu suffered a pain in his wrist, and the glass porcelain bottle he held in his hand fell off instantly. With a bang, the porcelain bottle fell at Boss Lu's feet and was smashed to pieces. The onlookers were all taken aback, but when they saw the person standing next to Boss Lu holding his wrist, they couldn't help but exclaim, "It's Master Ji. It's over. Lao Lu is dead this time." So he dared to make trouble in front of Master Ji. Chapter 33. In all fairness, he looks best. Let go, it hurts. Boss Lu felt the strength of his whole body was taken away because of the severe pain from his wrist. His tall body was twisted into a weird arc, and the person who suddenly appeared to clamp his hand still had no extra expression. Hanako, Sister Xia, also rushed over at this time. She was the public relations manager in charge of the club's princesses. These girls were all under her hand. Naturally, Sister Xia saw the man at first sight. She was taken aback at the moment, and she was sure she was right before she said, Ji Xiao, why are you here? Ji Haoyu frowned his eyebrows lightly, and with a slight flick of his hand, he threw the boss Lu aside, and then said impatiently, Where is the person from Xiangchuan? After hearing this, Sister Xia quickly looked around and found that Xiang Chunlai was not there. She was anxious and said to Ji Haoyu, Ji Xiao, I will go find Mr. Xiang now. After speaking, he turned and ran away stepping on high heels. Mom! Jane squeezed into the crowd, and at a glance saw Wang Yunmei who had fallen to the ground and had not recovered. She didn't know what was going on, but seeing her mother sitting on the ground, she was anxious instinctively and rushed forward quickly. Mom, what's the matter with you? Where is it hurting? Jane looked nervous, and she supported Wang Yunmei's shoulder to look up and down carefully to see if she was hurt in any way. Wang Yunmei was even more shocked when she saw Jane Ai. Xiao Ai? You, why did you run here? The eyes of the crowd were instantly attracted by the two, looking at the beautiful image of Wang Yunmei and the 14-5-year-old girl next to her. This is a mother and daughter? Sisters are almost the same, right? Ji Haoyu naturally noticed Jane Ai and Wang Yunmei, and when he heard the dialogue, he chuckles funny. Does Xiang Chunlai don't want to do it anymore? Is there someone who brings a child to work? Jane Ai heard Ji Haoyu's teasing voice and looked back at the moment, but didn't want to make a puff in her heart. Ji Haoyu has a neat short hair, full sky, smooth and thick eyebrows, a high nose, thin lips lightly hooked, and a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. Looking down, his tall posture, slender legs, tailored trousers, and his coveted buttocks lined with a seductive arc, the upper body is a pure white wrinkle-free retro shirt. The cuffs are made of two pure gold cufflinks shining. The shirt button is open to the third on the chest, vaguely revealing the strong chest muscles, a black totem necklace, crawling over his collarbone, frozen in his full androgen below the Adam's apple. Jane Ai raised her eyes to meet his eyes last. It is a pair of peach blossom eyes that can instantly indulge people. The ratio of the whites of the eyes to the pupils is perfect. The dark luster between the pupils is like the obsidian king, and more like the mysterious and impenetrable black hole from the vast universe. It is dangerous and fascinating. But what this man showed at this time was the attitude of a dude. The smile that didn't reach the bottom of his eyes and the playful abuse of the corners of his lips conflicted with his whole personality. The contradiction exists, but it is still perfect and flawless. In the past and present lives, there are many handsome guys Jane Ai claims to have seen, but the one in front of him, Jane Ai, is the best looking. Ji Xiao. At this time, Xiang Chunlai rushed forward with a flushed face, followed by a few club security guards behind him. Chapter 34. Pack things now and get out. The situation at the scene is not chaotic, but Xiang Chunlai can care about other things. This one is the most important. Ji Xiao, you see why you didn't say hello in advance when you came. Xiang Chunlai's face was ruddy, and he was full of alcohol. He was obviously having fun in a certain box of the club before. Ji Haoyu frowned displeased, but ignored Xiang Chunlai and directly addressed the security guards beside him. Clean up all the broken glass. Boss Lu on the side seemed to have sober up most of the time. He hadn't seen the person in front of him, but who did not know the name of Ji Xiao in Baiyin City. Thinking that he had gone awkward after drinking and making trouble in Ji's nightclub, he was shocked in a cold sweat at the moment. At this moment, she is shrinking aside and trying to reduce her sense of existence, hoping that Ji Xiao can ignore herself. It is a pity that although Ji Haoyu didn't put Boss Lu in his eyes, it was absolutely impossible to forget him. Right now it was his fingers with well-knotted fingers moving aside. And this person, the broken vase, is an antique. Pay 2 million as compensation, and then throw people out to me. After hearing this, several security guards stepped forward to set up Boss Lu without saying anything. The people onlookers watched the excitement, but they didn't dare to make comments. They all heard that the Ji's young master was gloomy and unstable. He seemed cynical, but in fact he was fickle and irritable. If he didn't agree with him, someone would follow him. Everyone was muttering in their hearts. As expected, Ji Haoyu's gaze fell on Xiang Chunlai with a smile on his face at this moment. and then said impatiently, "And you, now pack my things right now, get out." The smile on Xiang Chuanlai's face froze, and then looked at Ji Haoyu with horror. After a long time of reaction, he hurriedly shouted, "Ji Xiao, you give me a chance, I won't dare again next time." Everyone was shocked. This Xiang Chuanlai's reputation in Baiyun City is not small, because he is the general manager of Yaoqi Club, and the entire nightclub is under his control. With Yaoqi's reputation in Baiyun City, almost all the upper-class people know it. Xiang Chun came to the manager. But unexpectedly, now it is because of this thing that Ji Xiao's brows have been touched, so Ji Xiao will be fired without saying a word? Jane Ai saw everything in his eyes. The man in front of him, who seemed to be in his early 20s, seemed exaggerated in his gestures, but in fact he had the strength of an invisible superior. His words and deeds make others feel that he does what he wants, but in fact it is not. He actually knows exactly what he is doing. Ignoring Xiang Chunlai, Ji Haoyu set his gaze on Huazi, then glanced at Wang Yunmei and Jane Ai next to him, and then said casually, "If you are injured, you will be sent to the hospital, and the medical expenses will be reimbursed." After saying that, I was about to turn around and leave, but suddenly stopped, looked at Wang Yunmei, and said, "You can't bring children to work in the future." Ji Xiao? Sister Mei came to resign today. She never brought her daughter to work. Sister Xiao blurted out. Although Wang Yunmei was her subordinate, she was older than her after all, so Sister Xia also called Sister Mei on weekdays. It was precisely because she was her own. Sister Xia didn't want Ji Xiao to misunderstand, so she wanted to explain. But Ji Haoyu raised his handsome eyebrows when he heard the words, and then a pair of peach blossom eyes filled with a smile that looks handsome and handsome on one side of his head, and asked, "Resign? Why resign?" Chapter 35. Isn't this man a fool? Sister Xia wanted to explain, but Wang Yunmei was the first to speak. "Master Ji, I have worked in the club for 12 years. Now that I am not young, I am really not suitable for this job. And every day in the club, I have to drink a lot of alcohol. My children have always been worried about my health. I resigned to prevent my children from worrying." The two reasons that Wang Yunmei said are quite reasonable, at least in the eyes of others. Although Wang Yunmei still has her demeanor, but the club is basically full of young girls. In contrast, she is indeed a little older. 12 years. It's just that Ji Haoyu's brain circuit is completely different from others. The key point in Wang Yunmei's words has become 12 years in Ji Haoyu's ears. He blinked with a slightly shocked expression. "I think about it. I was a child 12 years ago. You have been working here for 12 years? You have to score 2 houses in a state-owned enterprise." Just when everyone looked at Ji Haoyu and didn't know what he was going to do, they saw that he suddenly took a long leg and came to Wang Yunmei in 2 steps. He raised his hand and scratched his head for a while and thought, "So, don't go, Xiang Chunlai, fuck off. The general manager will do it for you." It can be said that the words are not astonishing and endless, and the people of Lei stood blankly on the spot, their mouths and eyes widened like copper bells. It is said that less money is more willful this season. Do whatever you want. The next scene is really not as good as seeing. Wang Yunmei was also blindfolded, and even Jane Ai was stupid. Looking at the man in front of him, Jane couldn't help but wonder, isn't this man a fool? The general manager of Yaoqi Club? No, Master Ji. Wang Yunmei returned to her senses and waved her hand to refuse. She came to resign today, so why did she become a general manager? But when Ji Haoyu didn't take back what he said with a firm tone, "It's so decided. You've been here for 12 years, and you're definitely more familiar with the club than your family. As for the business, regarding the matter, Wang Chunlai's assistants are all rationed to you, so you only need to get acquainted with them. The salary is the same as Xiang Chunlai." When the words fell, Wang Yunmei was not given a chance to speak at all, but Ji Haoyu recovered and greeted everyone. From now on, she will be the new general manager of this place. After speaking, he walked towards the elevator without turning his head back. Jane Ai reacted and immediately raised her leg to catch up. It was the first time that she saw such a person. She didn't ask about the wishes of others at all, and when she waved her hand with her mouth, everything was decided by him. Hey! Ji Haoyu had long legs, and Jane couldn't catch up after a trot, so she called out in a hurry. Ji Haoyu paused when he heard the sound, And when he looked back, Jian Ai walked forward quickly. She looked very petite in front of Ji Haoyu's height of nearly 185, and she had to look up slightly to look at him. Ji Haoyu had a smile in his eyes, that kind of fascinating smile. Jane was in a trance, almost forgetting what she was here for. My mother won't stay in the club to work. She has resigned, so you should find someone else for the position of general manager. Jane kept her anger in her heart. She knew that she could not offend the man in front of her, so she worked hard to make her own. The tone sounds softer. Unexpectedly, Ji Haoyu raised his lips when he heard the words, and the evil smile that appeared suddenly was utterly seductive. The low and magnetic voice sounded above Jane Ai's head, but it was only 5 words. You said nothing. Chapter 36. It's crazy. Ding. The elevator door opened. Ji Haoyu refused to give Jane a chance to speak, and turned around and went directly into the elevator. Jane Ai was about to step forward and grab the elevator door to reason with him, but didn't want to be caught by Wang Yunmei, who was catching up behind him. The elevator door slowly closed. Jane glared unwillingly at the people inside, but Ji Haoyu didn't seem to be angry. Instead, she showed a provocative smile at Jane. Xiao Ai, forget it. Ji Xiao, we can't afford to. Wang Yunmei sighed and said softly to Jane Ai. Not to mention that their orphans and widows can't offend Ji Haoyu. In Baiyun City, who would dare to offend him? Jane Ai looked at the closed elevator door, holding an unnamed fire in her heart. The first thing she had to do when she came back from rebirth was to let her mother leave here. But she didn't want everything to be in her control, but she made Cheng Yaojin halfway. And this person happened to be the only heir of the Ji family consortium that she could not provoke at all, and whose status could not be matched. Ji Haoyu. Mom, do you really want to stay as the general manager? Jane asked after looking at Wang Yunmei. This happened suddenly, and Jane always felt unreal. For such a big Yaoqi club, Ji Haoyu's position as the general manager was deducted from his mother's head. What's the difference between pulling someone out of the street? This is no longer rich and self-willed, right? This is simply frantic. Since Xiao Ji said it personally, no one can make a joke. Although Mom has never been a manager, she can only take one step and count one step. Then, Wang Yunmei couldn't help but squeeze a smile. Mom knows you don't want to let it go. Mom is drinking. Don't worry, you won't drink a lot if you become a manager. Jane Ai nodded when Wang Yunmei said so. As long as the mother doesn't drink every day and can avoid the catastrophe of liver cancer, she can agree to everything. On the other hand, when the elevator door closed, the smile on Ji Haoyu's face completely disappeared. When the phone rang, Ji Haoyu answered, Xiao Jiahao's excited voice on the other end. Hey Master Ji, how is it? Did anyone receive it? No, Ji Haoyu said coldly without expression. Xiao Jiahao couldn't help but was taken aback when he heard the words, and then his tone was serious. What's the situation? Didn't she say that the flight to Baiyun Airport this evening? I don't know either. The more Ji Haoyu said, the more annoyed her heart, and then said impatiently, Let her do it. Love can't be returned. When I like others, she will know that she will regret it. Just be your lips. There are thousands of women who have surrounded you since childhood. Except for Jihuan, I haven't seen anyone you saw directly. Xiao Jiahao couldn't help but sighed. What should I do? Bien also specially prepared a party for her. How about you come over by yourself? I'll accompany you to drink some. Play by yourself, I won't go. After the words were over, Ji Haoyu hung up the phone directly. Chapter 37. Breakfast Shop. Because her plan was disrupted by the sudden appearance of Ji Haoyu, Jane couldn't sleep all night. Although her mother became the general manager of the Yaoqi Club, she did not have to drink like before, but this was not in Jane's plan. Jane's sudden loss of control is not disgusting, but it is definitely not acceptable. In a daze, Jane vaguely heard a noise in the living room, and then the sound of the door being opened and closed. Picking up the alarm clock by the bedside, looking at it with the luminous pointer, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning, and the movement just now was obviously that the mother and eldest brother got up and went to the breakfast shop. The breakfast shop at home only sells fried dough sticks, fried cakes, and soy milk rice porridge. Although there are not many varieties, there is no need to stay up late. The bun shop on the opposite side often gets busy at midnight. Jane had no sleep at this moment, thinking that she wouldn't have to go to school the next day, So she got up and washed her face, changed her clothes, and went out. Before the early morning, Bayun City was the coldest time, but Jane didn't notice it because she absorbed the mind. She just habitually tightened her neckline and went to the breakfast shop by the moonlight. There are 4 or 5 breakfast shops at the corner of the street. Although Nanxing District is a slum, its population density ranks second in the city, second only to Haiqing District, the first economic area. There are many poor people here, and many people have to go out to work early in the morning. So even though the breakfast shop at the corner of the street sells cheap food, the business is justified. As soon as she entered the door of the breakfast shop, Wang Yunmei was shocked and immediately put down her work, rubbing the remaining flour on her apron to greet her. "Xiao Ai, what's wrong with you? What time is this?" Wang Yunmei looked worried, and she didn't forget to close the store door tightly while she was talking, for fear of the cold wind coming in. Jin Yu in the back room also poked her head out when she saw her younger sister, frowning. "You just ran around when you thought you had a fever. Why didn't you sleep well this morning?" Although he heard the blame, Jin Yu's tone was full of worry and concern. "I'm fine. Just come over and take a look if I can't sleep, and help," Jane said with a smile, and her tone was quite relaxed. Seeing mother and brother talking again, Jane hurriedly said, "Okay, Mom, I know you and elder brother are worried about me, but I am not paperless. I don't have to go to class during the day. I will go back to sleep after breakfast with you. I really can't sleep now." Wang Yunmei still wants to speak, but Jin Yu preempts her to say, "Mom, it will be cold outside. If you catch cold again and again, let Xiao Ai stay in the store." Hearing the same thing from her son, Wang Yunmei nodded after thinking about it, but did not forget to say, "Then if you are sleepy for a while, let your brother ride you back. The store is also cold, so don't sleep in the store. I will catch a cold when I look back." This is the first time Jane has come to help at the breakfast shop. On weekdays, her mother protects her and her brother pampers her. Not to mention the breakfast shop, she has never even let Jane wash the dishes and sweep the floor at home. Although the family's conditions are average, Wang Yunmei has always believed that her daughter should be rich. Fortunately, she was not spoiled by this richness, and Jane Ai was also a sensible person. She devoted all her energy to studying, and only then did she succeed in her last life. The 3 people were busy working for a while, and the sky turned white. The time was pointing to 5 o'clock, and it was about to dawn. "Aunt May." At this moment, a shout suddenly came from outside the door. Chapter 38, Are You Aunt May's daughter? Upon hearing the sound, Wang Yunmei hurriedly got up to greet, and walked out while responding, "Ryoko is here." As soon as the door opened, the man named Liangzi carried a big bucket in, with a chill on his body, but with a smile on his face. "Aunt May, Uncle Wu said that today's tofu is well pressed, so this soy milk is also good." Putting down the bucket, Liangzi turned around and went out again. "Aunt May also has a bucket." After the 2 barrels of soy milk moved in, the named Liangzi had to take a breath. Wang Yunmei likes this child named Liangzi very much, and immediately greeted, "I'm tired, right? I'm out of oil. Sit down. Aunt May will give you 2 fried dough sticks to eat." They seemed to be familiar with each other, and Liangzi was not polite, and had already sat down when he answered. The fried dough sticks were fried by Jane. Liangzi had never seen Jane. She was taken aback at the moment, and then smiled and said, "Are you the daughter of Aunt May?" Jane Ai looked at the boy who had a little tiger's teeth and smiled and nodded. "Are you Uncle Wu's son?" That Liangzi heard the words as if he had heard something terrible, and quickly stared and shook his head. "No. Uncle Wu's son is my elder brother. I was sent by my elder brother to help Uncle Wu deliver soy milk to your house every day." Although Jin Ai has never met Uncle Wu's son, she is very familiar with Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu's house is not far from his home, but he is famous in this area, because Uncle Wu's brine tofu is a must. And the soy milk produced by pressing tofu every day, Uncle Wu sent people to his breakfast shop, a bowl of soy milk for 30 cents. A barrel can sell for 20 yuan, and Uncle Wu only charged their family for 2 yuan. A bucket. In fact, these $2 are no different from confiscation, but Wu Shu is thoughtful. He saw that it was not easy for Wang Yunmei to have a woman with 2 children, so he was willing to help. But if you don't want a penny, I'm afraid that Wang Yunmei will feel uncomfortable, and even more afraid that neighbors around me will make irresponsible remarks to her. so I charged 2 yuan for a symbolic bucket. It turned out that the name of Liangzi was not Uncle Wu's son. GNAI couldn't help but smile when he saw his reaction like this. Your eldest brother's name? I don't know what Uncle Wu's son is, the underworld. After hearing this, Liangzi opened her mouth but didn't say anything. She hurriedly took a bite of fried dough sticks, but she didn't want to be hot and grinned. She also nodded and praised. It's delicious, it's delicious. After eating the fried dough sticks, Liangzi probed to say goodbye to a few people, and then said to Wang Yunmei, Aunt Mei, Uncle Wu said you don't leave after you close the stall. He will come over to talk to you. Okay, slow down your journey and tell old Wu that I will wait for him in the store. Wang Yunmei responded. Liangzi had just left the shop and started serving customers. Wang Yunmei was in charge of fried dough sticks and fried cakes. Jianyu made soy milk and porridge, and Jane Ai was in charge of entertaining and collecting money. Many of the guests are residents of this neighborhood. Although Jane cannot be named, many of them are familiar faces. Naturally, these people knew Jane Ai, and they all knew that Wang Yunmei was beautiful, her son was handsome, and her daughter was beautiful. Boss, look at how beautiful your son and girl are. Your daughter is exactly the same as you. She is very beautiful, and so sensible and capable. She must be filial in the future, a nearby aunt said to Wang Yunmei while checking out. Wang Yunmei smiled upon hearing the words. Thank you, elder sister. I borrowed the words from elder sister. The peak of the breakfast is just 2 hours, and after 8 o'clock, the guests are sparse. Chapter 39 to be demolished. The family also sat down to have breakfast. At the dinner table, Wang Yunmei spoke to Jianyu several times and stopped. Jane knew when she saw this. She hadn't told her elder brother about her mother becoming the general manager of the Yaoqi Club. Jianyu also noticed the abnormality of her mother. She twisted her eyebrows and asked, Mom, do you have something to say? It's, Wang Yunmei said for a moment somehow. To be precise, she herself hasn't reacted until now, and she doesn't even know whether the general manager is a good thing or a bad thing for her. In short, I promised 2 children to resign yesterday, but instead of leaving the nightclub, he was promoted to general manager. Seeing her mother couldn't speak, Jane Ai said helplessly, Yesterday Mom went to Yaoqi to resign. Because of some unexpected circumstances, Mom is now the new general manager of Yaoqi. Huh. Jianyu's handsome face was full of surprises. He obviously had no time to react. In the end, he laughed. Don't be funny. How is this possible? Yaoqi is the nightclub of the Ji family group. How can our mother be the head manager? Jane Ai sighed quietly, let alone her eldest brother. Even she didn't feel relieved now. Seeing the expressions on the faces of his mother and sister, Jianyu's smile froze on his faces, and it took a long while to carefully look at Wang Yunmei and ask, Mom, don't you tell me this is true? My sister said that because of some unexpected circumstances, my mother became the general manager of Yaoqi? What kind of unexpected situation is necessary to make this happen? Wang Yunmei nodded gently and looked at Jianyu and said, Mom knows this is a bit outrageous, but Ji Xiao said it at the time, and Mom can't help it. Ji Xiao. Jianyu looked startled. Dang even asked, Ji Haoyu, the young master of the Ji family? Brother, this matter is firmly established. Mom signed the contract yesterday, Jane said after taking a sip of soy milk. Jianyu didn't digest the news for a long time. It's not that he felt that the general manager Yaoqi's job was not good, but because his mother was the general manager which made him feel incredible. What kind of mentality did Ji Haoyu have at the time? Give this job to your mother? Yeah, where is Xiao Ai too? Just as several people were talking, a tall figure pushed in from outside. The person who came here was dressed plainly, tall and burly, looking about 40 years old, with a flat head and a clean-shaved beard. Uncle Wu is here. Jian Ai and Jianyu got up at the same time. Jianyu turned around and moved a stool to Wu Xiaoqi. Uncle Wu, you sit down. Uncle Wu, haven't you eaten? I'll get you a pair of chopsticks. Jane said that she was going to the back kitchen, but Wu Xiaoqi beckoned and stopped. Xiao Ai, don't be busy. Uncle Wu has eaten. You should sit down and eat. In the morning, Liangzi said you were looking for me for something. Wang Yunmei is very familiar with Wu Xiaoqi, and there is no extra politeness at the moment, so she asked directly, What's the matter? Jianyu and Jian Ai also stopped their chopsticks and looked up at Wu Xiaoqi. Wu Xiaoqi first glanced at the store and saw that there were no other customers before lowering his voice. The news I got yesterday. Our Nanxing district is going to be demolished. Huh? Demolition? Wang Yunmei's surprised eyes widened. Wu Xiaoqi nodded. Director Yang of the City Planning Bureau is an old customer in my store. He often drove to Nanxing early in the morning to buy my tofu. Yesterday, he came to tell me quietly, saying that our Nanxing district has been taken by the city, listed as a key reconstruction target. Chapter 40 Demolition is a good thing. No. This Nanxing district is so big and has a large population. How can it be rebuilt? Wang Yunmei said. Wu Xiaoqi explained with a smile. It's definitely impossible to demolish Nanxing all at once. Director Yang said, we will demolish little by little and build little by little. We will finish the demolished and built it by the end of the day. The closest to the bell tower area, it must be demolished first. Then I can't open this breakfast shop? Wang Yunmei whispered. Don't talk about your breakfast shop anymore. My old tofu shop, which has been open for decades, has to move. That's why I quickly told you that you had to plan early. Xiao AI is studying in such a good school as number 2 middle school. There are so many places to spend money. Wu Xiaoqi stood up as he spoke, and his eyes fell on Wang Yunmei and said, Yunmei, you first add up the total by yourself. If you have any difficulties, just talk to me, and I will help if you can. Wang Yunmei quickly said with a grateful expression, Old Wu, you have helped our family secretly over the years, and I'm very sorry. Don't say this. I am also pulling my son to grow up by myself, knowing how difficult it is. It is naturally harder for you to bring two for a woman. I will definitely help if I can help. Wu Xiaoqi beckoned. Okay, I'll go back first. Liangzi has to leave at 9 o'clock. No one in the shop can't do it. After Wu Xiaoqi was sent away, Wang Yunmei sat down and sighed and muttered. This is suddenly going to be demolished, and there is no sound of it. Jian AI and Jian Yu looked at each other, and then at Wang Yunmei, before Jian AI said, Mom, Nanxing's demolition at this time is a good thing for our family, and the timing is just right. Wang Yunmei was taken aback, wondering what her daughter meant. Jian AI said, You are now the manager of the Yaoqi Club. Although you don't have to drink as much alcohol as before, you still have to get off work late, even later than before. This breakfast shop is greedy for the dark. Even if you don't be the manager of this club, I don't intend to let you continue to open it. Right now it happens to be demolished. The breakfast shop is definitely not open. I don't need to say any more. This is one of them. Secondly, the advantage of demolition is that there is a demolition fee and a set of relocation houses. Our yard is not small. The front and back houses plus the front yard and backyard are several hundred square meters. It will definitely be able to divide a lot of money. Wait until once the community is built, we can still get a resettlement house. Xiao AI, how do you even know these? Jian Yu looked at his sister boasting and was a little surprised. Generally, a child as old as Jane AI knows about the demolition, but she speaks very well, and there are some things that even his elder brother is not very clear. And Jane naturally knew in her heart that she was a real estate tycoon in the capital in her previous life, and she knew this thoroughly. Demolition is definitely a good thing for the common people, and it is also a good thing for urban construction. Unless you encounter unscrupulous developers, it is precisely because of these unscrupulous developers that there will be so many demolition disputes. Isn't this something everyone knows? Jian AI blinked at Jian Yu. Jian Yu didn't entangle with Jane either, but looked at Wang Yunmei and said, Mom, if you say that, the demolition is indeed a good thing for our family. Chapter 41 Buy a house in the city center. And if two children can see these things, Wang Yunmei naturally understands them too. But she hesitated and said, I know it's a good thing. Even after living here for so many years, this breakfast shop has also been in business for so many years. Suddenly, I said it was going to be demolished. I always feel reluctant. Jane AI understands her mother's feelings. After all, this is a place where a family has lived together for more than 10 years, and there is always some emotion. But people have to look forward and can't be willing to stay in the slums for a lifetime. And here is now ready for demolition. Even if you are reluctant, you still have to move. Mom, you think it's useless now. Since here is going to be demolished, then we have to do it. But if we want to move, we must move earlier. Jane said again. Move early? Why are you in such a hurry? Isn't this unannounced for demolition? Wang Yunmei wrinkled her brows. Her breakfast shop is still there, and the house is still there. Although Lao Wu said that she would demolish it when she received the news, she didn't say when it would be demolished. Why is the daughter so anxious? Jane Ai is smart and thinks more about everything. Seeing her mother and brother both look confused, she patiently explained, "Mom, I just want to move before the news is released. There are so many people in Nanchang, although they don't. It will all be demolished at once, but our area is obviously the first batch of demolished. At that time, a large number of people who have nowhere to go due to the demolition will go out to rent a house, and even buy a house with the demolition fee. Then we will be moving. The rent of the place has already been increased several times due to the demolition of Nanchang." When Jane said this, Wang Yunmei couldn't help but suddenly realized, yes, there will be more people affected by the demolition at that time. We're going out to find a house. It is definitely not easy to find, and the price will be much more expensive than it is now. But let's go out to rent a house now. In case it is demolished a year later, wouldn't it take another year of rent? Jianyu found out the loopholes in Jian Ai's words and reminded him, "What kind of house to rent? We have to buy it," Jane Ai said categorically. "Buy." Wang Yunmei was stunned again, looking at her daughter. "Buy a house. Mom, didn't our family just have 1 million? You take it out and buy a house." Jane Ai looked at Wang Yunmei and said. Wang Yunmei seemed to be frightened by her daughter's decisive and firm attitude. How could she have seen her daughter dare to come up with such a big idea, and she just opened her mouth to buy a house? As everyone knows, Jane Ai has been looking forward to the future real estate market for more than 10 years. According to the economic situation of Baiyun City, the current real estate investment can be doubled within a few years, which is a steady profit. "No, Xiao Ai, this money is saved for your studies." Wang Yunmei had a lingering fear and said, "Besides, after the demolition, isn't there still a house for relocation?" Wang Yunmei was frightened by Jane Ai's determination and momentum and would not adapt to it for a while. Jane also reacted at the moment, realizing that she was a little eager for success just now, and relying on her understanding of future trends, she stuffed too much information for her mother and eldest brother. At the moment, she eased her mood, and Jane said softly, "Mom, listen to my analysis. First of all, based on the current housing prices in Baiyun City, we will buy a 150 square foot house in the most prosperous Haicheng district. It's 500,000 to 800,000. Our family has 1 million. We will get a demolition fee for the demolition. I saw it when you signed the contract at Yaoqi yesterday. The general manager is based on an annual salary, which is 30 per year. 10,000, there will be performance dividends at the end of the year. So, judging from the current conditions of our family, we are fully able to afford a house in the city center." Chapter 42, I'm Not So Gossip. In fact, what Jane said is that their family is not short of money. More, how much? Jianyu looked dumbfounded. Mom has an annual salary of 300,000. Jian Ai looked at Jianyu with a surprised look and nodded, not forgetting to add, "There is still a bonus at the end of the year." Wang Yunmei seemed to have forgotten about the promotion and the 1 million extra in her passbook in one day. After listening to her daughter's analysis, Wang Yunmei's thinking gradually became clear. Although there will be a house to move back then, but the future son will definitely need a house to get married. I don't know how long I can do it as the general manager, so I can't hope for an annual salary of 300,000 yuan that year. Instead, we should take advantage of the ability to buy more houses. Thinking about it this way, Wang Yunmei became transparent in an instant. She didn't expect her daughter to think so well, so she nodded and said, "Xiao Ai is right. We have to buy a house now. Otherwise, the house price will definitely rise when the news of demolition comes out." Hearing what her mother said, Jane knew that her mother understood what she meant and immediately let out a sigh of relief. It was Jianyu who looked at his sister and then at his mother, surprised. "Mom, are you really thinking about it? Are you really going to buy a house?" Wang Yunmei seemed to have made up her mind. "Bye. Go to see the house in the afternoon." At noon, Jian Ai borrowed a passbook from Jianyu and took the 2 million check to the bank. The bank clerk was naturally shocked by a 14-year-old girl holding a 2 million check, but she called Li Chang to confirm the authenticity of the check. There were no extra twists and turns, and the money was transferred to Jianyu's passbook smoothly. On After returning home and hiding her passbook, Jane took a second sleep, got up at 2 o'clock in the afternoon listening to the alarm clock, and after washing up, she went out to see the house with her mother and brother. "Mom, which district do you want to buy in?" Jane asked on the way. Ever since she made up her mind to buy a house in the morning, Wang Yunmei did not fall asleep after returning home. She was also very excited, and she also thought a lot in her mind, which naturally included which district to buy. Buy Haiqing district. Now that you have decided to buy it, you can do it in one step and buy the most prosperous area. Seeing her mother said so, Jane couldn't help but smile. Haiqing district is the largest district in Baiyun City, with a developed economy and very prosperous. Because of this, the future appreciation space is naturally the largest. Jianyu quietly pulled Jane aside and asked in a low voice, "Brother also thinks what you said in the morning is reasonable, but buying Haiqing all at once is too risky, because the house there is so expensive." "Brother, I bought it because it was expensive, because if you don't buy it now, it will only be more expensive in the future. Do you want to be more expensive when we can't afford it? Or when you want to be more expensive, the house is already ours?" Mom now, although the annual salary of 300,000 yuan, but the young master's personality in that season was gloomy, and his mother would be laid off one day when the security was uneven. However, the house is a fixed asset and will definitely appreciate in the future. In addition to the demolition fee and future relocation, our family will definitely, I won't worry about money. My sister's words can be understood halfway according to Jianyu's head. His already slow character. So he nodded at the moment. "Anyway, Mom said that. So what you said should be correct." Seeing the appearance of her brother, Jane Ai couldn't help but chuckle. "My stupid brother, I don't know which girl is foolishly looking at you." Jianyu hurriedly pulled at Jian Ai's clothes when he heard the words, and said with a vigilant face, "Don't tell Mom about this, or my brother won't hurt you anymore." Jane Ai pursed her mouth and smiled. "I know. I'm not so gossip." Chapter 43 Inspection 1. Although Jane is new to the matter of her eldest brother being in love, she will not interfere too much. The elder brother is handsome, simple and honest, and he works in the Starlight Bar, which is drunk and fancied. It is easy to be noticed by some girls. In just 2 days after she was born again, Jane Ai has discovered that the life trajectory in this life is completely different from the previous one. In the previous life, he had never been pushed into a pond, and his brother had never been in a relationship. Although Nansheng also experienced demolition, it was after he went to university, not now. So Jane Eyre understands that rebirth is not a copy of the previous one, but a completely new life. She needs to seize every opportunity to change the destiny of herself and her family. Haiqing District, the first economic district of Baiyun City, encompasses all prosperous places such as large shopping malls, pedestrian streets, entertainment venues, trade centers, high-end residential buildings, and is the core of Baiyun City. At the sales office of the Century Mansion, as soon as Wang Yunmei showed up with her 2 children, professional sales staff came to usher. "Hello, madam. Do you want to see the house?" The sales lady asked with a professional smile, wearing black overalls. The decoration of this sales office is very stylish. At first glance, it is the handwriting of a large company. Wang Yunmei nodded silently. "I want to see if there is any suitable." "Madam, don't worry. The Century Mansion is our company's latest development. The apartment types are very diverse. Whether you want a single apartment, a family residence, or even a villa, our project covers all of it. Come with me. Take a look at me and introduce it to you." As he said, the sales lady turned sideways and polite, signaling Wang Yunmei to ask. The sales office has a sand table model of the community, which gives customers a general understanding and reference from the overall environment and house type of the community. Jian Ai followed the sales lady to the sand table model area of the family residence and listened to the sales lady's introduction. "Madam, this is a family residential area. The opening site is located on Nanyang Street, near Nanyang Commercial Building in the east and Baiyun Plaza in the west. There are large supermarkets, banks, railway stations, number 2 middle school, number 4 middle school, Baiyun University of Technology, and other landmark buildings around. So life is very convenient. The residential area is the first high-rise residential building with an elevator over 35 floors in Baiyun City. The view above the 20th floor is extremely wide, overlooking the entire Bayou night scene. The residential area is very green, and the distance between buildings is very large and non-existent. The problem of shading. Security guards are on duty 24 hours a day, and public order is also very safe. The community is equipped with kindergartens, small squares, pet parks, community clinics, and community supermarkets to provide the most convenient service and the most comfortable enjoyment for the lives of all owners. After finishing speaking, the sales lady smiled slightly. Madam, the Century Mansion can be said to be the best community in Bayonne City at present. The location is quiet and the developers and property companies are among the top companies in the industry. Once opened, many apartment types are available. Being taken up, I think if you like it, it's better to make the decision first. When the sales lady said, just now, Wang Yunmei and Jane Ai Jinyu were looking at the sand table model. The community is indeed very well built, with a reasonable structure and diverse apartment types, which are more satisfying than the few real estates they have seen before. This community is close to number 2 middle school, and it is convenient for Xiao Ai to go to school. Jian, you seem to like this community very much, and she said while looking at Wang Yunmei. Chapter 44 House Inspection 2. Wang Yunmei also nodded, saying that the location of this community is indeed good, and it is convenient to go anywhere. Not only is it close to Xiao Ai's school, but also not far from the Yaoqi Club where he works. Jane Ai looked at the sales lady and asked, what kind of house types are left in the community now? I don't know how many people live in your house. The sales lady asked politely. Only 3 people. I live with my mother and brother. Jane Ai responded. The sales lady was surprised a bit, but did not show it clearly, and then smiled and said, in this case, there are still several sets of 80 square meter units to choose from. Because the 100 square meter and 120 square meter flats are open as early as possible. It was robbed when it was emptied. There are more of the 50 square meter single apartment style and the 150 square meter and 200 square meter split level style. There is not much left in the 80 square meter, very suitable for 3 people. Wang Yunmei seemed to have no idea about squareness, and she thought about it, but she didn't know how big the 80 flat was. But Jane Ai is different. She knows well about the concept of house types and squares. Generally, sellers say 80 square meters, which is the total area of the house, and the usable area that needs to be removed from the wall, so the sales lady said 80 square meters. The actual usable area may be only 60 square meters. For everyone who needs a room, the usable area of 60 square meters is too small. We want to see 150 flats and 200 flats, Jane said directly. The sales lady glanced at Wang Yunmei in embarrassment, as if she didn't know if she should listen to a little girl. Unexpectedly, Wang Yunmei also nodded. Look at the bigger one. In fact, Wang Yunmei has been thinking about it since she made up her mind to buy a house in the morning. Since she wants to buy it, she should buy a bigger one. Both her son and daughter need to have their own space when they grow up. At least there are 2 bathrooms. Seeing that Wang Yunmei said the same, the sales lady smiled and nodded. Then please wait a moment. I will bring the sample map and give you a reference. If you like it, I can take you directly. I went to the community to see the house. The sales lady turned and left after speaking. Jian Yu exhaled and said in a low voice, this community must be very expensive. Jian Ai smiled when she heard the words, but she was very clear in her heart. In Bayonne City in 2002, the real estate industry had not yet swelled. Although this residential area looks high-end, it should not exceed 1 million. And looking at her mother's posture, she seemed to have planned it long ago. It is true that Wang Yunmei has worked alone in society for so many years, and he also works in a place with diverse information like the Yaoqi Club, and has learned more or less about the development trends of the real estate industry. At first, I didn't react because I forgot that I had 1 million in my family, and I became the general manager. Now I have already made up my mind after I reacted, that is, to buy a large house with a good location and a large area. Xiaomei. At this time, a sound after exploring himself, Jane and several others were taken aback at the same time, and then turned around to look. The man in front of him is dressed in a straight suit, half-length hair is slicked, and he combs back with a meticulous big back. He has a briefcase under his left armpit, and his right arm is held by a young and beautiful woman. The man looks less than 40 years old. His facial features are very correct, but he has a face of arrogance. Seeing that Wang Yunmei can't help but raise her head, she instantly shows a posture of looking at people through her nostrils. It's really you. Chapter 45 Encountered Uncle. Wang Yunmei didn't seem to expect to meet someone in front of her in such a place. She was stunned for a moment before she hurriedly said hello, big brother. The person here is not someone else, but Wang Yunmei's eldest brother, Wang Yunzhong. Wang Yunmei is the second child of the 4 children of the Wang family. There is an elder brother Wang Yunzhong, a younger brother Wang Yunfa, and a younger sister Wang Yunji. Although several people now live in Baiyin City, none of them grew up in Baiyin City. The Wang family is in a small mountain village below Baiyin City. There is a very serious patriarchal concept in the village, so since childhood, the eldest brother and third brother are treasures in the hands of their parents, especially Wang Yunzhong, the eldest son. Yes, the conditions at home are not good, and it can only be used by one person to study, and that person can only be the elder brother. Later, Wang Yunzhong was admitted to the university. In that era when college students were scarce, there was a college student in the village. That was an incredible thing. The second elder of the Wang family loved the eldest son even more. Later, in order to accompany his son to college in Baiyin City, he moved his family from the village to the city. A few years later, the 2 elders of the Wang family bought 2 houses in Baiyin City by selling vegetables. But both Wang Yunmei and Wang Yunji knew that one of these 2 houses belonged to the eldest brother and the other belonged to the third child, and had nothing to do with their 2 daughters. It is precisely because of the preference of his parents that his eldest brother Wang Yunzhong felt that his younger siblings were first class since he was a child, and even looked down upon others after he was admitted to college. Especially after knowing that the second sister accompanies drinking in the club, she severed the contact altogether and never walk around during the Chinese New Year. Suddenly meeting him right now, Wang Yunzhong was also a little surprised. At the moment, he glanced at this magnificent sales hall and then glanced at Wang Yunmei. He obviously felt that Wang Yunmei shouldn't be in such a place. This kind of high-end residential house might not be bought by herself. Affordable. Folding his brows, Wang Yunzhong asked coldly, "What are you doing here?" Wang Yunmei was not close to her elder brother, and Wang Yunzhong was a little overbearing at this time. Wang Yunmei couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Bring the kids out and just stroll around. Speaking of children, Wang Yunzhong turned his attention to Jianyu and Jianai. The 2 naturally recognized Wang Yunzhong, so they could only yell, "Uncle." Wang Yunzhong nodded blankly, treating his sisters in this way, and it was impossible to treat them with any enthusiasm. "Yunzhong, who are they?" At this moment, the woman who had been carrying Wang Yunzhong's arm began to speak. The woman was dressed stylishly, and she seemed to be in her 20s, but Jane knew that her uncle had been married for more than 10 years. Her cousin was 1 year older than herself, and she had a 13-year-old cousin. And this woman is obviously not the eldest aunt, but the lover of the eldest uncle. Facing his sister and nephew, Wang Yunzhong did not avoid suspicion. He only patted the woman's hand lightly and said softly, "My sister and nephew. What should I call it?" The woman was surprised, but smiled on her face, seemingly because Wang Yunzhong was complacent. Wang Yunmei was a little embarrassed. Because of her relationship with her elder brother, she couldn't say some words. Jianyu and Jianai didn't want to get involved with the uncle, and they didn't respond at the moment. Wang Yunzhong didn't have anything to say to a few people. He immediately glanced at his watch and said, "I have something to do, so I'll leave." After saying this, before Wang Yunmei nodded, Wang Yunzhong turned and left with the young woman. Chapter 46, she just got this little capital. Seeing her elder brother leaving the sales hall without looking back, Wang Yunmei exhaled inwardly. I can't say how sad it is, because the brothers and sisters didn't have much feelings. On the contrary, I was afraid that my eldest brother would know about buying a house and cause unnecessary trouble. There are 4 siblings in the family, and Wang Yunmei only got closer to the 4th sister. Because the 2 were not taken seriously by the family since they were young, they have some love for the same fate. My uncle is too ostentatious, and I'm not afraid of being known by my aunt. Jianyu muttered while looking at the back disappearing at the door. Jianai didn't say a word. Since the uncle dared to be so blatant, naturally he didn't put their family in his eyes. It was the aunt, Jane AI remembers being a virtuous woman, and she was a college classmate with her uncle, educated and family-friendly. It's just this man, no one can tell. It is said that money will go bad, but Jane AI knows that you can't overturn a boat with a single pole. There are many good men with money, but it is obvious that the uncle is not. On the other side, Wang Yunzhong took the little lover out of the sales office and got in her car. Then the little woman said, "Yunzhong, your sister is pretty. She looks pretty young. She doesn't look like a mother of 2 children." Wang Yunzhong curled the corner of his mouth and sneered. "She just has this little capital. Otherwise, she really doesn't have the ability, and she has to starve to death." The implication is obviously to look down on his sister to make money by beauty. After all, a club of the level of Yaoqi can't be entered by ordinary people. When the woman saw Wang Yunzhong's tone, she knew that he and his sister weren't close, so she didn't ask the others anymore. Instead, she posted a coquettish tone. "Yunzhong, let's change the real estate to look at it. This is too expensive. I can't bear to spend so much money on you." Upon hearing this, Wang Yunzhong squeezed the woman's nose in an affectionate manner. "Only you are sensible." On the other side, Jin AI and Jin Yu accompanied Wang Yunmei to see a few 200 square meter model drawings. Some of them have been decorated in different styles. If you like, you can buy the decorated ones directly, and move in is also convenient. Of course, the developer has set aside some rough houses so that the owners can decorate them in the style they like, and the price is cheaper than that of the decorated ones. After reading the model plan, a few people followed the sales lady to the Century Mansion community to see a few houses. There is almost no difference between the sand table models of the community and the sales office, and the luxuriously decorated houses look very luxurious and magnificent. People finally discussed it and decided to buy a rough house and decorate it by themselves. Although Nansheng will be demolished in the future, the news has not been released yet, and they are not in a hurry to move. Besides, this is the first house bought by a family, and they all want to fit them in exactly the style they like. Although the house that was installed was perfect, Wang Yunmei always felt that it was almost meaningless. The 200 square meters are all above the 30th floor. The northern half is 3,251 square meters, which is 650,000 yuan in total. The southern half is more expensive, at 700,000 yuan, but the houses cover 4. The balcony does not count the square meters, and it is given as a free gift with the house. In addition, the owner who purchases 200 square meters will also be given 2 free fixed parking spaces. The sales lady has clearly felt that the house is about to be sold at this time, and hastened some value-added gifts moved out. Wang Yunmei summed it up in her heart. This house costs 700,000 yuan, and the renovation also requires a lot of money. There is 1 million in the card. After finishing the house, I am afraid that there is not much left. Chapter 47 Lottery. Fortunately, there was a huge amount of demolition expenses during the demolition, and although the general manager himself did not know how long he could do it, it was a high-paying job anyway. Wang Yunmei was thinking about it here, and Jane AI suddenly asked the sales lady, "Excuse me, are there any discounts for your new real estate?" The sales lady nodded with a smile upon hearing the words. "There are activities, but whether you can get the discount depends on the luck of the owners." Luck? Jin Yu didn't quite understand. He looked at the sales lady, and then at his mother and sister. Can this kind of thing depend on luck? Seeing a few people's doubts on their faces, the sales lady smiled and nodded. Yes. All owners who bought a unit of more than 100 square meters at Century Mansion can participate in a discount draw once. There are plastic in 5 colors in the prize pool, white. It is the unsuccessful prize. The green is the third prize. The purchase of a house enjoys 10% off. The yellow is the second prize. The purchase of a house enjoys 5% off. The blue is the first prize. The purchase of house enjoys 930%. The red is the special prize. The purchase of house enjoys 85-fold. After speaking, the sales lady took out the event advertisement in the folder. I have written all of it clearly on this. You can take a look. A few people took one, and the advertisement for the event clearly explained that there were 10 third prizes, 5 second prizes, 3 first prizes, and only 1 special prize. If a house of hundreds of thousands can win the prize, you can save tens of thousands of dollars. Wang Yunmei and Jian Yu didn't have much mood swings. because they felt that the chances of winning the prize were too small. There were only a few colored balls, and it was no different from buying a lottery ticket. Only the corners of Jane's mouth ticked unchecked. The 12 sets of mental methods of Shexyamen, Jin AI only tried the most basic control, and the third layer of mental methods was perspective, which came in handy at this time. Now that they have decided to buy the house, a few people followed the sales lady to the lottery area. In Wang Yunmei's heart, it is good to be able to draw, but if it fails, the house must also be bought. But this matter is in Jane's heart, but it is already determined to get it. Because she was far away at this time, she had used her mind to look into the tightly sealed lottery box. The eyes were all white plastic balls, and only a few colored were mixed at the edge, but the number was also pitifully small, obviously because the owner had already taken a few away. But fortunately, the red ball with the special prize is still there, and it is in the bottom corner. It is obvious that the staff did it deliberately. "Mom, let me smoke," Jane said directly. Naturally, Wang Yunmei would not object to it. Anyway, she can't see it. Who draws it differently? Jianyu joked on the side. Maybe you can still draw the red ball. Jane took off her slightly thicker coat and gave it to Jianyu, then walked forward and stretched her slender arm into the lottery box, and then fumbled for a while pretending to be entangled. As everyone knows, it was already the first moment she reached in. Hold the red plastic ball firmly. Under the gaze of everyone, Jane AI slowly took out her hand and spread her palm. The palm of her hand was the only red plastic ball among the more than 100 plastic balls. Wang Yunmei and Jianyu, as well as the staff at the lottery office, were stunned, staring at the ball in the palm and forgetting to react. But Jane also pretended to be dumbfounded for a while before suddenly calling out, "Red, red." Everyone also recovered in an instant, and a swarm of people gathered around. Chapter 48, Save People. It's really red. Little sister, you are so lucky. Yes, the company has opened so many real estates and conducted several discounts. No one has ever won a special prize. Several employees also looked surprised, apparently the first time they met someone who won a special prize. Wang Yunmei and Jianyu were also very surprised and quickly asked, "How much is this?" "Big sister, 15% off." The sales lady hurriedly responded, obviously also happy for her client. "A 700,000 house can save 105,000 yuan, Mom." Jane even calculated the discounted price. More than 100,000. Wang Yunmei couldn't believe it. It was like a pie in the sky. Everyone was excited, but suddenly there was a commotion in the reception area of the sales hall. "Old G, what's wrong with you? Call an ambulance. Hurry up and call an ambulance." On the sofa in the reception area, a silver-haired old man pinched his neck. His face was flushed, but his mouth was half open, but he couldn't say a word. There were people in suits and leather shoes all around. At this time, they were horrified, making phone calls and patting the back. One of the middle-aged men was even more anxious and at a loss. Ji Lao yelled, nonstop. Upon seeing this, the staff here quickly greeted them. Jane and the others didn't squeeze forward when they saw this. They only looked inward from the outside. The old man's complexion had changed from red to purple red. The whites of his eyes were also bloodshot, and his mouth made a sound that was difficult to breathe. It was obvious that something had stuck his throat. Jane casually writhed it, and saw that there were candies and a few jellies on the small plate on the coffee table to entertain guests. "Lao Ji, what did you eat just now? Drink your saliva and press down." At this time, someone brought a glass of water over and tried to flush the contents of Ji Lao's throat with water. Jane wrinkled her brows when she saw this, and immediately said, "No, he can't drink water." Everyone was stunned when they heard the words, then turned around and found that the speaker turned out to be a teenage girl. Jane didn't care too much, and the old man would suffocate after a while. And most of the candies on the table are of ordinary style, which is not enough to get stuck in the throat. The only possibility is that the grandpa ate the jelly and ate it by sucking, which was a little careless and direct. "Suck it into my throat." Ignoring everyone's gaze, Jane quickly stepped forward and then said to the two men in suits, "You two have to stand up." The two men looked at each other when they heard the words, wondering if they should listen to a little girl. Seeing this, Jane couldn't help but anxious. "Hurry up. He is hesitant to die." When the two heard this, they panicked and hurriedly put Ji Lao up. Then I saw Jane go around behind Ji Lao, wrapped her hands from behind, encircled Ji Lao's abdomen, and squeezed it backwards abruptly. I tried this 2 or 3 times. Because of the size, the position always deviated slightly. Jianai was anxious, turned around, and said to Jianyu, "Brother, I can't reach you, come." Seeing this, Jianyu hurriedly stepped forward, learning the posture of Jianai just now, encircling Ji Lao's abdomen, lifting it up and pulling it back. Cough. A complete jelly spurted out along with the acidic water in Ji Lao's esophagus. Chapter 49, Make a Half. Originally, Ji Lao was suffocated with gold stars because of poor breathing. Now the jelly was vomiting out, and the whole person was retching while wearing rough clothes. The color on his face also faded slightly, and the whole person looked like a survivor. It came out, it came out. Seeing this, the man in the suit hurriedly helped Ji Lao sit down on the sofa and asked with a nervous and concerned look, "Ji Lao, you scared me to death. How do you feel now? The ambulance will be here in a while." This man is no one else but Chun Lei, the big boss behind the Century Mansion. Today Ji Lao said that he was going to buy a villa in a new building, and he came to receive it personally. But I didn't expect such a thing to happen. Fortunately, the old man Ji is fine. If there are 2 shortcomings in his own sight, let alone the house he doesn't need to buy, then the company doesn't need to be opened. It took a long time for Ji Lao to relax, and then waved his hand, panting and saying, "It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's me who is greedy." When everyone saw that they were all right, they also dispersed. Jianai and the others are also preparing to leave. They are still waiting to register and pay to sign the purchase contract, but they don't want to be called to stay by Chun Lei. The little girl stays. After Jianai heard the words, she saw Chun Lei get up and pull on the hem of his suit and walked forward with a look of gratitude. "Little girl, thanks to you just now. I should really thank you." At this moment, the sales lady was standing next to a few people. Chun Lei couldn't help but say, "How many are here to see the house? If you are optimistic, I will give you a 20% discount to express my gratitude." Chun Lei is not a momentary brain fever at this time. Compared with Ji Lao's safety, this mere hundreds of thousands is not worth mentioning to him. At this time, the cold sweat on his back has not yet dried, and he still has lingering fears. "Mr. Chun, these customers have just participated in the discount lottery and won the special prize." At this time, the sales lady said in a timely manner. "Really?" Chun Lei looked surprised, then looked at Jianai and several people and said, "That little girl, you are so lucky. The special prize is already 15% off, and the 20% off seems Uncle stingy." After speaking, Chun Lei said with a tone of voice and said firmly, "In this way, Uncle will give you a 50% discount. 50% off." Not to mention that Wang Yunmei and Jianyu were shocked. Even Jianai was taken aback. A 50% discount for a house of 700,000 yuan, such a good community and apartment type. The price of more than 300,000 yuan is almost equivalent to not making money. Unexpectedly, before Jianai agreed, Ji Lao, who was slowing down on the side, also spoke. "The old man has given out the remaining half of the house purchase cost." Clam, Wang Yunmei and Jianyu, look at me, and I look at you. It seems that my sister's move just now caused them to give away the house. Grandpa, Jane returned to his senses and looked at Ji Lao and said, "I also accidentally ran into the matter just now and happened to know how to deal with it. You really don't have to do this." Jianai is not a man who can make an inch. Now that Boss Chun gave a 50% discount, she still felt that it was reasonable to accept it. After all, this is Boss Chun's real estate. If people are really killed, the loss will be more than that. Besides, I already have a 15% discount. This 50% discount is a discount. Even if I get a 50% discount, I still have to get half of the money. But if Ji Lao got involved, he would become a house for nothing. The most important thing is that Jane's move just now has no purpose in the face of Ji Lao. Even if an ordinary person on the street happened just now, she would help her, without other distracting thoughts. Chapter 50. You underestimated him. You saved my life. How can you just want Xiao Chen's gratitude and don't want me as an old man? Old Ji pouted, seemingly dissatisfied with Jane's approach. Jianai was about to explain, but didn't want an eager figure outside the door of the sales office to hurry in. "Grandfather." Ji Haoyu walks with wind. His steps are anxious, and a handsome face is full of tension. Old Ji was taken aback when he saw the visitor, and then he glanced reproachfully at the man in the suit next to him, apparently knowing who had notified his grandson. "Grandpa, are you okay?" Ji Haoyu changed from the usual dude manner, with a rare serious face, and his eyes looked back and forth over Ji Lao, seeming to be sure that Grandpa is okay. "It's okay, no fuss." Ji Lao waved his hand and said. Jane Ai and Wang Yunmei were shocked when they saw people coming. "Isn't this Master Ji of the Ji family group?" And this old man was called Ji Lao. He was Ji Haoyu's grandfather. Chunlei lost a smile on his face at this time. "Ji Xiao, I didn't entertain Ji Lao. Fortunately, I met this little girl and no accident happened." When Ji Haoyu heard the words and looked up, he saw Jane Ai at a glance, and then at Wang Yunmei. A pair of deep peach blossom eyes flashed in surprise, and then only the corners of his lips were hooked, revealing a smile that seemed like nothing. "It's you." In just a few tens of seconds, the eager man who was worried about his grandfather just disappeared in an instant. At this time, Ji Haoyu in front of a few people turned into the awkward Ji Daxiao, switching freely and stunned. "Haoyu, do you know them?" Ji Lao frowned, with an incredible expression on his face. Ji Haoyu chuckled and nodded. "Grandpa, do you remember what I told you this morning in Yaoqi last night? This one is the new general manager of Yaoqi, called." As he said, Ji Haoyu condensed his eyebrows for a moment and muttered, "What's your name?" "Ji Xiao, my name is Wang Yunmei." Wang Yunmei naturally heard Ji Xiao's words and immediately responded. "Oh, yes, people in Yaoqi call her Sister Mei. She has worked there for more than 10 years. Ji Haoyu said. Old Ji couldn't help but looked at Wang Yunmei with admiration and nodded. "I heard about everything last night. With such a mother, it's no wonder my daughter is so good." "Grandpa Ji, you just said you want to thank me. Then let my mother leave Yaoqi." Jane seemed to have caught the opportunity and said to Ji Lao what she didn't say to Ji Haoyu last night. "I believe it Master Ji last night was just a whim. Maybe it was just a joke." "A joke?" Ji Lao couldn't help laughing when he heard it, and looked at Jane Ai. "Little girl, do you really think my grandson would just let someone be the general manager of Yaoqi just because of a joke? You are too young. Look at my grandson." With that, Mr. Ji stood up and walked over to Jane Ai and said, "Girl, Yaoqi is Ji's property. The position of general manager is the same in Yaoqi, with an annual salary of hundreds of thousands, but it's a fat man. Things happened yesterday. You told me that someone was making trouble in Yaoqi, and only your mother stood up to stop him without fear and was injured. Although my grandson seems a little uncomfortable on the surface, it's because you don't understand him and there are some things he knows better than anyone else." Chapter 51 Manager Wang officially takes office. After saying this, Ji Lao walked up to Wang Yunmei again and said with earnest words, "You have worked in Yaoqi for so many years, and you should know the business model of Yaoqi. Our Ji's consortium has countless nightclubs across the country, although there is a service to accompany the wine, but I never manage those unscrupulous activities. You can only be the general manager of Yaoqi in the future. Our Ji family will not treat you badly." How could Wang Yunmei think that one day she would stand in front of Ji Lao and listen to him say something so earnestly, and she couldn't stop her anxiety right now. But when she was nervous, Wang Yunmei suddenly understood. The general manager of myself was not a temporary appointment by Ji Xiao on a whim, but Ji Xiao took some things in his eyes last night, so the next thing happened. In this way, Wang Yunmei became more open, but fortunately, the origin of this position is somewhat causal, rather than a whim by Ji Xiao. Jian Ai hesitated. After hearing what Ji Lao said, she didn't know whether she should worry about her mother's work again. Lifting his eyes to look at the handsome man sitting on the sofa, and the other person is also looking at him. A three-pointed evil smile hung on a handsome face. His eyes are not reaching the bottom of the eye, as if to say to Jane Ai, "You are too tender." His pupils were too deep. Jane almost fell in, and immediately withdrew his gaze. The trace of panic remained in Ji Haoyu's eyes, causing the smile at the corner of his mouth to expand unconsciously. "Xiao Chen, let's keep the set we discussed just now. Let me keep it for the old man." Ji Lao turned his head and said to Chen Lei, then stretched out and walked out. Ji Haoyu got up to follow, but paused obviously when she passed by Jane Ai. Jane felt Ji Haoyu's gaze coming from the side, but she did not look up. The smell of his body was charming and sweet. Coming out of the sales office, the sky was already dark. Wang Yunmei couldn't help but feel a little excited with the house purchase contract in her hand. The family actually bought a 200-square-meter house in the best real estate in Haicheng District. The most important thing is that the final price of this house was a 50% discount, and it only cost 350,000 yuan. Chun-Lei originally remembered Ji Lao's words and didn't intend to take Wang Yunmei's 350,000 yuan, but Wang Yunmei said that if he didn't take it, he wouldn't buy it. Chun-Lei only accepted it. He just wanted to explain to Ji Lao alone in the future. At night, the new general manager of Yaoqi Club, Wang Yunmei, officially took office. A decent lady's suit was selected at the mall this afternoon. The makeup on her face was not the same as before. She only used light makeup and did not curl her hair. Instead, she had a neat ponytail. The transformation of a new identity starts from the appearance. "Hello, Mr. Wang." "Hello, Mr. Wang." As soon as they entered the Yaoqi Club, the employees all bowed and greeted the newly renewed Wang Yunmei. Even though she was the hostess here yesterday, today she is the new general manager appointed by Ji Xiao himself. Wang Yunmei responded with a smile to everyone, and when she entered the hall, she saw 3 men in suits approaching. 2 men and 1 woman. These people are the assistants of the former manager Xiang Chunlai, and now they have become Wang Yunmei's assistants. The 3 have already been notified that the new manager has no experience and requires the 3 of them to guide and assist from scratch. The elevator door opened, and Wang Yunmei, surrounded by her assistant, entered the elevator and went straight to the general manager's office on the 13th floor. Chapter 52 Monthly Test. On Monday, Jane ushered in her first monthly exam after returning. The second middle school is a key high school in the city. Although it is known as a noble school, it is difficult to enter if the academic performance is too poor. Therefore, the performance competition between students is very fierce, and a slackness may lag behind dozens of students. There are 10 classes in each grade, with more than 500 students, but Jane Ai's previous grades are fairly stable, basically remaining in the top 10 of the grade. Jane Ai. As soon as she entered the school gate, Jane was stopped by Lin Yi from behind. Lin Yi was wearing a school uniform and trotting to Jane Ai with a school bag on one shoulder. A pair of bright eyes looked at Jane Ai and said, "I am waiting for you in the cafeteria on Friday. I didn't see you. I heard someone say that you were in the morning. I haven't been back to the class since I was called away by the teacher. It's okay, right?" Lin Yi's tone was not completely out of the way, implied a 3-point concern, but despite this, Jane's heart did not fluctuate much, but her mouth should say, "It's okay. Solved." Jane Ai's expression is natural, and her state is not unusual. Lin Yi knew that she was not lying, and immediately nodded. "It's okay. I will go back to the class for the monthly exam today. See you in the cafeteria at noon." Jane Ai also nodded, without saying much. It's just that a few short words at the school gate this morning, and in the whole morning, everyone knows about the latest news of the first year of high school. Back to the class, the eyes of the students were still alienated and isolated. No one asked her what happened on Friday. To be precise, no one cared. Li Yunmei did not come to the school to take the exam today because of a strain, but Jane heard some new news in the whispers of her classmates. Classmate A. According to Jane Ai's usual grades, if you perform normally this time, wouldn't you have to get the same class as Lin Yi in the exam? Classmate B. It's really possible. Jane's 2 monthly exams were in the top 10 in grade. Classmate C. Isn't she missing a week of class because she fell into the water the previous week? This time, she must not be as good as her previous grades. Classmate A. That's not necessarily true. Even if your grades decline, you won't slip out of the top 50, right? Classmate B. Who knows? Anyway, I don't have the ability to pass the exam. Classmate C. Why do you want to reclassify? It's been summer vacation for 2 months. Since Jane's absorbing mental methods, her hearing has become particularly sensitive. As long as she wants to listen carefully, she can hear the small sounds around her clearly. At the moment, I understand that the results of this monthly test involve reclassification. If you look at the number of students in a class of 50 to 60, the top 50 in the grade will definitely be placed in the same class. This is a rare occurrence that aroused Jane AI's interest. Now, the attitude of the students around her towards her can basically be described as a transparent person. If there is a chance to change to a new classmate, chances are that you will be able to make 2 friends. The test is still a monthly test, and the test is all the content learned last month. These long familiar knowledge is naturally difficult for Jane. Basically, she finishes the papers quickly, but not forgot to double-check. In the morning, I finished the math, Chinese, foreign language, and physics exams, and in the afternoon, I went to politics, history, geography, biology, and chemistry. At the noon cafeteria, Lin E still pays for lunch. How was your exam? Lin E asked when she looked sideways at Jane AI when she lined up. Jane AI stared at the few braised ribs left in the iron pan in front and said, "Very good." Chapter 53, Always Feel You Changed. Seeing Jane AI's relaxed look, Lin Yi's heart was inexplicably filled with unconscious joy, and the corners of his lips curled up. Maybe we too can still get into the same class. After hearing this, Jane AI retracted his gaze on the ribs to look at Lin Yi, not knowing what kind of expression he should respond. You smile at me like this, but it will cause me trouble. Jane AI was joking, but Lin Yi straightened his face seriously and said in a low voice, "I'm sorry." Jane AI couldn't help but chuckle when she saw this. Looking at Lin Yi's innocent and energetic face, Jane suddenly felt that her secret love in her last life was not blind. He was indeed a beautiful person. "I was joking," Jane said with a smile. But the more Jane AI was like this, the more guilt felt in Lin Yi's heart. At that time, he rejected her with a love letter, and she still remembered the back of her escape in tears. Lin Yi opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but saw Jane squeeze his arm forward. "It's here for us. I want that braised pork ribs." After buying the meal, Jane still took the dinner plate and found a place by the window by herself, and soon Guantao also came. "Don't you say you want to eat ribs? I'm not here on Friday. I'll make up for you today," Jane said as she clamped the ribs on the plate to Guantao. Enough is enough. Seeing that the ribs were all clipped to herself, Guantao quickly reached out to stop it, and then looked at Jane AI and asked in a low voice, "Is it Lenny bought it?" Jane AI ate a garlic sprout and nodded when she heard the words. "It's a month. This is only the second meal." Guantao ate a piece of ribs and then said again after swallowing, "You know about the sorting, right?" Jane AI nodded. "Don't drop the chain for me. You have always been in the top 10 of your grade before. I will give you this as it is, but you have missed a week of class," Guantao said with some worry. Jane AI was relieved to see Guantao so confident, and said, "As long as you can perform normally, don't worry about me." Both of them were obviously confident about entering the first class, and Guantao cared about the same as other students. She looked at Jane AI and said, "If you look at your past results, you will basically be in with Lin E. One class." Jane AI nodded noncommittal. Lin E was originally a top student in the first class, and he was the first in grade in the first or 2 monthly exams for senior high school. It's just that Jane is no longer the simple 14-year-old girl in her heart. Although Lin E was her first love in her previous life, her soul is no longer 14 years old now. Not only Lin E, but also Yin Tian, Xia Qinghuan, Gao Yang. These high-grade first-year figures are basically in the same class. Jane AI's tone was casual, and at this moment, in her heart, Lin E was no different from the names of these people just said from her mouth. Guantao was originally worried that Jane would be uncomfortable because of Lin E, but now seeing the relationship between the two men eased, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Xiao AI, I always feel that you have changed a little," Guantao said suddenly. Jane AI had a meal and then smiled slightly. "People have to learn to change, otherwise it would be too boring." Guantao nodded her head without comprehension when she heard the words. "Anyway, I think you have become more cheerful when you come back from an illness, and the breath of your whole person is different from before." Jane AI took the initiative to skip this topic and watch Guantao's conversation change. "Nanqing district will be demolished in a short time. Do you know?" "Demolition?" Guantao was surprised when she heard the words, bit her chopsticks and shook her head. "I don't know. I haven't heard of it." Chapter 54 Come with you too. There are so many people. Jane AI told Guantao what Uncle Wu had said on the weekend, and finally added, "Anyway, my family bought a new house. Otherwise, when the demolition is done, the price will definitely increase and there may not be a good housing." I told Guantao because the relationship between the two families is good. But Jane's only ended. As long as Guantao conveyed what she said to her parents, she had no right to interfere with her uncle and aunt. After all, she can't force others to buy a house with her own. Your family bought a house? Guantao was obviously taken aback. Although Aunt May has 2 jobs, according to the house price in Bayan City, it is not something ordinary people like them can afford. But Guantao didn't worry too much about Jane's buying a house. Instead, she thought about the demolition and relocation that Jane said just now. After a while, she nodded quietly. I think you're right, if it's true. If you want to demolish in the future, it must be the sooner you buy a house, the better. Guantao is very smart, and she immediately saw the pros and cons behind this incident. I will tell my dad when I get home, but I don't know if there is so much money in my family. The two were saying this when Lin Yi's voice suddenly came from behind. Jane AI, after the exam in the afternoon, we are going to play games and relax. Do you want to be together? Jin AI and Guantao looked up at the same time and saw that not only Lin Yi, but Yin Tian, Xia Qinghuan, and Gao Yang were all there. Gao Yang had no expression on his face, and he showed a little indifference. Yin Tian was obviously a little impatient. Obviously because Jane had some prejudice against Jane that Lin Yi invited Lin Yi to lunch for a month. It was Xia Qinghuan's unexpected enthusiasm, watching Jane AI's warm greeting. Let's go together? It's fun. Jane AI originally wanted to find an excuse to shirk her, but she did not expect that among the few people besides Lin Yi, someone would invite her. His eyes fell on Xia Qinghuan. She knew that this girl, the daughter of the Xia family, was a veritable rich lady who was in the 2nd middle school, also very famous. Xia Qinghuan's attitude was sincere, obviously out of a sincere invitation. Thinking that this placement test is likely to be in the same class with a few people, she also wanted to make more friends, so she nodded gently. Okay. Then see you at the school gate after school. Xia Qinghuan smiled brightly, revealing a shallow pear vortex, and did not forget to look at Guantao, and said, You too. So crowded. These people are influential figures in the 1st year of high school. Guantao did not expect that she was invited, and she was a little excited at the moment. After all of them had left, she reacted and looked at Jane AI, and said, Xiao AI, can I go too? Seeing Guantao's stupid appearance, Jane smiled and said, Why are you so excited? Xia Qinghuan invites me. Guantao stared wide-eyed and exclaimed. Jane AI shook her head and laughed. But she could understand Guantao's feelings. If she changed to her previous life, she would scream excitedly. Lin Yi, Xia Qinghuan, Yin Tian, and Gao Yang are the 4 most famous people in the 2nd high school. The 2nd high school is a noble school, but the family backgrounds of several people are all nobles among the nobles. Not only that, but the appearances of several people are also the best. Xia Qinghuan is the only girl among the 4. She looks beautiful and sweet. Although everyone knows that she is Yin Tian's girlfriend, she still often receives anonymous love letters. This is especially true for the other 3 boys. Girls in high school are often crazier than boys, so a few people received only a lot more love letters. Chapter 55, Don't Go Too Far. Because there are so many subjects tested in the afternoon, the day goes dark after the students finish the exam. Many people are as exhausted as a frosted eggplant after the exam. Oh my God! Chemistry is too difficult. I may have to pass the next 5 classes this time. Previously, the monthly exam was divided into 2 days, but this time it was all packed in one day, and my head would blow up. That's right. I was in good condition in the morning, and my head was a mess in the afternoon. I have forgotten the rule of Xinguan. Everyone complained. Apparently a large number of people did not perform well. At the school gate, GNAI saw Lin Yi and several people as soon as she came out, and Guantao had also come out early. Xiao AI. Guantao waved at her with a look of excitement. Jane AI looked up and saw a black extended Lincoln behind several people, and the driver in a black suit stood blankly at the door of the car. The people are all here. Yin Tian glanced at Jin AI, curled his lips, and said, Everyone is here, get in the car. It will be dark for a while. Jane AI is not stupid. It is obvious that Yin Tian's rejection of herself can't help but be a little inexplicable. Although I came out the slowest, but the exam just ended just a few minutes ago. Looking at Yin Tian's expression, it seemed that he was waiting for it to get dark. Moreover, he was involved in the love letter matters before. The victim himself hasn't settled with him yet, whom he is dragging like 2 to 80,000 to show to. She rolled her eyes wildly in her heart, but Jane's face remained silent, complaining, and she would never quarrel with him in the street because of this kind of thing. However, Xia Qinghuan gave Yin Tian an angry look, and then took the initiative to greet Jane AI. Get in the car, Jane AI. As soon as the car door opened, a good smell of fruit and would rush towards you. The interior decoration of the car was very luxurious, with fruits and drinks, not to mention crown peaches. Even Jane had never sat in an extended Lincoln in her previous life. Wow, Guantao couldn't help exclaiming, looking back and forth in a novel look. As the seat was very soft, Guantao fell into it unexpectedly and hurriedly held the handle to straighten her body. This car is really big. I saw it in the movie. Guantao sighed, unable to suppress the surprise in her heart. This is... Yin Tian just wanted to show off his car, but didn't want Jane AI's soft voice to ring out. This is an extended Lincoln, produced in the United States. Currently, China has no dealers. Although it is a luxury model, the current market value is less than 100%, 10,000 or so. Yin Tian's words got stuck in his throat, and he couldn't help but blinked half-opened his mouth when he heard Jane's words. Everyone else was surprised. It seemed that Jane's girl would know this at all. And if they remember correctly, didn't Jane get into the second high school by grades? I heard that my family lives in Nanjing district and is very poor. Actually know the extension of Lincoln. So you still know this. Lin Yi sat opposite Jane AI, leaning forward slightly, looking at Jane AI with interest. Jane AI just smiled and said casually, I usually like to read magazines, so I have a little understanding. Hey. Yin Tian crooked his disdainful mouth, and his body was embedded in the seat as if he had no bones. He squinted at Jane and said, I can only look at it. I'm afraid I won't be able to afford it for a lifetime. Yin Tian. Xia Qinghuan gave him a displeased look. You are almost done. Don't go too far. Chapter 56 I can't afford it. I can't afford it. Yin Tian is a personality who is not afraid of everything. Whether at school or at home, he is a bully, but the only thing he is afraid of is his girlfriend Xia Qinghuan. Although the woman who was upset at her own heart, why didn't she keep her heart with herself, knowing that she didn't like Jane, but she still showed a very friendly attitude towards her. But these are what he is muttering in his heart. Where can he really say it? At the moment, Yin Tiantu looked out of the car window slantingly, looking indifferent, but he really didn't dare to say anything. Don't pay attention to him. I haven't taken care of him these days. I think it's a little itchy. As if afraid of Jane AI's embarrassment, Xia Qinghuan changed the subject directly and looked at Guantao and asked, What is your name? I see you often with Jane on weekdays. Guantao just took a sip of the drink. It is estimated that Xia Qinghuan would take the initiative to speak to herself. The excitement at the moment was that she was choked by the drink. Cough, 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 cough. A violent cough made Guantao's face flushed, and Gao Yang, who was sitting opposite her, frowned slightly, raised his hand and gently supported the glasses on the bridge of her nose, while Guantao looked around as if looking for something. Gao Yang, upon seeing this, I sighed deeply and actually took out a silk scarf from my jacket pocket. Audience friends, you are not mistaken. Young Master Gao took out a white silk paw. The slender fingers gently grasped the corner of Sipa and handed them to Guantao. Guantao, who was in a hurry, didn't take a closer look. He thought it was a napkin, and he wiped his mouth directly until he felt the soft and delicate texture. Looking up, the corner of Sipa is a small logo, LV. Damn, the donkey brand handkerchief. Guantao sat up upright and quickly put the handkerchief on the table in front of him. Yes? I'm sorry, you got your handkerchief dirty. Guantao's face was messy in the wind. LV's handkerchief, ranging from a few thousand to tens of thousands of moves. She couldn't afford it, let alone compensate. Gao Yang sat with no expression from beginning to end, but at a young age, he had a sense of elegance. The eyes behind the golden silk frame concealed calm and wise eyes. Compared with Yin Tian, They are completely two extreme temperaments. Facing Guantao's bewilderment, Gao Yang didn't say a word from beginning to end, so Guantao became even more flustered. After thinking about it, she said, "That, I will return it to you after I wash it." No matter what Gao Yang's reaction said, he grabbed Sipa and stuffed it into his school uniform pocket. Jane Ai sat around and looked at a few people, feeling the subtle atmosphere of people from different worlds squeezed into one space, and didn't know what to say for a while. Guantao from her previous life was later married to a wealthy family, and it was the man's persevering pursuit that made her nod. After getting married, her husband's family didn't like her at first, and it wasn't until she gave birth to 2 sons that the days became more comfortable. But now Guantao, after facing the rich children and wealthy family in front of him, instinctive inferiority breeds in his heart. Even Xia Qinghuan's invitation and initiative can make Guantao as excited as the emperor's favor. Just like myself in the previous life, in those years when I secretly loved Lin Yi, I also felt inferior to the dust. My name is Guantao, and I belong to class 4. Guantao didn't forget Xia Qinghuan's words. "You are Guantao. I have the impression." Xia Qinghuan's eyes lit up. "I was 5th in grade last month. I know you." Chapter 57. The Big Devil is Coming. "You know me?" Guantao looked surprised, or rather flattered. Noble school like number 2 middle school, who would remember her? "Yes, I remember all the names of the top 10 in the grade, but some people have never seen them, so they are not good to them," Xia Qing said with a smile. "And your name is so distinctive, I will remember it right away." "That's it, huh?" Guantao smirked, but she couldn't be happy in her heart. Lin Yi said lightly at this time. Jane Ai and Guantao were admitted into the 2nd high school based on their grades. I heard that they were both full scholarships. Xia Qinghuan's eyes lit up when she heard this. As if suddenly thinking about it, she looked at the two with joy and said, "So, after the monthly exam is reclassified, we may all be in the same class." In fact, Lin Yi's small group only has her as a girl. Although several people are very close, Xia Qinghuan has long hoped to have a friend who can talk about everything like a girlfriend. But the girls in the 2nd middle school are either rich or expensive. Most of these people have the lingering, arrogant nature of wealthy daughters. They are arrogant and expensive and like to compare. They actually do boring things. Xia Qinghuan doesn't want to be friends with them. Although Xia Qinghuan was the daughter of the Xia family, she also had a pure and beautiful face, but that was not the case in her bones. Although it is not enough to say that there is a man living in the body, many things are not trivial. This is also the reason why she can play with Lin Yi and the others. Who wants to talk to them? Yin Tian didn't hold back and murmured again, but Xia Qinghuan's eyes glared at him, and the second half was swallowed raw. The driver sent a few people to the vicinity of Baiyun Square and drove away. The 3 boys walked ahead, followed by Jane Ai, Xia Qinghuan, and Guantao. "Have you been to Game City before?" Xia Qinghuan asked. Guantao shook her head. Jane said, "My brother took me to that kind of small game hall. This is the first time here." In the Nanxing district and Bell Tower district, there are so many large and small game halls and billiards halls. Jane has been there several times, but Jian Yu secretly took her to play. This big player Game City is the largest in Baiyun City. There are all kinds of games in it, such as dancing machines, big lotto, racing cars, etc. I guarantee that you like them," Xia Qinghuan said, the more excited he became. But this kind of place is obviously male. Children prefer to come. When they arrived in the Game City, both Jane Ai and Guantao looked curiously around, surrounded by various unnamed game consoles. Today's era is not the era of network information, and the Game City is one of the most popular entertainment venues for young people. The Game City is crowded with people, and there are people waiting in line for popular games like dancing machines. The noise are very contagious. Even Jane feels in a daze that everything has not changed, and she is still a child. Lin Yi went to buy game coins to distribute to everyone. Xia Qinghuan shouted a few boys to play. She took Jane Ai and Guantao to play. After all, boys like to play racing, gunfights, and fighting, and their girls are obviously not interested. Several people came to the dancing machine. The machine in front was playing a Korean song. 2 players, one from the left and the other, were dancing according to the instructions on the screen. This is one of the most popular items in the Game City, except there were also a group of onlookers in the line behind. The great demon king is here. Chapter 58. I'm bragging. At this time, I don't know who saw Xia Qinghuan in the crowd and recognized her at a glance. I'm going. It's a crazy rabbit. Finally let me squat down to her. Which one? Which one is the crazy rabbit? It's the tallest of the three girls over there. She's the crazy rabbit of the big devil? So small. Yeah, it looks like a high school student. It turns out that this dancing machine has a ranking, and every song will have a highest record, and Xia Qinghuan, who is called the Big Devil by everyone, is the holder of the first place in all the songs of this dancing machine. No one can break it so far. Even one song. Xia Qinghuan gave herself an ID called Crazy Rabbit, so every time someone finishes a song, the score chart of this song will pop up on the screen of the dance machine. No matter which song it is, the record of the highest score will always be It's a Crazy Rabbit. Everyone was restless, and all their eyes fell on Xia Qinghuan. Xia Qinghuan, they seem to be talking about you. Guan Tao was a little dazed and followed everyone's gaze to Xia Qinghuan. Xia Qinghuan smiled upon hearing this and said in a casual tone, I used to like to play the dance machine, but after clearing the customs, I found it boring. I haven't played for a long time. The big devil jumps one. Suddenly someone yelled. I'm afraid that someone will take the lead in everything. As soon as there is a voice, someone hurriedly followed. Yes, let's jump one. It's been a long time since I saw anyone jump full marks. I've been here so many times. It's the first time I have met the big devil. Let's jump one. Everyone, you say and I say, are obviously crazy fans of dancing machines, and they are also very popular with the great demon king Xia Qinghuan, and they have asked her to dance a song. Xia Qinghuan is not the kind of twitching person, not to mention the hospitality, especially when someone came here to squat her, just to see her jump once on the spot. She immediately said to Jane Ai and Guan Tao, Then you two watching here, I'll show you both. When the words fell, Xia Qinghuan took off his coat and gave it to Jane Ai, and got on the dancing machine amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd. The warm atmosphere here immediately attracted a group of people to watch. Lin Yi and the others were playing racing cars not far away. Seeing the commotion on the dancing machine, Yin Tian and Yu Rongyan's lips curled in triumph. It must be my wife. I've seen it before. Lin Yi shook his head and laughed. I don't know who was so fascinated by Qinghuan on the dancing machine. After reading it, my eyes grew on the person's body. I chased them for more than half a year. It turns out that Yin Tian was fascinated by Xia Qinghuan because he was attracted by the smart and confident the dancing machine. Later, after struggling for more than half a year, he finally embraced the beauty. But right now, Yin Tian insisted. Hey, I see her heartless day by day, and no one wants to pity her stupidly, so I can barely chase after her. Gao Yang changed a gear blankly and said quietly, If you dare to repeat what you just said before Qinghuan, I will respect you as a man. Don't, I'm bragging. Yin Tian persuaded after hearing this. Lin Yi smiled helplessly when he heard this. Fortunately, Yin Tian, the little overlord, met Qinghuan, otherwise no one could stop him. I just can't figure it out. You said how Qinghuan can still play with Jane Ai. Yin Tian couldn't get past this hurdle, and his expression was unhappy. Chapter 59. You won't be really tempted by her, will you? In fact, Yin Tian had no prejudice against Jane Ai. After all, he was not a person of the same world. Before the love letter incident, the intersection between the two was almost zero. Occasionally, I heard some gossips about Jane Ai, but other people's ridicule about her family background. Yin Tian was not interested. It wasn't until Jane asked Lin Yi to invite her to lunch for a month, and Yin Tian became wary of this harmless girl in his heart. After all, Lin Yi, as a high school freshman, is handsome and rich, and Jane Ai likes Lin Yi's things because everyone knows about the love letter before. Yin Tian will naturally feel that her purpose for Lin Yi is not pure. Mingli was accepting Lin Yi's apology. Secretly, he must have wanted to take this opportunity to get close to Lin Yi. In particular, Lin Yi's attitude towards Jane Ai is also changing now, and Yin Tian feels that Jane Ai's methods are so good that she can do this in just a few days. Qinghuan has always had its own standards for making friends. You know how difficult it is to be friends with her. Since she is willing to contact Jane Ai, it means that Jane has something Qinghuan likes. Lin Yi is right. Her attitude has changed, which is enough to explain the problem, Gao Yang said lightly while driving the car. Gao Yang didn't say it, but Yin Tian felt that the two coincided with each other. Yin Tian looked at Gao Yang with a compatriot's expression on his face and said, "You also feel that Lin Yi has changed Jane AI, right?" I said that it's definitely not the only one who thinks that way. Hey, just talk about Qinghuan when you two say Qinghuan. Don't pull on me. Although Lin Yi's mouth was anxious to defend, he seemed to skip a beat in his heart. He didn't know whether his feelings about Jane had changed. He actually couldn't tell. The concern he cared about Jane in recent days, he had always regarded it as his own guilt for her. Don't deny it. If you tell the truth, you won't really be tempted by her, are you? Yin Tian's face was straight and serious. I want to say that Jane AI is really beautiful. If you are tempted, I really don't doubt it at all. Go, nothing. Lin Yi's tone was impatient, but his face flushed unknowingly. Yin Tian looked at Lin Yi inquisitively. Really? Lin Yi, really not. Seeing Lin Yi's denial at all, Yin Tian didn't think much about it. Then he said, "That's fine. You can let her play with us. I have nothing to say. After all, Qinghuan also likes her, but if she tries to plot against you, otherwise, as far as the purpose is concerned, I will definitely not give her face." While talking here, there was a burst of cheers from the dancing machine. Xia Qinghuan finished a song and got a perfect score, but the previous record was also the perfect score she created, so it didn't break the record. After a song, Xia Qinghuan's smooth forehead oozes thin sweat. Guantao greets her with a look of admiration and stares at her and said, "Xia Qinghuan, you are really amazing. I just looked stupid." Jane AI handed her the clothes with a slightly surprised tone. "I didn't expect you to still play with these." Xia Qinghuan was getting dressed, and she looked at Jane AI's lips and smiled, jokingly. "What? Do you think I, like those big ladies, only play with Barbie dolls every day?" Jane AI and Guantao looked at each other with non-committal expressions. Obviously, they were thinking this in their hearts. "There are so many things you don't know," Xia Qinghuan said, holding the arms of the two of them, and said with a smile, "Go. I will take you to play other things. There is so much fun in it." Chapter 60. There is no such bullying. Jane AI has always had no talent for playing games, and it's just an entertainment project, and it won't let her use her own mind. Even so, Jane is still very happy, the kind of pure happiness, carefree, without any burden. At this time, the three girls were each playing gophers with a plastic hammer. In the distance, Lin Yi's eyes fell on Jane's side face, and the lights of the game's city hit her snow-like side face. Her whole person is shining, and there seems to be a little light in the flowing star eyes, and her smile is like a flower, blooming magnificently without knowing it. It was almost 8 o'clock in the evening when she got home. Jane opened the door and was taken aback when she saw Wang Yunmei sitting on the sofa, but before she had time to speak, Jane saw the two people sitting on the other end of the sofa. The man looks in his early 30s. He is long, short, and thin. His half-length hair is somewhat curled. With that sallow complexion, he feels a little sick. Sitting next to the man was an old lady who was over 100 years old. Although there were not many wrinkles on her face, the white hair spreading from the roots made people know that she was not young. Her savvy eyes were exceptionally bright. It's not like the turbidity of the average old man. In my memory, these two faces had long been blurred, and even when the mother passed away, at the extremely simple funeral, no other relatives were present except the aunt and the uncle. So that now suddenly seeing her brother-in-law and grandma appear in front of her, Jane stood there for a while, forgetting to react. Xiao AI is back. It was Wang Yunmei who called her daughter back when she saw her daughter back, and then pulled back Jane's thoughts. After regaining his senses, Jane first responded to her mother, and then faintly yelled to the two of them, "Grandma, uncle." Kai Chunhua glanced at Jian AI with a faint expression and hummed softly, "I'm back." The tone is indifferent and alienated, unable to hear the warmth of family affection. Wang Yunfa didn't even lift his eyelids, lying in the corner of the sofa with Erlang's legs tilted, as if he didn't know Jane AI. Wang Yunmei knew that because of her relationship, the two children were not seen by others, and she was afraid that Jane would be uncomfortable, so she hurriedly greeted, "Xiao AI, the kitchen mom left food for you. You should eat first. I have something with your grandma, and uncle talked to me. Jane AI nodded without saying anything else, dropped her school bag, and went into the kitchen, not forgetting to close the kitchen door. Wang Yunmei sighed when she saw the situation and watched the old lady and younger brother say, "Mom, I have said everything I should say. I have to go to work now, so you should go back first." "Go back? Where are you going back?" Kai Chunhua raised her voice and looked at her daughter. "Your brother is in his 30s. It's hard to get married, so you have the heart to confuse it? Sister, you deliberately made me bachelor." Wang Yunfa also looked upset, yelling with staring eyes. Wang Yunmei was not a man of arrogance. Let alone, what does this matter have to do with her? The younger brother wants to get married and the wife wants a new building. He can't afford it, so he asks himself for money. If you don't give it right now, you just want to disturb? Mom, can you be reasonable? I took Jianyu and Jianai alone, so it was easy for me to earn some money after so many years of hard work. You don't need to help, and now you have to ask me for money to buy a house for my brother. Getting married. How can the world bully people like this? Chapter 61 also? What is it for? Sister, what you said is serious, right? Borrowing some money from you is bullying you? I didn't tell you not to pay it back. Wang Yun snorted coldly, curled his lips, and said, I am your brother. Kai Chunhua also had a cold face, seeming to be dissatisfied with what Wang Yunmei said just now, and immediately answered, It is said that blood is thicker than water. Is your heart made of stone? Your brother is not young anymore, and now you can finally get married. You can lend it to him first, and then return it to you when he has the money. That's, Wang Yun murmured. Also, Wang Yun may seem to have heard something funny. She glanced at Wang Yunfa, who was like a hanger, and said to Kai Chunhua, Mom, you will cost 100,000 to open your mouth. You knowing that 100,000 yuan. I got up early and greedy for a few years to earn money? Okay, just like you and Yunfa said. It will be returned to me in the future. What will he pay for it? Wang Yunmei raised her finger to Wang Yunfa. Don't you understand your own son? Since I was young, I've been gambling and fighting prostitution, so what has left him? How much mess I have cleaned up behind my sister. And how much money did you two old people lose to him? Didn't you count it? Why can't he find a partner for so many years? When people hear that the youngest sons of the old Wang family are walking around, and the matchmaker does not make his money, I can still rely on my sister to be the head of my sister if I can't get married in my 30s. On. When Wang Yunmei turned over her old things, Wang Yunfa suddenly became unhappy. The body that had been slumped on the sofa stood up and shouted at Wang Yunmei, Sister, if you don't borrow, don't borrow. Is it interesting to say this? You are not at the club yourself. We are half a cat. Don't look down on anyone. Pop. As soon as Wang Yun dropped his words, he slapped a firm face on his face. You bastard. Wang Yunmei trembled slightly, her eyes holding back tears. She knows that the work of a company wine is not a serious job in the eyes of others, and she also knows that people around her often point and talk about herself behind her back. But when the words came out of her brother's mouth, she still spoke directly to her face. Wang Yunmei only felt discouraged. Even though the relationship between himself and his brother is as pale as white water, but they are the only relatives in this world. Don't you say it is chilling? How could it not be chilling? Wang Yunfa's face was hot and painful, and he didn't react for a long time. He knew that his sister was strong-tempered, but he never thought that she would do it. For a while, he actually forgot to react on the spot. Kai Chunhua was also taken aback. He didn't expect that Wang Yunmei's reaction would be so excited. With a change of heart, she couldn't help but quickly let go of her tone. Yunmei, your brother is also in a hurry. You can't stop talking, don't take it to your heart. Just a short sentence of comfort, the old lady pulled the topic back again. But you also know that if your brother can't make this target, he will really not find a wife in the future. Do you really bear the heart of being a sister? As he said, the old lady actually shed tears. Mom gave birth to 4 of you. Your eldest brother is a loyal person. Although you have experienced a lot of hardship, you still have both sons and daughters. Although Yunji's life is tight, it is good or bad. Your brother-in-law is a painful person. Yunfa is the only one left. If you say that one day if your father and I are gone, he will be alone, so what should I do? Chapter 62. I have money, but I don't borrow it. The old lady can be said to be both soft and hard. Seeing that the hard doesn't work, she can't help but start to shed tears. It's just that Wang Yunmei has long been used to this trick. She used to feel soft because of her own kinship, but her experience over the years has long made her understand that in the minds of her parents, she is a little bit heavy. Mom, why don't you go to my eldest brother? He has made so much money from doing business in the past few years. Although 100,000 yuan is not a small amount, it is not too small to get it out, right? Wang Yunmei ignored the tears of the old lady, asked in a cold voice. Hearing her daughter's tone, Kai Chunhua knew that her tears were streaming, and it stopped instantly, as if the faucet was closed. This matter naturally has to go to your elder brother first, but your elder brother has just invested in a new project recently, and there is very little money that can flow. If you take it out for your brother to get married, his company's capital chain will be broken. When Wang Yunmei heard this, she sneered in her heart right now. On the weekend, she saw her elder brother taking his lover around the house at the sales office, but now she made up such a lie, and only the old lady would believe it. At the beginning of the 4 children in the family, the eldest brother was the most loved by his parents, and he was given the only chance to go to school. Now he has money for success and fame, but he is not grateful at all. The monthly alimony for the elderly is always the same as that of others, and he never gives more 1 cent. But despite this, the parents still obeyed the eldest brother's words, put him first in everything, and never embarrassed him. What about Yunfa's house? Wang Yunmei knew that she would not touch her mother when she said anything to her eldest brother, so she thought that her younger brother still had a house in Nanjing. My parents worked hard to save 2 houses, one for the elder brother and the other for the younger brother. Although they are all bungalows in Nanjing, they can be worth tens of thousands of dollars. Moreover, the Nanjing district is going to be demolished. If it can wait until the demolition money alone will be enough to buy a new building. But obviously his mother and younger brother didn't know about the demolition. Wang Yunfa eased his pains and rubbed his aching cheeks, then sat back on the sofa. Can that ruined house be used for marriage? Even if it's sold, it's not enough to buy. The floor. Yeah. Kai Chunhua continued. The lady said that she wants a building. This has to be a gift, and other miscellaneous things will have to ask for money. Nanjing will be demolished soon. Mom. Just halfway through Wang Yunmei's words, she was interrupted by Jane Ai, who came out of the kitchen. She seemed to be afraid that Jane would know these bad things at home. Wang Yunmei instantly closed her voice. Xiao Ai, are you full? Looking at her mother's red eyes, Jane's eyes darkened slightly. Just now Jane's conversation was heard clearly in the kitchen. She nodded slightly at the moment. Without waiting for Wang Yunmei to speak, she walked up to a few people and looked at Kai Chunhua and Wang Yunfa with a cold expression. Grandma and uncle came to borrow money? Xiao Ai, it's all adults' business. You go in the house and study, don't worry. Wang Yunmei felt the change in Jane's aura and instantly reminded her of the situation when she was in the Public Security Bureau a few days ago. Kai Chunhua and Wang Yunfa also frowned unhappy. Although they were their granddaughter, Jane Ai had always been a soft and silent character, so they never liked them. Seeing that they were silent, Jane did not respond to Wang Yunmei. Instead, she sat down on the sofa and raised her head and said, I have money in my house, but I don't want to borrow it. Chapter 63. What are you? What is my face? Jane Ai's tone at this time was even weaker than that of her grandma's attitude towards her, as if she was communicating with an unrelated person. Where did Kai Chunhua have seen such a sharp side of her granddaughter? She was a little surprised at the moment, but the words were particularly harsh in her ears. A touch of discomfort spread over her face, and she said in a deep voice, The adults speak, and the children don't interrupt. Wang Yunfa couldn't hold her face even more. She looked at Jane Ai sneered at the moment. My niece has not been seen for a few months, but her personality has changed a lot, and her temper has changed a lot. Before talking about mosquitoes, it's so good now, I dare to do so. Talk to the elders. Wang Yunmei was also anxious at the moment. Even though the old lady and younger brother came to make things difficult, they were Jian Ai's grandmother and uncle in the end. Before she could say her words of relaxation, her hand was held by her daughter, and her words got stuck in her throat. Wang Yunmei raised her head to look at Jane Ai. Only to see Jane Ai's expression faint, she said, What kind of stuff the other person is? I am the face. As soon as these words came out, the faces of Kai Chunhua and Wang Yunfa turned green for an instant. Kai Chunhua's mouth was half open, not only shocked or angry, but for a while, he couldn't find the right words to reprimand Jane Ai. When Wang Yunfa had a thick neck, he actually raised his hand and started to move it. But when he raised his hand halfway, he pressed it back, cursing in a low voice. "Little bastard, how do you talk?" Xiao Ai. Wang Yunmei didn't expect her daughter to say such heavy words at all, and she felt a little at a loss. Although the relationship between their relatives is not deep, as a mother, Wang Yunmei is still looking for opportunities to allow her children to move with her family more, hoping that one day the relationship between everyone can be improved. But at the moment, the daughter's faint words made the affection that had been walking on thin ice, instantly reaching the freezing point. "Mom, what did you get for your tolerance and accommodation all these years?" Jane looked at Wang Yunmei and said faintly, "When I was 1 year old, our family of 3 nestled in this house. It was more than 20 degrees below zero in winter. I can't even use charcoal fires for heating. Grandma's house is 500 meters away. Has any one of them cared for us? When my elder brother was 6 years old, he had a high fever at night and caught up with the heavy rain outside. The roads in Nanchung were muddy and difficult to walk. You can ask your uncle to help him take your brother to the hospital by e-donkey, but what about him? Just playing mahjong and refused to go? You, a man holding an umbrella with his brother on his back, step by step in a muddy pit, did not reach the intersection for half an hour. If it weren't for luck to run into Uncle Wu, have you ever thought about what would happen that night? My uncle lost the money in a gambling outside, so I didn't dare to tell others. He actually left the address of our breakfast shop to others. A dozen big guys came to the house and smashed the shop. In the end, you took out 10,000 yuan to help him clear in case of debt. Did he say thank you to you?" At the age of 12. Listening to Xiao Ai telling the old things one by one, Wang Yunmei lowered her head in silence. She had forgotten many things because it was so long in the past, but she didn't expect her daughter to remember them so clearly. At this time, the old thing was brought up again, and Wang Yunmei's heart was still severely hit. It is said that the past is unbearable to look back. These things are undoubtedly unforgettable scars for Wang Yunmei, which will not be removed for a lifetime. Wang Yun didn't say anything anymore. Among these old things, he was the only one who had the most bad things. The old lady has a bright mirror in her heart, but she is now pierced in person. No matter how thick her skin is, she feels ashamed at this moment. Chapter 64. Exchange the deed. Many things actually happened when Jane Ai was very young, and Jane shouldn't have an impression. However, after being reborn, Jane clearly remembers everything after birth. At the moment, everyone fell silent, because these things Jane Ai said were facts, and no one could deny it. The sacrifices and concessions that Wang Yunmei has made in order to maintain the pitiful family relationship over the years are nothing more than self-satisfaction. Each of these so-called relatives are like vampires and can't wait to bite her bones. Jane Ai glanced at the old lady and Wang Yunfa faintly. Seeing that they didn't say a word, she said quietly, "Grandma's uncle, my mother has done a lot for you all these years. I don't ask you to return, but I know it's enough. Everyone compares their hearts to their hearts. After all, the same blood bleeds through them. Even if the feelings are weak, but somehow they break the bones and the tendons, I have to call you grandma and uncle, right?" After the words, Jane Ai straightened up slightly, took a sip of the cold tea on the table, and then continued, "My uncle is grandma's son, and grandma feels sorry for him, fearing that he can't find a daughter-in-law and won't get married. We all understand this. After all, he is also my mother's younger brother, and my mother is also anxious for him. But you can't just ask her for money just because my mother is so good. Didn't we have no choice but to?" The old lady sighed quietly, seemingly because of Jane's words. Her tone was softened by 3 points. Seeing that her mother's attitude seemed to have changed, Wang Yunmei's heart softened again. She was about to speak, but she felt her daughter hold her hand and exerted a little force. Without waiting for her to think, Jane said directly, "I just said that my family does have money, but I don't borrow it. Don't think my granddaughter is hard-hearted, because I really believe that my brother-in-law can return the money to my family. After all, this money is my mother's hard work. You don't feel sorry for her. I still feel sorry for her." When Wang Yunfa heard this, he was unhappy, but before he became angry, Jane said again. But you can change things. Change. Wang Yun frowned, seeming to wonder what Jane said. What to change? The old lady also mumbled, and Wang Yunmei didn't know what her daughter was doing. Jane Ai was indifferent from beginning to end. From the moment she sat on the sofa, she invisibly grasped the rhythm and initiative of this conversation. I saw the corner of her lips twitched and looked at Wang Yunfa and said, "Isn't there a house in Nanxing that my grandma left for you? You can change the deed of that house." Wang Yunfa was still confused, but when he heard Jane Ai's words, he coldly snorted. How much money can the broken house be exchanged? Nanxing was originally the poorest district in Baiyun City. The house price was already very low. The old lady left the big house to the eldest son. The yard that Wang Yunfa got was very small, and it was worth 30,000 or 40,000. And what he needs to get married is a building. Even if he buys it in the bell tower area, a 60 square meter ordinary building will cost 100,000 yuan. So when Jane asked him to exchange the deed of the broken house, he reacted like this. Because the actual value of the house is not up to his current needs. My uncle's house alone is definitely not worth much, but doesn't my uncle still have another one? Jane said with her arms around her chest, leaning against the corner of the sofa, and said quietly, Chapter 65, 200,000. If you say it, you will do it. Huh. When the old lady heard that the interests of her eldest son were involved, she was unhappy at the moment. How can that work? That is your elder uncle's house. Jane had long known that the old lady would react like this. From childhood to adulthood, as long as the eldest son had something to do with it, the eldest son had to take advantage of it, and others would not want to get a little advantage from him. Jane Ai looked at the old lady and said, Grandma, if I remember correctly, the house you and Grandpa gave to the uncle has long been vacant, and the grass in the yard is half a meter tall. My uncle is now successful in business. There are at least 2 buildings in the city. Do you think he will return to Nanxing? I have forgotten that I have such a yard. Right now, my uncle needs money to get married. He said that his company's capital chain is in short supply and he cannot spare any spare money. We will not mention this for the time being. But the house is empty, so I can exchange some money for my uncle's emergency head office. Right? Or is it that you are reluctant to bear the house of your elder son and would rather my brother-in-law blow up the marriage? Jane Ai has a light tone, but she speaks like needles. The old lady was anxious and stared. You girl is pure nonsense. Of course, your brother-in-law's marriage matters. Jane raised her eyebrows when she heard the words and said, Since my grandma said so, I will make it clear. I don't borrow money from my house, but you can trade the 2 houses of the uncle and the uncle. We are not at risk. People, the current price of these 2 houses together is only 120,000 yuan. My family takes 200,000 yuan to marry his brother-in-law, which can be regarded as a little bit of my mother's intention to be a sister. More, how much? Wang Yunfa thought he had heard it wrong, and now half opened his mouth in surprise. The old lady was also dumbfounded. She came here today to ask her daughter for 100,000 yuan, so she also thought that the 2 houses could also be exchanged for 100,000 yuan, but she did not expect Jane Ai to have a mouthful of 200,000 yuan. At this time, Wang Yunmei calmed down instead, because at this time she already knew the purpose of her daughter. Secretly surprised, it seemed that she had never expected her daughter to plan things to this point. But the calculating person was her younger brother and elder brother. She really didn't know whether she should be happy or should have other emotions. Seeing that the 2 of them seemed to be a little unbelieving, Jane repeated with a look as usual. 200,000. My family can do what we say. As long as you bring the deeds of the 2 houses tomorrow, my mother will immediately pay 200,000 to my uncle. The money is more than enough to buy a 180 square meter building in the bell tower area, and there is still a lot left. Whether my uncle uses it as a betrothal gift or buys a car to drive, it is enough. This marriage can also be married. Wind and scenery glorious. When Wang Yun heard the words, his small eyes brightened, and he was obviously moved by Jane Ai's words. For 200,000 yuan, even if he bought a building and a car, there would still be tens of thousands left. And the market value of those 2 old houses was only 100,000 yuan, so my sister was willing to double it. Sister, what Xiao Ai said is true. Are you really willing to give me 200,000? Wang Yunfa looked at Wang Yunmei, wanting to get Wang Yunmei's affirmation. Wang Yunmei hesitated for a moment. But now that her daughter has said everything to this point, she also knows her daughter's intentions and plans, and she has no room for maneuver, so she gritted her teeth and nodded. Yes. If you exchange 2 houses, I will give you 200,000. This is not a loan, and you will not have to pay it back in the future. Chapter 66 Never Regret. If it was Jane AI, they still had doubts, but now Wang Yunmei had also nodded in agreement, which can be said to have completely dispelled Wang Yunfa's worries. Mom. Wang Yunfa turned his head to look at the old lady, begging in his eyes. The old lady naturally knew what the younger son meant. Although the eldest's house was always empty, it was also the yard of the elder son. Right now, Wang Yunmei's conditions are also very clear. It takes 2 yard deeds to exchange for 200,000 yuan. After thinking about it, the old lady couldn't help but think about it. The old house was empty as well, and the price given by the daughter was far more than the current price of Nanqing. If it can be done, it will indeed be cheaper for the younger son. Nodding lightly, the old lady looked at Wang Yunmei and said, "That's fine. I'll go and tell your elder brother. It's a pity that the old house is really empty. If you can use it, then sell it to you. Then it's settled." When Wang Yunfa heard what the old lady meant, she knew that she would go to talk to her eldest brother and immediately looked at Wang Yunmei with joy and said, "Sister, you can't go back on it." Wang Yunmei couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Once the news of the demolition spreads, I am afraid that they will be the one who regrets it. Jane AI looked at Wang Yunfa and responded seriously, "I won't regret it, so I don't regret it." Why would Wang Yunfa think of other things? When he thinks that his broken house can earn 200,000 yuan, it is like a pie in the sky. He narrowed his small eyes and said with a smile, No, I definitely won't regret it." The matter was finalized, and the two did not stay longer. Wang Yunfa urged the old lady to ask the boss for a house deed tonight, and the 200,000 will be available tomorrow. As soon as the two left, Wang Yunmei exhaled deeply, and the strained nerves of the whole person were also relaxed. Suddenly Jane held her hand. Wang Yunmei looked sideways and saw her daughter patted her hand lightly, with a light tone of relief. "Mom, don't blame me. If it weren't for them to keep pushing, I don't want to put the idea on them. I thought it would be better if we are separated from each other, but obviously some people are not willing to let us have a happy birthday." Wang Yunmei pursed her mouth. She naturally knew that her daughter was also forced to helplessly. If this matter is not dealt with in this way today, the old lady and younger brother will not give up if they don't have money. Just thinking about the trouble in the future, Wang Yunmei was still a little relieved. We can be regarded as cheating your 2 uncles. Right now, we have bought 2 of their yards for 200,000 yuan, 2 sets of relocation houses. If you let them know about this, it will surely lead to an upset. Jin AI smiled indifferently when he heard the words. Then I can't blame us. My brothers have to settle accounts. There is definitely no reason to give money in vain. The only valuable thing about my uncle is the yard, and we also gave it more. He is tens of thousands, which is considered to have saved his urgency. Through this incident, these people must also understand that no one is a fool, and don't think our family is so bullied. Wang Yunmei nodded softly. This matter can only be done like this for the time being. If it really makes trouble in the future, let's talk about it then. Wang Yunmei glanced at her watch and quickly stood up and said to Jane AI, "Mom has to go to work. You are at home obediently and go to bed early at night." Jane AI nodded and watched Wang Yunmei hurriedly push the door away. Chapter 67 No Profit Cannot Afford to Early. The room fell silent for a while, and Jane sighed slightly as she watched the glasses of untouched water on the coffee table. The phenomenon of patriarchal patriarchy has continued since ancient times, but Jin AI never thought that this custom would be thoroughly implemented in her own home. It's the millennium right now, and there are still people who are so futile. If the son yells coldly, he can't wait to take his daughter's skin and make him a coat. Jane didn't feel that there was anything wrong with what she had done just now. In Jane's eyes, all these people with close blood relations were not much different from strangers. If it is not profitable, she will not buy their ruined house for no reason. This is also her previous life as a merchant's consciousness. So no matter what happens in the future, she will never regret her actions today. She is for this family, for her mother and eldest brother. On the other side, as soon as she came out of Jane Ai's house, Wang Yunfa said to the old lady, "Mom, it seems that my sister has made a lot of money over the years, and I will give you 200,000 yuan with one mouthful." The old lady glared at Wang Yunfa when she heard the words, "You don't know where she works. Which one of those places is not the big boss?" "Yes, my sister has been working there for so many years, and there must be a lot of money from the gold master." Wang Yunfa curled his lips, looking despised. "You go back first. I'll go to your elder brother to tell him about this." The old lady waved her hand and turned to leave, but was held back by Wang Yunfa. Mom. Wang Yunfa pulled the old lady under the tree and said in a low voice, "Do you think my eldest brother can give me the lease for nothing? If he knows that my sister is willing to pay 200,000 yuan, he can't think about it. Half of it. Why? Do you still want to be alone?" The old lady stared and said displeasedly, "That house was originally owned by your eldest brother. If you sell it, he will definitely score half of it." "No, don't I have 100,000 left? After buying the building, there is not a single point left." Wang Yunfa twitched his face, his expression reluctant. "Then what do you mean? Ask your brother to give you the house for nothing?" The old lady frowned and asked. Wang Yun chuckled. His tone was a little coquettish. "Mom, my brother's company assets are millions. Does he care about such a broken yard? And the yard has been empty for many years, and he can't sell it. If you go out, you will definitely not live again. Tell him, just as my brother's marriage, will he give it to me? Besides, you asked him for money before, didn't he also give it? Can't you give me this vacant house now?" What Wang Yun meant in his words was that he wanted to swallow the 200,000 yuan by himself, but it was definitely not easy for him to tell the boss, so he could only act like a baby with the old lady. Although the old lady loves the eldest son the most, the younger son is also the meat on the back of his hand, so Wang Yunfa soaked so softly and hard. Plus he really is finally getting married. The old lady softened her heart and nodded. "It's okay. I'll go to your elder brother to help you ask for the house deed. But you have to be strict with me. If you let your elder brother know that you sold this house to your sister, you have sold so much money, he will definitely blame me." When Wang Yunfa heard this, he immediately nodded. "Don't worry, Mom. I will never say a word. When I get married, I will give you a grandson quickly to make you happy." It's almost the same. The old lady was immediately happy when she heard the 3 words for grandson. Chapter 68, Shisian 12 Guards. In the evening, Jane took a shower, then cleaned up the living room before stopping to turn on the TV. TV shows popular idol dramas. The overbearing president fell in love with Cinderella's vulgar plot. Jane Ai washed an apple and lay on the sofa and watched it boredly. Not long after, sleepiness struck. Jane almost fell asleep in a daze, and the sound of knocking on the door suddenly came at this moment. He got up and looked up at the time, 10:30 in the evening. Jane frowned. Who would knock on the door at this time? Without thinking about it, Jane got up and walked to the door to open it, but the door was empty. It's just that Jane Ai has not had time to mutter. She is a rousing spirit. Jane screamed, and her body quickly bounced back, her heart almost jumping out of fright. At the door, a man in a silver-haired suit clenched his right hand and placed a fist on his left chest. His head was slightly lowered. A face was buried in the shadows, making it difficult to see his face. However, Jane did not see him the first time he opened the door, because he was kneeling on one knee at this time, half kneeling outside the door. What the hell? It was the dark night, and Jane almost thought she was hell. The heartbeat kept beating fast. Jane Ai looked at the person who was kneeling at the door respectfully and said tentatively, "You? Who are you?" Even after experiencing the rebirth, after rebirth, the mind is in the body, but suddenly faced with this situation, Jane still can't calm down. What's more, the sudden appearance of this person, when the black wind is high this month, is really weird. At this time, the silver-haired man kept kneeling, but he said, "Under the Shisian gate, Shisian 12 guards, the prophet by day, and see the sect master." Clam. Jane stood there, wearing Cherry Maruko's pajamas, holding the remote control in her hand, listening to the man in front of her, with a question mark on her face. What 12 guards? What sect master? And many more. Jane Ai had a look, and suddenly grabbed the key point of the opponent's mouth, Shexiaman. Isn't your own mindset the same as the mindset of Shexiaman? Thinking quickly returned to the cage, Jane's eyes filled with vigilance, frowned, and carefully asked, "You just said you belong to the fairy gate?" It's no wonder that Jin Ai is so suspicious. Shexiamin is a secret here. She once thought that she was the only one in the world who knew Shexiamin, because in the dream of absorbing the mind, the words in the dream were still fresh in her memory. Shexiamin is an ancient sect with a history of thousands of years. She can hardly believe that besides herself, there are other people under Shexiamin today, in 2002. The day is still motionless, with a clear voice with respect that cannot be ignored. Go back to the doormaster. Below is one of the 12 guards under the Shexiamin, the Prophet Day. Feeling your call, come here to give orders. Wait. Jian was a little dazed. Looking at the man's temperament and attitude, plus what he said, Jian seemed to believe him by 3 points. After all, he could tell the Shexiamin just this. She has never heard of the 12 guards, and the man also said that he is one of the 12 guards. In other words, besides him, there are 11 people. Most importantly, Jane said in a dubious voice, "When did I call you? Are you a Pokemon?" The sect master, please look at the position of your chest, and you will know that what your subordinate said is true. As if knowing that Jane Ai did not fully believe in herself, Shurdai immediately reminded her. Jane Ai looked down almost subconsciously when she heard the words. Inside the loose pajamas, at the position of her left chest, there was a circular totem faintly glowing at this time. Chapter 69. What is your ranking? Jane Ai was taken aback, obviously shocked by the luminous body that suddenly appeared. Although the totem is small, Jane Ai can be sure that she has never had such a totem before. She had just taken a bath an hour ago. If there is such a totem on her body, she would not lose sight of it when she looked in the mirror. Things seem to be getting more and more complicated, which makes Jane's unable to digest quickly for a while. And just as Jane was stunned, by Tian, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly raised her slender fingers and opened the white shirt button under the black suit until the third one on her chest. A pattern that was exactly the same as Jane's chest totem appeared on by Tian's chest, and it was also faintly shining. This is the mark of our Shexiamin. Master, I'm finally waiting for you. There was uncontrollable excitement in the dull voice of the day. Jane Ai regained her consciousness, sorted out her expression, and calmed down her tone and said to Bai Zhou, "Get up first." Let alone whether what the person in front of him said is true or false. But Jane can feel that he will not hurt herself, and has been kneeling in front of him since he appeared. Jane will inevitably feel awkward. Hearing this, Bai Tian stood up obediently at the moment, and his straight and slender figure stretched out to a height of 1.85 meters. Looking up, Jane Ai only glanced, and couldn't help but gasp. What does a man do when he grows up like this? Not handsome, not cool, but a coquettish beauty that eclipses women. The eyebrows are covered under the bangs. Only a pair of slightly raised fox eyes are exposed, the inner double eyelids. There seems to be stars jumping in the pupils, and the length of the eyelashes is exaggerated so that Jane Ai can clearly see it 2 meters away. The bridge of the nose is firm, and the thin lips are pink and tender, full of elasticity like jelly. The exposed skin is white and translucent, coupled with the slightly long silver hair. It is so beautiful. Jane Ai, as a woman, thinks she is pretty good, but in front of this one, she feels ashamed of herself. I was shocked and couldn't help but yell. It's unreasonable for a man to grow up like this. The most important thing is that although the day is as long as an evildoer, the temperament on his body is inconceivable and noble, not frivolous at all. A gust of night wind hit. Jane couldn't help shivering, and her spirit was refreshed by 3 points, and she quickly said, "Come in and talk," and closed the door. The two sat facing each other on the sofa. Jane first looked up and down the day, and then faintly said, "I did absorb the 12 sets of minds of Shexiamin, but that was when I was dreaming. In my mind, are you sure I am the new master of Shexiamin?" Jane had many questions in her heart at this time. She had to figure it out. As for the day before her, she could only choose to believe him temporarily. Bai Zhou nodded lightly when he heard the words, and looked at Jian Ai. Yes, only the master of Shexiamin can learn the 12 sets of minds. What about you? Aren't you also a person from Shexiamin? You don't know these mental methods? Jane asked quickly. Bai Zhou shook his head. The subordinate is one of the 12 guards. He is not qualified to learn the mentality of Shexyamen. Only the master can do it. However, the abilities of the 12 guards are high and powerful. Although they are not as powerful as the master body with 12 sets of minds, everyone is also a man of great abilities. The higher the ranking, the stronger the strength. When Jane heard it immediately, it aroused her curiosity and interest. She narrowed her eyes slightly, looked at the enchanting, beautiful man in front of her, and asked in a low voice, "Then among the 12 guards, where do you rank?" Chapter 70, I have a lot of money. When Baizhou heard the words, his handsome face was embarrassed, and he glanced at Jian Ai, who was interested, and then whispered back, "The subordinates are not talented. The 12th guard ranks 11th. Amount." Jane blinked, not knowing what expression to put on. Looking at the beauty of this day-born, noble temperament, I thought it would be the best among the 12 guards, but I didn't expect it to be ranked second from the bottom. In order to avoid embarrassment, Jane nodded naturally and said indifferently, "You have also said that each of the 12 guards is a highly skilled person. In today's society, they must all be unique people, very popular, able to cough." Baizhou gave a light cough, and he took the initiative to confess, "Don't dare to hide the sect master. Although his subordinates are ranked 11th, they are the weakest among the 12. Clam?" Jane Ai's expression froze on her face, and her head was a little confused. "Weaker than 12? Jane asked shamelessly. 12 him?" Baishiru showed a wry smile of unknown meaning, and then said to Jane again, "The master will see 12 in the future, and he will know by then." "Oh, kind of mysterious." Jane leaned back with her arms around her chest and leaned on the sofa to watch the day. At this moment, she was relieved and her nerves relaxed, because she could feel that the other party's respect for herself was definitely not false. At the moment, he still had to figure out his identity as the master and the 12 guards of Shixian in his mouth. "Presumably the call you are talking about is the totem on my chest. Since you and I have both, so should others have? Why are you alone?" Jane asked. "The master of the gate does not know it. Shexyamen has experienced thousands of years, and now there are probably no more than 100 people in the world. These people have no contact with each other and lead a life like ordinary people. And the only way to sense the Shexyamen is the ability of the prophet. From ancient times to the present, there is only one prophet under the Shexyamen, and now I am the only prophet under the Shexyamen," Shirade explained. Jane nodded softly when she heard the words. She seemed to understand what Shiraka said. Nowadays, in addition to her master and 12 guards, there are a small number of ordinary people under the Shixian clan, but these people also lead the lives of ordinary people because they don't meet each other, and they don't know who each other is. And the only person who can know this is the prophet daylight in front of him. As the only prophet in the Shixian gate, Baizhou sensed the appearance of her sect master, but the others in the 12 guards did not have this ability to sense her. "So, in these years, you have also relied on the ability of the prophet to find the other people in the 12 guards?" Jane asked calmly. Shiryu nodded slightly. Ashamed to say, his subordinate is one of the 12 guards. Apart from this ability, there is really no other merit. Jane Ai. No way. Shirji shook his head. Jane Ai. What about ordinary boxing skills? That you shook his head. Jane Ai. Hidden weapon? Shooting? Or cure and save people? Shirji shook his head. Jane Ai. Oh right. Baizhou seemed to have thought of something suddenly. He raised his handsome face and looked at Jane Ai with bright eyes. "If the sect master wants me to have something, I have money." Jane Ai, huh? A lot of money. Baizhou seemed to have suddenly found his own merits, with an expression of inviting credit on his face. Chapter 71, You Must Use My Money. Jane Ai secretly held her forehead. Before she could speak, Baizhou said to herself vividly, "You know, the master, although our Shexyamen is an ancient sect, but at the turn of the century, we have come to a civilized society by the turn of the century. Even though the other people of the 12 guards have special skills, the most practical thing in this real society right now is money. Money travels all over the world, but it's hard to move without money. This is the true portrayal of today's society. And what I have is money in the daytime. My money is the money of the sect master, that is, the money of Shexyamen. As long as the sect master says something, I can give all of my money to the sect master." "Don't." Jane was taken aback and waved quickly. I don't want your money. The 3 black lines on the forehead gave her the feeling at the beginning of the day that although it was coquettish, it was also elegant and noble. But in just a few minutes, it turned out to be a silly chatter. Jane, who was talking, was stunned, and it was not clear which one was the real him. Unexpectedly, when Baijiu heard that Jane AI didn't want his money, she got up and knelt on the ground with a plop, and then a handsome face was full of grievances, and he leaned toward Jane with his knees, scared. Jane AI was so excited that she jumped onto the sofa and looked at him with a panic. Baijiu, what are you doing? Baijiu looked at Jane AI hopefully. Door, you must use my money, otherwise I really feel like I'm useless. And you see, the place you live now, although warm, but too cramped. It's simple. Why don't I buy you a villa? The one with a garden, swimming pool, and golf course? Are you still going to school? How to go? Riding a bike? Taking a taxi? Nothing. I have to buy you a sports car? By 30, how is it? No, there is no place to park. Is it okay for 7 cars? Although it's a little bit less, but I don't repeat the same every day of the week, and I can make do. Oh, my subordinates, how can I say to the owner of this kind of make do? Or by 30, all right. Barabara. It seemed to feel that Jane AI, the sect master, had already taken off his defenses against him, and the day was just like liberated nature. Under Jane AI's dumbfounded gaze, his mouth was like a machine gun and talked endlessly. 10 minutes later, you can also buy a few of the small islands of Hawaii for the host. You can build them into different styles. Then the host can go on vacation in his leisure time. If you don't like the tropics, the Antarctic and North Pole are also okay. As the day pulls farther and farther away, I can't wait to spend all of my money on Jane AI to highlight his abilities. Jane felt that if he didn't interrupt him, he would spend money to send himself to space. Hey, the keeper, do you like the moon? Jane shivered and quickly made a stop gesture. You stop me. Shirway blinked, with an ignorant look on his enchanting face. Jane AI took a deep breath, glanced at the sofa, and said to Baijiu, get up and sit down. Oh, Baijiu obediently got up and returned to the sofa. Jane sat down when she saw this, not crying or laughing in her heart. She thought she was a deep and steady person, but she didn't know what to pretend in her mind. I am in a very good state now, and I have just accepted the identity of the master of Shexianman. It will take some time to get used to it. Jane AI looked at the lost day of the day and said, thank you for the day. Good intentions, but I don't need too much money now. If I need your help in the future, I will speak. Chapter 72, Let me stay by your side. Since Shiraka wouldn't defy Jane's words, he nodded now. After thinking for a while, he looked at Jane AI and asked, do you want to meet other people? If they know that I have found you, they will be very happy to have our 12 guards with you. By your side, you can also take care of you. After hearing this, Jane waved her hand without even thinking about it. Don't worry about it. This is not the best time. You should keep this matter secret first. It was not that Jane resisted the immortal, but that she had just learned of this identity right now. Moreover, as Baijiu said, everyone in the 12 guards was also living an ordinary life at this time, as did Jane herself. She didn't want to break all this because of her sudden appearance of the sect master. If not necessary, everyone could live a peaceful life. Baijiu is a wise man. What Jane thought in his heart, he could naturally guess 7 or 8 points, and he also expressed understanding in his heart. In this case, your subordinates will not notify others of this matter for the time being. But the sect master, please be sure to let your subordinates stay with you. Otherwise, if something happens in the future, your subordinates will not be able to explain to others. After returning to a serious look, he bowed his head heavily after the words fell to show his determination. Jane AI glanced at him. Now that she has refused to meet other people, if she is now rejecting the day, it really seems too unkind. What's more, after being born again, the age of 14 is particularly embarrassing, and it is really timid to want to do something. When people need to be hired like this, if they can stay by to help, many problems can indeed be solved. Nodding lightly, Jane smiled slightly. If it is convenient for you to stay, then stay. When Baijiu heard this, his handsome face was overjoyed. Thank you very much, the master. It was early in the morning after the day left, but Jane was unable to calm down on the sofa for a long time. It turns out that there are nearly 100 celestial cultivators in this world, and the reborn self is actually the chosen sect master. These things sounded too imaginary, and Jane wouldn't believe it if they hadn't experienced it personally. Early the next morning, Jane Ai and Guantao had breakfast in the breakfast shop. Xiao Ai, after the demolition, will you not be able to eat the fried dough sticks made by Aunt May? Guantao said sadly. Among the many breakfast shops on the head of Nanjing, Wang Yunmei's fried dough sticks are the only one. Guantao grew up with Jane Ai. This fried dough stick has grown from a snack to a big one. Now when he thinks of demolition in the future, the breakfast shop will naturally be closed. Jane Ai smiled slightly at Guantao's expression and said softly, My mother has worked so hard. Even if I don't demolish it, I will find a way to close this breakfast shop. Guantao raised her eyes and glanced at Wang Yunmei, who was busy inside, and then nodded her head with understanding. Your two children, Aunt May is really too hard to pull by herself. There were people coming and going in the breakfast shop. Jane Ai and Guantao were about to go to school after eating. They saw Wang Yunfa walking quickly from far away. Before reaching the store, Wang Yunfa yelled, Sister! Sister! Wang Yunmei heard the voice poking her head out of the store door and was stunned when she saw Wang Yunfa. What are you doing this early? Do you have breakfast? Wang Yun grinned, obviously in a very good mood. Hearing this, he took out a folder from his arms and raised it in his hand. What breakfast, the deed? I brought it for you. Chapter 73. I'll go through the formalities in a while. Wang Yunmei couldn't help but was taken aback when she heard the words. She rubbed the flour in her hand on the apron and walked out quickly. You are too in a hurry. Isn't it something that was decided last night? Wang Yun chuckled, thinking that the two broken houses could be exchanged for 200,000 yuan. The corners of his mouth couldn't be pulled back. Of course I'm in a hurry. Buy it so that your brother can get married sooner. While speaking, Wang Yunmei had already glanced at the house deed, not only Wang Yunfa's yard, but also Wang Yunzhong's. What did you want from your eldest brother's house last night? Wang Yunmei looked at Wang Yun and asked, feeling a little suspicious. Although the relationship between the eldest brother and the third brother is closer than that of the two younger sisters, they would not be so happy to get the lease give it to him. After all, although this house has been idle for many years, if it is really sold, it can be worth tens of thousands of dollars. When Wang Yun heard the words, he shook his head. No, Mom is going to ask for it. How can I ask for a house from my eldest brother? Wang Yunmei nodded clearly. If the old lady asked for it, it would be more reasonable. Jianyu walked up to Jian Ai at this moment. A handsome face frowned and asked, What's going on? What is my uncle doing with the deed? Jane Ai smiled and told Jianyu in a low voice that Grandma and Uncle had come to borrow money last night, and even Guantao, who was on the same side, joined the fun to listen in. You mean, you bought the house of your uncle and uncle for 200,000 without telling you about the demolition of your uncle and Grandma? Jianyu was shocked, and his heart was even more shocked. Based on what he knew about his sister, he couldn't do such a thing. And she could think of this way in that situation. My sister is only 14 years old. How did she think of it? You also know Grandma and Uncle. If you can't get the money from our house, you must be upset. Moreover, my uncle is in a hurry to get married. If the money is borrowed, don't think about it. There is only this right now. The way, we can't just suffer a loss for our family. Jane said in a flat tone, without even a trace of ups and downs. Guantao is also a person who knows the situation of Jane Ai's family, and immediately nodded and said, Brother you, Jane Ai is right. You saved their urgency, so you should get some benefits. Jianyu sighed lightly, thinking of how his uncle had treated his mother in the past. At this moment, he really couldn't offer any sympathy. I just thought that the news of the demolition would be released in the future. According to the inertia of these people, I am afraid it will not end so easily. You go to school soon. You are going to be late. Jianyu didn't pay too much attention to the matter, turning his head and talking to his sister. Seeing his eldest brother's attitude, Jane knew that he was on one mind with himself and his mother, and didn't say much about other things at the moment, so she turned and left with Guantao. Sister, are you finished at 8 or 9 o'clock? It just happened. Let's go through the procedures together, so you can give me the money quickly. Wang Yunfa hurriedly rubbed his hands. He didn't sleep all night last night, just thinking about how to spend the 200,000 yuan. Wang Yunmei glared at Wang Yunfa angrily, but knew that her brother is such a virtue, and nodded helplessly at the moment. Okay, I'll go through the procedures with you in a while, but you have to promise me and take it. Qian obediently and his wife went to see the house, and they changed their marriage to Zhang Luo, but he didn't dare to gamble, you know? Oh, sister, I know. How can I use the money to get married? Don't worry. Chapter 74, Cross-Dimensional Combination. The weather today is good. Although the sun in the early morning is still a bit chilly, it is not as dry and cold as the previous days. The plants on the roadside have also revealed new buds. After the early spring, Baiyun City, a northern city, has begun to warm up gradually. The intersection of the second middle school and the outside world was congested as usual. Just after Jane Ai and Guantao had crossed the road, a Mercedes-Benz car came from behind and stopped slowly by the side of the road. The door opened, and Xia Qinghuan came out of the car with her school bag on her back. She smiled brightly at the two people on the roadside and greeted, "Morning, Jane Ai, Guantao." Xia Qinghuan is also wearing school uniform today. Her black and shiny hair is neatly tied with a ponytail, and she has a seemingly simple hairstyle, but she wears an exquisite yellow sapphire hairpin on her head, which is expensive at first glance. After getting along in the game city yesterday, the relationship between the few people has gone further. The two of them recovered their senses and nodded with a smile, and said in the same way, "Qinghuan morning." Xia Qinghuan took the initiative to step forward and straddle the arms of the two of them, and said, "Yesterday my uncle went to eat at home. He told me that when he was reclassified for this monthly exam, it seemed that there were new classmates who had transferred." "Your uncle?" Guantao was taken aback, and then quickly reacted, "Oh, I remember, your uncle Xia Bin is the manager of our school. It's just that there are still transfer students at this time." Guantao frowned in confusion. After all, school has started for a while, and the final exam is about to be in 2 months. Xia Qinghuan nodded. Moreover, transfer students have also taken the monthly exam. I heard that they will be directly assigned to each class based on their grades. It's nothing unusual. The second middle school is an aristocratic school. As long as the family has money and can afford the tuition, it is not difficult to come in, Jane said in a light tone. Guantao and Xia Qinghuan nodded their heads in agreement. The three entered the school arm in arm, and suddenly became a unique landscape. The senior elder sisters in the upper grades may not know them well, but the first graders have their eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. Jane Ai, Guantao, and Xia Qinghuan. What kind of cross-dimensional combination is this? Who doesn't know that Xia Qinghuan is the daughter of the Xia group, let alone the entire first grade, even the entire second high school? That family background is also outstanding, and she appears with her on weekdays. That is Lin Yi, Yin Tian, and Gao Yang. And now, Xia Qinghuan is carrying Jane in her left hand and Guantao in her right hand, and the three of them are talking and laughing. Obviously, they have a very good relationship. Am I blind? The person with Jane Ai is Xia Qinghuan. Isn't it rumored that Xia Qinghuan has no girlfriends in the second middle school? I usually show up with Lin Yi and the others. Yeah, I heard that she is Yin Tian's girlfriend, but the two are our first-year high school golden boys and jade girls. How can we be with those two poor Nanqing people? And it seems that the relationship is pretty good. You see, they are talking and laughing. Whispers around him came and went one after another. Although these people lowered their voices, they were still heard by Jane Ai, who had body and mind. It's just that Jane Ai has no time to pay attention to it, and she doesn't bother to pay attention to it. These people originally regarded them as ordinary people and the family as aliens, so it is normal to make these annoying sounds at this time. After entering the teaching building, the few people were about to separate, but Guantao pulled Xia Qinghuan into residence. Chapter 75 Qi, Virtue. Huh? Xia Qinghuan blinked her clear eyes, looked at Guantao, and asked, "What's wrong with Guantao?" Upon seeing this, Guantao looked around carefully, and then pulled Jane Ai to block the sight of others, and then quietly took out a white silk kerchief from her pocket. Jane Ai and Xia Qinghuan took a closer look. This is not an ordinary sipa, but Gao Yang's sipa. That's Qinghuan. You have a good relationship with Gao Yang. Can you help me return this sipa to him? Guantao smiled embarrassedly, and then quickly explained, "I have washed it and used warm water. Rub it lightly, just like new." After that, Guantao lowered her head nervously. probably because she was holding a LV silk paw in her hand, or she was a little scared thinking of Gao Yang's cold face. Xia Qinghuan smiled helplessly when she saw Guantao and said softly, Guantao, you can keep this silk paw for yourself. I understand Gao Yang, he won't want it. Huh. Guantao was taken aback, and then pursed her lips in a daze, and said uneasily, I know you can't wash this luxury product casually, but after all I have used it. This silk paja is so expensive. I definitely can't afford it. You misunderstood what I meant. Xia Qinghuan almost cried when she saw Guantao, and quickly explained, I mean Gao Yang won't let you pay, because he has a cleanliness habit. He will give you this silk paw for you. I'm here, you don't have to take it to heart. But Guantao refused instinctively, not to mention that she could not accept other people's things for no reason, let alone such expensive things. Okay, Guantao. Qinghuan said that Gao Yang has a cleanliness addiction. Even if you insist on going back, he might also throw it away. That's really a waste of such a good sipa, Jane said in a timely manner. Guantao shook sipa lightly when she heard the words, struggling in her heart, and felt that what Jane Ai said was reasonable, and nodded. Okay then. Guantao wanted to say that in the future, she would buy a brand new handkerchief and give it back to Gao Yang when she had money, but she felt silly and stupid at this, and finally she held her throat silent. The few people said goodbye and separated, and Jane returned directly to the class. As soon as he entered the door, he clearly felt that the eyes of today's classmates were different from those of the past. Jane Ai is like an outsider in this class on weekdays. Every time she appears, everyone is looking at her in a state of isolation. But today is different. Many people have more surprises and inquiries in their eyes, and even acceptance. Jane Ai is not sure if she feels right, because as soon as she walked in, she was attracted by Li Yunmei, who appeared in the classroom. At this time, Li Yunmei was sitting in the position, with a pair of eyes staring at Jane viciously. If her eyes could kill someone, Jane would be frustrated by her at the moment she appeared. Jane Ai regained his gaze lightly, apparently not intending to entangle her. And Li Yunmei's father, Li Chong, paid Jane 3 million for the previous incident, or more accurately, was blackmailed by Jane 3 million. So even if Li Yunmei is favored again at home, it is estimated that this incident will inevitably be reprimanded by Li Chong. When she returned to her seat and just sat down, Su Jiaojiao, the little speaker in the front seat, turned around and asked in a low voice, Jane Ai, I heard them say that you came with Xia Qinghuan in the morning. Really? Jane raised her eyes and glanced at Su Jiaojiao. A smile of unknown meaning appeared at the corner of her mouth, but she didn't say a word. Su Jiaojiao's family background is not bad. At least she wouldn't put Jane Ai in her eyes. Seeing Jane's reaction, she rolled her eyes in disdain and said in a weird manner, Hey, too. I went to Xia Qinghuan. Naturally, people like us will not be put in the eyes, virtue. Chapter 76, but it's so fresh. Su Jiaojiao, you like gossip so much and you like to inquire about gossip. It's a pity not to be a paparazzi. A classmate heard Su Jiaojiao's words and stood up to help Jane Ai at the moment. That's it. I'm really worried about eating carrots all day long to inquire about other people's affairs. I like to chew the root of my tongue so much. Be careful that my tongue was cut when I went to hell. There was more than one person, but several people spoke for Jane Ai. Jane's movement of tidying up the desk was frozen, and looked surprised at these classmates who were cold to him. They were actually talking for themselves at this time. This is really new. But when I think about it, Jane seems to be able to understand that it must be because of the relationship between him and Xia Qinghuan, who became friends. Although the number 2 middle school is a noble school, nobles are divided into 3, 6, or 9 classes. Those who are worth 1 million and those worth 10 million are not the same type of people. But an international company with a market value of tens of billions like the Xia Group can be called it is a real wealthy family. But it is not beyond the reach of ordinary wealthy families. How many people want to get close to Xia Qinghuan? If they can become friends with her, they will definitely benefit the family in the future. But these people just think about it in their hearts, because everyone has heard about it. Although Xia Qinghuan looks sweet and lovely, it is not easy to become friends with her. Take Li Yunmei as an example. Li Yunmei took the initiative to approach Xia Qinghuan. The reason is the same. Xia Qinghuan is the best female friend around Linny. So Li Yunmei wanted to be friends with Xia Qinghuan and indirectly approach Lin Yi. As you can imagine, Li Yunmei returned without success. Xia Qinghuan didn't even bother to say a word with her, and she could see through her thoughts at a glance. Su Jiaojiao was blushed by these classmates who suddenly jumped out to act as heroes and shouted angrily, "It's your shit?" One by one, didn't you see Jian Ai and Xia Qinghuan come together to help her talk? You are not as good as me. One by one. How did you treat Jane Ai before, and now you still have a face to me? You are even more disgusting. Classmate A, how do you speak? Su Jiaojiao, what do I say? What do you guys say? Do you think that if you help Jian Ai now, you can erase the things that bullied her before? It's just a matter of hiding your ears and stealing the bell. Classmate B, who is bullying Jane? Please make it clear. Su Jiaojiao, there is one in our class who has never bullied her, who has not spoken badly about her secretly, who has never rejected her being poor. Why? Seeing that she and Xia Qinghuan are getting closer, each one dare not admit it. To say that Su Jiaojiao's nickname is really worthy of the name. After arguing, she was very angry, and her little mouth kept saying that it was one person and several people who did not let the quarrel. Jane Ai looked at the picture in front of her, and she wanted to laugh a little. She didn't expect that one day, her classmates would split into two groups and fight for herself. But Su Jiaojiao's gossip belongs to gossip, and these words are indeed true. Jan Ai naturally knew why these classmates would speak for themselves today. So my heart is very calm, without any waves or gratitude. She and Qinghuan are very close to each other, and Qinghuan took the initiative to throw out the olive branch of friendship to her. Compared with the duplicity classmates in the current class, Jane Ai really doesn't want to bother too much. She knew in her heart that in this school, her only friends were Guantao and Xia Qinghuan, not to mention that they would be reclassified next week. Chapter 77, Where did this handkerchief come from? Li Yunmei sat in the back, listening to the content of the students' quarrel, secretly clenching her fists. The tears caused by the splits were not healed. At this time, the walking posture was weird. When she came to school today, she obviously felt that someone was laughing at herself secretly. And my father even told her that he had lost Jane 3 million for pushing Jane into the pond before. He was severely reprimanded for a while, and he was almost sent to school by his grandfather. If it hadn't been for her mother to beg for pity, she would not be able to return to secondary school today. Unexpectedly, as soon as I came back today, I heard the news that Jane Ai and Xia Qinghuan had become friends. Her heart was as uncomfortable as a traffic jam. She held her breath in her throat and couldn't get up and down. She was so angry that she wanted to scratch the wall. You must know that when she tried her best to get close to Xia Qinghuan for Lin Yi, she couldn't get the other person's eyes at all. I don't know what method Jian Ai used to become friends with Xia Qinghuan. Right now, Li Yunmei is inconvenient to move, and she can only swallow this breath temporarily, but she secretly swears in her heart that after she recovers, she will definitely not make Jane's better. In the 4 classes in the morning, although Jane had already mastered this knowledge, she still listened carefully. After class at noon, Jane Ai was about to go to the cafeteria for dinner, but heard a commotion in the corridor, and a group of people in Wuyang moved towards the end of the corridor. Jane's eyebrows wrinkled. In the past, everyone rushed to the cafeteria during lunchtime because there would be a long line to go late. But now why are these people running inside? Jane Ai. At this time, a girl from class 5 suddenly appeared at the door, and she sighed when she saw Jane Ai still in class. But her face was full of anxiety, and she hurriedly said to Jane, "There is something wrong with Guantao. You go and have a look." Jian Ai remembered that this girl was in the same class as Guantao. Guantao said that she was one of the few students in the class who was willing to talk to her. Before she could ask more questions, Jane hurriedly followed the girl towards the position of class 5. At this time, the corridor at the door of class 5 was already full of people on the 3rd and outer floors. They were basically people from the next higher class. Before Jane walked in, she heard a sharp question from the crowd. Voice. I ask you something. Where did you get this handkerchief? A well-dressed girl stubbornly held Guantao's wrist with one hand, and a silk scarf with the LV logo in the other hand. The silk scarf was of high-end texture and looked authentic. Guantao's hand was pinched by the other party in pain, and there were so many onlookers who were shocked and at a loss for a while. and she can't say that this is Gao Yang's handkerchief. According to the personality of the people in the second middle school, she has Gao Yang's handkerchief on her body, and she may not know what it will be like. The most important thing is that the girl in front of me who questioned herself is Yu Mingyao, who vibe and Gao Yang had a baby. Yu Mingyao's pretty face is full of fierceness. In fact, she doesn't need Guantao to say that she also knows that this handkerchief is Haiyang, not to mention that this handkerchief is a limited edition of LV this spring. Although Zhong is an aristocratic school, there is no other person except Gao Yang who uses such a high-end brand of handkerchiefs. She has seen Gao Yang use this handkerchief with her own eyes. In Meng Yao's heart, Gao Yang is such an elegant person, pursuing quality and full of taste in all aspects of life. Chapter 78, What Dare Not? Guantao shrank her neck. Even though she had a clear conscience in her heart, she couldn't bear to be watched by so many people, and she blushed at the moment. The other girl who was with Yu Mingyao sneered when she saw it, and said, "Where else could it come from? Can a pair of poor looks afford such an expensive sipa? It must be stolen." "No, I didn't steal it." Guantao flushed anxiously, and shook her head quickly to deny. But unfortunately, there are just a few Nanxing people in the first grade, and everyone recognizes them. The conditions of Guantao's family are more difficult than Jane's. At the moment, she doesn't know where such an expensive handkerchief came from. Everyone must assume that she had stolen it. "Oh, I don't see this kind of person. I look pretty honest on weekdays. I'm used to being poor. It's inevitable to see such a good thing, and I can't tell if my hands are itchy for a while." Oh, I didn't have a good impression of these farmers in Nanxing. Right now, their hands and feet are not clean. It really stains the sign of our number 2 noble school. The onlookers started talking about it. Guantao cried aggrieved at the moment, shook her head, and said, "I really didn't steal it. It was—" "What is it?" Yu Mingyao interrupted Guantao. She knew in her heart that it was Gao Yang's handkerchief, but at this time she deliberately didn't say it, just to make others misunderstand Guantao and humiliate Guantao. What qualifications does this wild girl from Nanxing have to use Gao Yang's things? Yu Mingyao became more and more angry, and the strength in her hand was 3 pointers now, and she cursed. "You thief, you still don't admit that you have stolen something." "Ah!" Guantao exclaimed in pain, and the other hand instinctively went to Yu Mingyao and clutched her hand. "It's really not mine. Let go." Guantao resisted in a panic and accidentally scratched her nails on Yu Mingyao's skin, and Yu Mingyao took a breath of pain. Hiss. Looking intently, there was a blood stain on the back of her hand that was scratched by Guantao's nails, and Yu Mingyao's eyes were gloomy. Guantao was also shocked when she saw this. She really didn't mean it. "Sorry, I didn't mean it." Guantao apologized in a panic expression, but this scene had been seen by the onlookers. "Oh my God, it's an eye-opener to dare to do something after stealing something. Don't be shameless." I grabbed Yu Mingyao's hands red. It was ruthless to start. "Yes, it's disgusting to pretend to be pitiful." Guantao apologized as she cried, but Yu Mingyao would listen to it. At the moment, there was a burning pain on the back of her hand. A sullen color flashed in her eyes, and she cried, "You stole something, and you dare to do it with me." When the words fell, Yu Mingyao raised her right hand and greeted Guantao's face as she gestured. Everyone showed an expression of watching a good show. Yu Mingyao had a superior family background and was famous for her pungent personality. Guantao would definitely not have any good fruit in her hands, and she did not dare to resist. But when everyone was waiting for the sound of the slap, in the next second, a slender white hand slammed Yu Mingyao's arm in midair. Everyone's breathing was stagnant, and when they looked intently, Jane AI didn't know when to appear, standing between Yu Mingyao and Guantao with a face of indifference. Some thin body guarded Guantao behind her, holding one hand firmly. Live in the hands of Mingyao. Jane AI. Yu Mingyao recognized Jane AI naturally, and she was taken aback at the moment, trying to pull her arm out, but that arm couldn't move like it was clamped by pliers. Anxious, Yu Mingyao cursed. "Bitch, you dare to do my business." Snapped. Jane AI's expression was faint, which didn't mean that Mingyao had finished speaking, but she slapped Yu Mingyao's face firmly with her backhand. Then he said in a cold tone, "What dare not?" Chapter 79 Go for the Crown Peach. Everyone only felt that the air was still, and they all looked at Jane AI in shock. their expressions as if he had seen a ghost. In the eyes of everyone, Jane AI has always been a submissive character, but Jane AI, standing in front of them at this time, is completely cold, and the surrounding temperature seems to have dropped. The slap just now is decisive and neat. How can it be normal? What would Jane, who dare not make a sound, dare to do? Yu Mingyao only felt a burning pain in her cheeks at the moment, and didn't recover for a long while. She was beaten by Jane AI. Still in front of so many people, Jane was slapped in the face. For a while, Yu Mingyao was like an irritated lioness, turning her head and flaring her claws and rushing towards Jane AI. But a wealthy girl like Yu Mingyao, although she is used to being arrogant and domineering, there is no real fight. Before she touched Jane's hand, she was clenched again by Jane's eye. With force in her hand, Yu Mingyao suddenly ached, and her body instantly twisted into a weird arc because of the pain from her wrist. Yu Mingyao's painful tears flew out, but Jin AI didn't mean to stop until Yu Mingyao slumped to the ground and finally knelt in front of Guantao. The other girl came back to her senses and was about to go up to help, but she felt Jane's eyes slamming. Her eyes were cold and sharp like an eagle, causing her to instantly cool from head to toe, and her thoughts of helping were wiped out, her body stubbornly staying in place, as if she had been punctuated, unable to move. What's wrong with Jane AI? So rigid. Have you taken the wrong medicine? Yu Mingyao also dared to move. That is, I don't want to think about the consequences. There is a cousin who is a gangster outside Yu Mingyao. The crowd returned to their senses, and they started talking in low voices. Although she was taken aback by Jane AI's actions, she didn't think about it. After all, Jane AI and Guantao are inseparable every day, and it is reasonable to be Guantao's early days. After a long while, Jane AI finally let go of her hand. Yu Mingyao seemed to be drained of strength, and she fell to the ground like a puddle of mud, tears flying over her eyelashes. She looked like she had been ruined by others. Embarrassed, Jane AI. Guantao stood behind Jane AI, her heart beating wildly, secretly cursing herself useless. Now Jane is having conflicts with Yu Mingyao for herself, and she will definitely have trouble in the future. Jane AI immediately took the aura from her body, raised her eyes and glanced lightly at the onlookers, then picked up the silk scarf from the ground and said softly, "This handkerchief is from Gaoyang, not Guantao." Jane said the truth. "Huh? Is this handkerchief from Gaoyang? It's not Yu Mingyao's?" "Hello, I thought it belonged to Yu Mingyao. It wasn't her handkerchief. Why is she calling here? I also said that they were a thief. I thought I stole her things." "Don't you know that Yu Mingyao and Gao Yang were engaged in a marriage contract since they were young? They must have recognized Gao Yang's handkerchief on Guantao and deliberately asked for trouble." "Puff, I wasted my feelings, but I just helped her to speak for her. It's really helpless." These classmates were like grass on the wall. The wind was swaying, and the spearhead was aimed at Yu Mingyao in an instant. Yu Mingyao had just slowed down, listening to the harsh discussions around him, and now struggling to retort. "I know it is Gao Yang's thing, but how could it appear on Guantao? You said she didn't steal it?" "I lent her." At this moment, Gao Yang's voice suddenly sounded from behind the crowd. Chapter 80. Don't be so foolish. When everyone heard the sound, they turned sideways to give way. Gao Yang was standing behind the crowd at this time, and Lin Yi was naturally indispensable with him. Gao Yang raised his hand to help the frame on the bridge of his nose. There was no emotional fluctuation in his sharp eyes, but his eyes still fell on Yu Mingyao, who was half sitting on the ground. Jane AI. Xia Qinghuan was the first to rush through the crowd and came to Jane AI. A pretty face frowned at this time. He first glanced at Guantao with red eyes, then glanced at Yu Mingyao and whispered, "It's okay, right?" Jane AI also looked back at Guantao. Guantao pursed her lips and shook her head. "I'm fine." Gao Yang also stepped forward at this time. Yu Mingyao couldn't help showing an aggrieved look when she saw it. Her mouth suffocated, as if she was about to cry. She said, "Brother Yang." A look of being bullied. Where is the arrogance just now? Lin Yi and Yin Tian stood by and looked at Yu Mingyao's pretentiousness. They didn't think. They both twisted their eyebrows. Everyone knows Yu Mingyao's pungent character, and it is obvious to Gao Yang to make such a delicate look at the moment. But a few people didn't say anything. They seemed to be used to it. On the contrary, Gao Yang seemed to have not seen this. and just asked softly, "Can you stand up?" Yu Mingyao pouted her mouth and shook her head. "My hand hurts. I don't have any strength." Gao Yang sighed unchecked, and he still attached his body and helped Mingyao up. Yu Mingyao seemed to have no bones in an instant, and the whole body was stuck in Gao Yang's arms. "I take this opportunity to swear my sovereignty to everyone." When Xia Qinghuan saw this, she rolled her eyes without concealment, as if she didn't want to look more. She said coldly, "I'll take Jane Ai and Guan Tao to dinner first, and you will take care of the matter here." Gao Yang nodded lightly when he heard the words. Xia Qinghuan gave Yu Mingyao a cold look, took Jane Ai and Guan Tao, and walked away quickly. The onlookers quickly made away to see that Jane Ai's back was still can't help being surprised. Gao Jingge is a little arrogant and disdained to explain anything to these irrelevant people. He just looked at Yu Mingyao with a slight reproach at the moment, but didn't say anything too heavy, just whispered, "No such mischief in the future." Up. Yu Mingyao suddenly blushed. It seemed that there was a lot of grievances and there was nowhere to say, and it took a long time to mutter in a low voice, "I also saw your handkerchief in someone else's place," thinking it was stolen. "It was not intentional. Who told you to do it casually? I borrowed my personal belongings." Yin Tian couldn't stand it anymore, and immediately urged, "Okay, if you know it's a misunderstanding, let's go to dinner." The onlookers were boring to see, and they all dispersed at the moment. "I know that I'm in the same class as Yu Mingyao, and I still don't hide the handkerchief." She has made a clear investigation of what style of underwear Gao Yang wears, and she will definitely recognize it. As soon as she left the teaching building, Xia Qinghuan looked helplessly at Guan Tao and said, Guan Tao knew that it was because of herself that caused everyone's trouble this time, and she couldn't help but lower her head deeper. The school uniform pocket is too shallow, and the handkerchief shows a corner, which was seen by Yu Mingyao. Xia Qinghuan shook her head helplessly. "You are also unlucky. Then I know Yu Mingyao's character best. She didn't beat you, right?" Chapter 81 will never let go. Guan Tao shook her head quickly when she heard the words, and then said to Jane Ai apologetically, "Jane Ai, I blame me for causing you and Yu Mingyao to do it. I heard that Yu Mingyao's cousin is a triad. She will revenge you." "Did you do it with her?" Xia Qinghuan was surprised when he heard the words, and looked at Jane Ai in an incredible way. "Did you beat her?" Jane Ai's face was indifferent from beginning to end. She nodded first, then said, "What? Do you have to choose a day to beat her?" Xia Qinghuan stared at Jane Ai's face for a long while, until she was sure that there was no fear in Jane Ai's eyes. She suddenly laughed, nodding her head and complimenting. "I didn't look away. This is my friend of Xia Qinghuan." Jane also smiled slightly when she saw this, as if she didn't take the matter to her heart at all. Guan Tao couldn't help it anymore. When is this time? The two of them are still thinking about smiling, and then eagerly asked, "Qinghuan, will there be anything wrong with Jane? I'm afraid that Mingyao will find it. Jane's trouble." Xia Qinghuan couldn't help but sneered with disdain, and said in a leisurely tone, "This Yu Mingyao is typically small-minded, and Jane hits her in front of so many people. According to her personality, she will never give up. What should I do then?" Guan Tao was anxious, almost crying. Jane Ai lightly patted Guan Tao on the shoulder, and was relieved. "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Xia Qinghuan also said, "Don't worry, even though Yu Mingyao does extreme things, one thing drops one thing. As long as Gao Yang doesn't allow her to do anything, she won't do it. When I look back, I will tell Gao Yang that nothing will happen." But even though both of them were so relaxed, Guan Tao was still very disturbed. This happened because of her, and if it caused any harm to Jane, she really couldn't forgive herself. What happened before the meal? But the time of the meal was spread, and the versions became more exciting. What Guan Tao and Yu Mingyao, two girls, robbed Gao Yang. Jane Ai slapped Yu Mingyao in public to protect Guan Tao. Gao Yang, Guan Tao, and Yu Mingyao fall into a love triangle. Gao Yang sent LV handkerchief and Guan Tao to make love. Yu Mingyao tore a little triple crown peach, but was humiliated, etc., etc. Jane heard it, as if she was admiring the golden files of dog blood. It was a pity that these second middle school students did not become screenwriters. After school in the afternoon, Jane Ai and Guan Tao went to the bus station to wait for the bus. It's just that Guan Tao's state is obviously not good, and the whole person's eyes are dumbfounded. Thinking of the rumors in the afternoon school, Jane can't help but sigh. Don't take it to your heart. These people love to chew their tongues and make up some rumors. Life, you should have known it a long time ago. Guantao shook her head when she heard the words. I am not in the mood to care about these rumors. I am worried about you, afraid that you Mingyao will make trouble for you. Jane's heart is warm, but she smiles casually. Don't worry about it. I promise you that there will be nothing wrong. The two were talking when a bicycle suddenly came and stopped in front of Jane Ai. Jane Ai instinctively looked up at the moment and saw that the rider was a boy about 14 or 5 years old. The boy was about 1.75 meters tall, with neat short hair, a baby face, and his cheeks seemed to be there are also some cute babies with fat, fair skin, giving people a cute and lovely sense of sight. Chapter 82 Cousin Yao Jiaqi. Jiaqi. Jane was taken aback, and at a glance she recognized that the person in front of her was her cousin. Yao Jiaqi stepped on the side of the road and the pedals of the car. First, he blinked at Jane Ai, and then raised his chin. Sister, come up, go eat. Jane hadn't reacted too much at the moment. Her eyes fell on Jiaqi's face. This was the first time she saw her cousin since she came back from rebirth. Among her peers, apart from her eldest brother, Jane is the closest to her cousin. In his previous life, he succeeded in starting a business at a university, and it was the first time he paid to send his excellent cousin to study in Europe. He went there for a few years until Jane was born in a car accident and was reborn. Now that the 14-year-old Jiaqi appeared in front of her again, Jane's heart surged, and she forgot to respond. Sister? Yao Jiaqi stretched her head forward and blinked again when she looked at the dazed Jane. What's wrong? Only then did Jane return to her senses and secretly calmed down her emotions before she asked, Eating? Where to go? Oh. Yao Jiaqi reacted slowly and said in a slow tone, My mother said that a few days ago you were hospitalized and didn't spare time to see you. If you recover, then she said she would invite your family to have a meal. Jane nodded when she heard the words. The aunt said that she must have been hospitalized after she fell into the water. Jane Ai, then go if you have anything, and I will go back by myself. Guantao said to Jane at the moment. Okay, see you tomorrow. Jane said. She got into the back seat of Jiaqi's bicycle and waved her hand at Guantao. Yao Jiaqi pushed hard, and the bicycle rushed out smoothly. The cool wind blew on her face, and the faint smell of washing powder on Jiaqi's breath in her nose. But once again Jane gave birth to an inexplicable sense of unreality. Jane Ai sat on the car seat obliquely, watching the traffic on the side of the road. The buildings slowly flashed past, and now she slightly tilted her head against Jiaqi's broad back. Yao Jiaqi turned his eyes slightly, and the corner of his mouth twitched, revealing a pure vanilla smile. For about half an hour, the two stopped in front of a home-style restaurant in the bell tower area. The two communicated closely. Most of the time they cooked at home. When they came out to eat, they would choose this affordable restaurant. Jane Ai Jiaqi is here. As soon as he walked in, the enthusiastic proprietress greeted them. Because they were old customers, Jane Ai and Jiaqi looked good, so the proprietress had already remembered their names. Hello, my mother, are they here? Jane first said hello politely, and then asked again. Here, it's inside. The lady boss said as she led the two in. Sister, little uncle. As soon as she entered the door, Jane saw Wang Yunji and Yao Feng and hurriedly said hello. Wang Yunji is the fourth oldest in the Wang family. She is the youngest sister of Wang Yunmei. She looks like Wang Yunmei about 4 or 5 points, but her natural skin is not as good as Wang Yunmei. In addition, she has a hard life and doesn't care for it deliberately, so it seems much older than Wang Yunmei. The younger uncle Yao Feng lives in the same village as their family. The two lived together and gave birth to Jiaqi. Later, they obtained a certificate in Baiyin City. Jiaqi looks a lot like his father, so it's not difficult to see that Jane Ai was a handsome man when he was young. Moreover, Yao Feng is tall and strong, and he usually does some hard work, so his body is full of muscles, but unlike his uncle, he started to get blessed before his 40s. Chapter 83 Aunt Wang Yunji. Wang Yunji was sitting at the door, and when she saw Jane Ai, she got up quickly and enthusiastically, and took the initiative to take Jane Ai's school bag to help her hang it up, still not forgetting to care. How is Xiao Ai's body? Jane AI said thank you first, then nodded. It's all right. Don't worry, Aunt and Uncle. It's okay. I was shocked when I heard it at first. Seeing that Jane's expression and spirit were not unusual, Wang Yunji was relieved and said to the lady boss, Miss Boss, let's start serving. Get 2 more bottles of Coke for the 2 kids. When the boss's wife went out and took the door of the private room, Wang Yunji looked at Wang Yunmei again and said, Sister, the other day Xiao AI was hospitalized and I couldn't get out of my body for a while and didn't have time to see her. She was discharged when she wanted to go. You don't blame me. Whatever you said, you are thinking about Xiao AI. I know that it is enough to have this heart. Besides, you and your brother-in-law both have full attendance awards for their work. How can you ask for leave at will? Wang Yunmei said. Wang Yunji is a hand tailor in a garment factory in Zhongluo district. He works very hard and often works overtime. Although he is a technical job, his salary is not high. Yao Feng is a porter of railway freight. He has to get up and go to work before dawn. Even though his body is strong, his waist is sore and his legs aches. Fortunately, this job is not something ordinary people can do, so Yao Feng's salary is relatively high. Said it would be higher. In this case, the two did not spare time to see Jane AI, and Wang Yunmei naturally understood. Wang Yunji knows her sister. She knows that her sister will not think too much about this, but she just feels bad about it. By the way, Yunji, there are a few things I haven't had time to tell you. Wang Yunmei turned around and looked at Wang Yunji and said. Without waiting for Wang Yunji to ask, Wang Yunmei took the initiative to say, This first thing, I just got used to it. I have been in Yaoqi for 12 years, and I thought about resigning. As a result, he became the general manager of Yaoqi by mistake. Huh. Wang Yunji's immediate reaction was exactly the same as Jianyu when he first heard the news, staring with shocked eyes. Yao Feng also looked startled, wondering if he had heard it wrong just now. Wang Yunmei smiled helplessly when she saw this. Isn't it unbelievable? Don't talk about you guys, I'm dreaming myself. After a few days of work, I just got over it. I'm really the general manager of Yaoqi now. Wang Yunji and Yao Feng looked at each other unconsciously. Yaoqi, that is, the entire Baiyun city, is one of the best high-end nightclubs. At most, the low-level people of them have a glorious appearance when they pass by, but they have never entered. Okay, it doesn't matter, but don't tell other people, especially the eldest brother and Yunfa. Mom and Dad don't know that, otherwise they might do something else. Wang Yunmei sighed. Speak to remind. Wang Yunji naturally knew the virtues of the people in her family, and she had been used to it for so many years, so she nodded clearly. Upon seeing this, Wang Yunmei went on to speak. This second incident, Nansheng is going to be demolished, but I'm not sure when it will be demolished. Demolition? This time it was Yao Feng's turn. He hurriedly asked, Sister, where did you hear the news? Why don't I know? Chapter 84. Listen to me finish. Husband, don't worry, listen to my sister. Wang Yunji glanced at Yao Feng and motioned to him to stay calm. Wang Yunmei understood the situation of his sister and brother-in-law at home and sighed lightly before saying again, Old Wu told me about this. He has an old customer from the Municipal Planning Bureau. I went to him to buy tofu a few days ago. Wen Shi secretly told him. He also secretly told me, let me make plans. Now that I already know, I must tell you, so I should discuss it early just in case. Jiaqi peeled a shrimp and placed it on Jane's plate. Jane smiled when she saw it and said thank you to her cousin with her mouth. The two children ate for themselves without interrupting the adults' conversation, but they listened to everything silently. Wang Yunmei thought for a while and still asked, Did you not say last year that you planned to buy the house you live in now? How about? What did the landlord say? Are you willing to sell it? Wang Yunji and Yao Feng do not have their own houses. The houses they live in Nansheng are rented. They have lived for more than 10 years. Fortunately, the landlord is pretty good. Seeing that their family is honest, they have increased a few times over the years. Rent, but not too outrageous. Both have jobs and can afford it. It's just that this has always been Yao Feng's heart disease. He really wants to give his wife and son a real home, so he has been planning to buy a house for several years. But my family doesn't have a lot of deposits, and the price of the building is getting higher year after year. I'm thinking about buying a bungalow. It's a nest anyway. Last year, Yao Feng mentioned this idea to Wang Yunmei, saying that he wanted to buy the rented house. Now that Nansheng was going to be demolished, Wang Yunmei suddenly remembered such a thing. Yao Feng looked a little helpless when he heard this, but Wang Yunji said, I talked to the landlord, and the landlord said it can sell, but the price is 45,000. We are saving money, but now the deposit in the passbook is only over 20,000. Wang Yunmei nodded. The yard you live in is pretty good, and the price of 45,000 is indeed reasonable. Yao Feng sighed and said in a low voice, It's useless to say this. It is estimated that the house will be demolished before saving enough money. If you don't buy the house, you will have to rent and move again. When the time comes, the money saved to buy a house has to be used out to rent a house, so the purchase of a house is nowhere in sight for their family. It's just that Yao Feng didn't say this, and he didn't want Wang Yunmei to worry about them. Wang Yunmei glanced at Jane at this moment, and Jane also just raised her head and met her. The mother's eyes met, and the contents of the eyes understood each other in an instant. Jane AI nodded lightly, expressing her thoughts. When Wang Yunmei saw this, she said to her younger sister-in-law, In this way, I will use 45,000 and give it to you first, and you will buy the house first. Then how? Wang Yunji heard it, and refused without thinking. Sister, I know you want to help us, but our family is not at a desperate point yet. It is enough for you to take 2 children alone. Thanks. How can we borrow money from you? No way, no way. Yao Feng also nodded in agreement. Sister, we have too many days to be as capable as we are. I really can't hurt you. How can this be a nuisance? Wang Yunmei looked straight and said quickly, Don't be anxious to express your position. Listen to me to finish. Chapter 85 Children Can Understand. Wang Yunmei did not give the two a chance to talk and directly explained. Now this house is 45,000, but when it is demolished, the house will be worth the money. Then you will get the demolition money, and then return the money. That's it for me. After a few years after the reconstruction of Nanchang is completed, you can still get a set of relocation houses. What a good deal. When Wang Yunji and Yao Feng heard it, it was false to say that they were not moved. They asked them to borrow money from their sister, but felt uncomfortable how they thought about it. The main reason is that both of Wang Yunmei's hard work over the years are in sight. Although her family is not rich, at least it is the husband and wife raising a son. But the elder sister is different. She raises 2 children alone. How did she survive these years? Others don't know, but they know. Seeing that the 2 of them did not speak, Wang Yunmei regarded them as acquiescence and went on to say to herself, This is not over yet. There is another thing. You have to be like my house. Before the demolition news is released, hurry up. I bought a new house. Otherwise, when the demolition is notified, the surrounding housing prices will surely skyrocket. I will pay for the house purchase, but that said, when you get the demolition money, you will return it to me. Sister, this is absolutely impossible. Yao Feng was anxious when he heard it, and the expression on his face could even be described as flustered. We are already very grateful if you lend us money to buy the current house. How can we pay it back? Let you lend us money to buy a new house. On the other hand, Wang Yunji started to wipe tears from the side, feeling moved and sad. In such a big home, she and her sister are always the only ones to keep warm. Nowadays, with such a big issue, my sister has to buy 2 houses for her family without saying a word, so that she, the younger sister, didn't know how to speak for a while, so she couldn't help crying. I said it was a loan. You can pay me back everything when you get the demolition fee. Don't look at the high property prices now, but according to your current yard, the demolition fee you will get will only be a lot more. Don't worry. Wang Yunmei explained painfully, not forgetting to relieve her sister. Yunji, what do you say you are crying? Isn't this a good thing? My sister is able to help you now, and I definitely want to help. Wang Yunji cried and said, Sister, I just feel uneasy. You said that it is not easy for you, but you still think about me and worry about me. Parents, I think Annie has a very good idea. At this moment, Jia Qi, who had been silently eating, suddenly said lightly. When he handed out 2 tissues to Wang Yunji, he said under the gaze of everyone, Although I am still a child, I can understand that my aunt is for the good of our family. First of all, if the house is not bought now, it will be a loss. Far from being a mere yard, but the benefits of the entire demolition to the family demolition money and relocation house. As for the Annie who wants to borrow money in advance to help my family buy a new house, she also knows that if she doesn't buy it now, She will wait until the demolition. If you buy it, the house price will definitely rise, and it will be your family who will spend more money. It is better to borrow money to buy it first, and then pay it back at that time, so you can spend less. That's what I meant. Wang Yunmei took a long breath and looked at Jiaqi and said, "It's still my nephew who is smart." Then he looked at the sister-in-law and laughed. "You two listen to such a simple truth, and the kids can understand. Why are you two still there? I didn't give money for nothing. It's no use." Chapter 86 New Phone. Both Wang Yunji and Yao Feng hung their heads and did not express their views, each sighing with tears. Yao Jiaqi put down his chopsticks, raised a fair and tender face, and looked at Wang Yunmei's word by word. "Auntie, I will definitely honor you in the future." "Oh, look at my nephew who is sensible." Wang Yunmei smiled and said with a smile, "We Jiaqi will definitely be promising in the future. We will enter prestigious universities, study abroad, and be a returnee." Yao Jiaqi grinned, showing a row of big white teeth, like a little sun. In this way, this matter is clarified. Although Wang Yunji and his wife did not agree personally, they had already turned their minds. They just wanted to demolish the house as soon as possible and return the money to Wang Yunmei as soon as possible. On the way home, Wang Yunmei rode a bicycle and Jane Ai sat in the back seat. "Mom, did you complete the formalities with my uncle today?" Jane asked suddenly. Wang Yunmei didn't respond immediately after hearing this, and it took a long time to speak slowly. "It's done. The house is transferred to our house, and the money is directly taken out to him." Jane Ai didn't say anything, just stretched out her hand around Wang Yunmei's waist and buried her face on her mother's back. She knew that her mother had been looking forward to this family being able to accept each other one day. Otherwise, after so many years and so many things, no one would have any contact with these relatives. But her mother has been humble and silently paying for these people, trying to retain family affection that does not exist for her and for them. Her previous mother died of liver cancer. Jane still remembers that at the funeral, apart from the aunt and the uncle, the Wang family didn't see anyone else. Therefore, in this life, Jane Ai doesn't want to let her mother be complacent. "Mom, let's go to the hospital for an individual examination together," Jane said suddenly. Wang Yunmei was taken aback and then smiled. "Doesn't the school organize a physical examination every year?" "Why? I'm not feeling well." Jane Ai opened her mouth, but she didn't know how to open her teeth. After a long while, she let out a cry from her breath. The life trajectory in this life is completely different from the previous life. The mother of the previous life was diagnosed with liver cancer while she was in college, and it was already at an advanced stage when it was discovered. Jane Ai has never dared to think deeply about this issue. She only hopes that her mother can escape this disaster. Even if fate repeats the same mistakes, she also hopes to find out as soon as possible. If it is benign, then everything will be too late. After returning home, Wang Yunmei began to put on makeup. Although she didn't have to drink after she became the general manager, there were a lot of trivial things in a nightclub as big as Yaoqi. The three assistants around Wang Yunmei made her feel that she was not able to do so. This work time was earlier than before. Jane Ai threw her school bag on the sofa and went straight back to the room. Just as soon as the door was opened, Jane found that there was a box on her bed. With a frown, Jane instinctively locked the door of the room before she walked over and picked up the box. The thing is not heavy, but to be on the safe side, Jane still looked in through perspective first, only to find that it was a mobile phone and a note inside. "It's daytime." Almost instantly understood, Jane opened the box, and inside it was a current mobile phone and a note. "Master, I prepared this phone for you. It contains my phone number. I will always stay in Baiyan City. If I have anything to do, I can call me at any time. The profit is day." It really is day. Chapter 87 Please spend my money, spend hard. Jane Ai sighed lightly, but then she curled her lips and showed a smile. "I was thinking about buying a mobile phone these few days, but I didn't expect that the day was so thoughtful that I would secretly send it when there was no one at home. Yesterday, Baizhou said that he didn't know how to think and didn't know how to fight." Jane was half believing. Now he had to suspect that Baizhou kept a hand. Otherwise, the door was locked properly. How did he send things in? Opened the phone address book, and there was only Bai Tian's number lying alone in it. Jane shook her head with a smile and immediately dialed out. The phone was quickly picked up after a beep, and a voice distorted by the current came from the other side. Doormaster. Come here tonight and discuss something with you. Jane said directly. What time? Baijiu asked. It's still yesterday time. It is good. After hanging up the phone, Jane fell onto the bed. On the first day of her rebirth, she secretly vowed that she must use her own hands to change the destiny of her loved ones, whether it is mother, elder brother, or aunt and Jiachi. In this life, she will protect everyone. But now she has just turned 14, and lack of an ID has become the biggest obstacle to her entrepreneurship. But now it was as if the heavens were helping him. Let Tian appear by her side when she needed to employ people so much. So Jane had also thought deeply about it, and it was time to put some things on the agenda. At 10 o'clock in the evening, daylight must have knocked on the door. As soon as she opened the door, Jane couldn't help but roll her eyes, disgusted. Stand up. Kneeling down on one knee, Tian stood up obediently, just like yesterday, in a black suit and meticulously beautiful face. Don't kneel down in the future, Jane AI said in an angry tone. Baijiu obviously didn't know what he had done wrong, and the narrow eyes blinked charmingly and innocently. Have you heard? Jane's eyes widened, raising her eyebrows threateningly like a bully in the east of the village. Oh, Baijiu curled his lips, nodding even though he didn't know why. Jane AI was satisfied, and on one side of her body. Come in. The two sat down on the sofa, and Jane said straightforwardly, I called you over today because I want you to help me. The master of the sect does not hesitate to give orders. When Baijiu heard the words, he nodded to meet him, with a respectful expression. She really didn't know how to deal with Shiru's low-pitched and responsive attitude towards herself, but she could also feel that she, the sect master, had the supreme status in Shiru's heart. He was a natural respect from his bones, although she was awkward. But you can only get used to it slowly. Cough. With a light cough, Jane AI tried her best to make herself look more natural and said slowly, I want to register a group. Registration group? Shiriji was taken aback, seemingly unresponsive. Jane AI nodded and repeated, Yes, register a group. Baijiu couldn't help but stared at Jane AI's face for a long time. Jane also looked at him expressionlessly, until Baijiu turned her head inquisitively. Does the master need money? Jane AI carefully tasted the 5 words, which is indeed such a thing, and nodded calmly at the moment. I need it, so I have to earn it. Unexpectedly, as soon as Jane AI's voice fell, Tian suddenly bowed his head, with a rigorous expression and a firm tone of voice. How can I let the sect master make money himself? The sect master, please spend my money. Spend fiercely. Chapter 88 Breakfast shop closed. Jane's mouth twitched unconsciously. What's the matter with this begging tone? Still ruthless flower? What a grudge, spending other people's money fiercely. Jane AI ignored the day, got up straight back to the room, opened the closet door, and took out a red passbook from under the top clothes. After returning to the living room, he threw the passbook in front of the daylight, leaned his arms around the chest on the sofa, and said in a light tone, I have all my net worth here. It should be enough to register a group. The scale does not need to be too large. Baijiu took the passbook and took a look, thinking that he was dazzled, and then counted the numbers on the passbook again before he looked at Jane AI and blinked. Just 2 million? Jane AI shrugged calmly. I don't know much. 1 million is used as a registered fund, and the remaining 1 million is used as a startup fund. I still go to school, and I don't have much time to spare, so we use the phone more for some follow-up things. Communicate. Oh, Baishiru's face collapsed, obviously a little unhappy. Obviously what you have is money, and the sect owner just needs the money and just speaks. Why do you have to earn it yourself? At this time, the day was like being abandoned by the owner, with a look of grievance. Jane AI smiled helplessly and shook her head. Okay, it's like an angry little daughter-in-law. I only have these 2 million, and it is estimated that I can only support the establishment of the company. I plan to enter the real estate industry first. This is a costly area, and I have to talk to you. As soon as I heard it in the day, the corners of his mouth rose, revealing a smile of charming all beings. Jane secretly said that it was really an evildoer. Fortunately, she didn't like the beautiful man, otherwise there would be such a beautiful man smiling at her every day. and he would follow her own words, for fear that she would have been fascinated long ago. The past few days have been relatively calm. My aunt's family has already bought the rented house, and these few days are also taking time to inspect the house. My uncle received 200,000 yuan. Although I was a little confused on weekdays, I knew that getting married was a big deal, so I obediently gave the bride a betrothal gift, and I was also visiting the house with my wife recently. The uncle's family lives in Wanbao District, which is relatively far away from Haiqing District and Bell Tower District in Nanjing. Moreover, he pretended to be high-minded and didn't like to have too much contact with these brothers and sisters, so that he never knew that his brother had exchanged his and his house deed for 200,000 yuan. Early in the morning on Saturday morning, Jane Ai got up with her mother and elder brother and went to the breakfast shop. Yesterday was the last day the breakfast shop was open. Today, a few people came here to clean up the shop and hand it over to the landlord. Although the news of the demolition has not been released yet, the new house is a rough house and needs decoration. Wang Yunmei can't take care of this breakfast shop. Just as the rent expired, Wang Yunmei thought, since it was already going to be closed, the rent would not be renewed and the business would be closed early. There are not many things in the store, and the tables, chairs, and benches are not worth much. Wang Yunmei had already greeted several breakfast shops around him, and one family gave 2 sets. The remaining flour was sold to them at low prices. Wang Yunmei also contacted someone to take away the fryer and some other metal objects to sell. The 3 of them were busy, but the closed store door was suddenly knocked open from the outside. What? Wang Yunmei was startled and couldn't help but scream. Jane ran out of the kitchen hurriedly after hearing the sound. Chapter 89. Help him deal with the wound first. After the man banged open the door, his whole body was unstable, and he fell to the door of the store with a bang. Wang Yunmei stepped back 2 steps in fright. Jin Ai and Jin Yu also stepped forward cautiously, looking at the man who fell on the ground in surprise. The man's face was full of blood, and he couldn't see his appearance at all. The white sportswear on his body also had a lot of holes. The dirt and blood stains on his clothes were obviously fighting with people. Wang Yunmei was terribly scared in her heart. But she was a mother. She instinctively blocked her daughter and son behind, suppressed the fear in her heart, bent over and tried to scream, "Little boy?" The man lay on the ground and didn't respond for a long while. "Mom, isn't it dead?" Jianyu whispered suspiciously, but as soon as he said this, he got goosebumps. Wang Yunmei's heartbeat became even stronger, and she took the courage to take 2 steps forward, but she didn't want the silent person to suddenly cough. Cough. This weak voice, accompanied by blood bubbles in her mouth, shocked Wang Yunmei again. At the moment, Jane quickly stepped forward and squatted down beside the man. The man's eyes were swollen, but he was half-squinted, obviously not losing consciousness. Jinyu and Wang Yunmei also surrounded him. Seeing that the man was still breathing, Jinyu followed with a sigh of relief and said, "Shall we call the police? Or call 120? Wang Yunmei nodded hurriedly when she heard the words. Fortunately, after becoming general manager, the company provided mobile phones. Just about to get up to call the police, the man suddenly called out weakly, "Aunt May." Everyone was stunned. Jane Ai and Jane Yu looked at Wang Yunmei at the same time. Jane Ai asked, "Mom, does he know you?" Wang Yunmei looked stunned. Although this person's face was full of blood, the outline was still clear. Wang Yunmei thought about it, but she didn't remember that she knew such a person. "Who are you?" Wang Yunmei asked suspiciously. "Aunt May, I Wu Bai." The man gritted his teeth and endured the pain. "Wu Bai? Wu Bai." Wang Yunmei's face was startled, and she squatted down quickly. She was still a little frightened, and she directly lifted the man in front of her and let him lie halfway in her arms. With an anxious expression on her face, Wang Yunmei looked at the person in her arms and asked, "Wu Bai, you are?" "I'm fine." Wu Bai seemed to be slowing down. Although he was seriously injured, he could at least speak. "Mom, he is." Jin Yu and Jin Ai both had a look of incomprehension and heard him say that they were Wu Bai, but neither of their brothers and sisters knew a person named Wu Bai. "You have never seen Uncle Wu's son," Wang Yunmei explained. It was then that Jin Ai and Jin Yu suddenly realized that they both knew that Uncle Wu had a son, but they had never seen it before, but didn't want to meet this for the first time. "Xiao Yu, go find your Uncle Wu. Hurry up." Wang Yunmei had calmed down at this time and said to Jianyu quickly. Jianyu nodded, just about to get up, but didn't want Wu Bai to speak suddenly. Don't let him come. But you were hurt so badly, and there was a lot of blood on your body. Wang Yunmei looked worried and couldn't help but redden her eyes. Aunt Mei, I really okay. It's all other people's blood. Wu Bai gasped. His injuries seemed to be aching, and he couldn't help frowning. Jane Ai looked at the blood man in front of him. He was so badly injured that he did not go to the hospital and was not allowed to tell Uncle Wu. That should be because he didn't want people to know. At that moment, Jane's thoughts turned. Jane said, Mom, Pike Wu definitely doesn't want to worry Uncle Wu. But today we clear the shop. Uncle Wu will have to come to help in a while. I think my brother and I will first help him home and help him deal with the wound first. Chapter 90. This is beating people to death. Wang Yunmei looked at Wu Bai in her arms worriedly. Although he said he was okay, there was so much blood on his body and his face was swollen. How could he not look like he was okay? Aunt Mei, Wu Bai gasped and struggled and said, Don't tell Lao Wu. I won't cause trouble to you. You kid, what's the trouble? I'm worried about your injury, Wang Yunmei said, and then after thinking about it, he said to Jianyu and Jian Ai, In this way, you two will help people first. Go back and help him treat the wound. Jianyu nodded when he heard the words, squatted down, and put Wu Bai up with force. Jian Ai hurriedly stepped forward and put a hand on it. Wu Bai inherited Lao Wu's genes, and his whole body was half a head taller than Jianyu, who was over 1.8 meters tall, and Jian Ai's small body was even less visible in front of him. Right now, Wu Bai was unable to exert his strength because of his injury, and the weight of his whole person fell on the shoulders of both of them. It took 10 minutes to walk for half an hour before returning home. As soon as they walked in, the two of them hurriedly placed Wu Bai on the sofa. Jianyu was so tired that he could hardly breathe. Wu Bai really got the true biography of Uncle Wu. It's so heavy. I'm tired, Wu Bai said weakly while lying on the sofa. Thinking that people had already fallen asleep, but unexpectedly awake, Jianyu couldn't help but scratched his head in embarrassment at the moment. Don't be polite, Brother Wu. You can rest in our house with peace of mind. Jane Ai went into the bathroom and drank a basin of hot water, dampened the towel, and prepared to wipe the blood on Wu Bai, but did not forget to remind him. It may be a little painful. You can bear it first. Both of Wu Bai's eyelids were swollen like steamed buns, and he could only look vaguely at Jane Ai, who was squatting next to the sofa, through the gaps in his eyes, but he couldn't see her appearance clearly and only felt it under the light. Jane Ai, her side face is extremely soft. Her crystal clear skin seems to be glowing. Her smooth forehead has no blemishes. She is simply combing a ponytail. Wu Bai wanted to pull the corners of his mouth to smile, but couldn't make any effort. At the end, he could only say in a small voice, It's okay. I'm not afraid of pain. Even though he said that, Jian Ai's hands were still extremely gentle, especially when she touched the redness and swelling on his face. She clenched her teeth unconsciously, as if she was hurting him. But Wu Bai didn't seem to hurt, and he didn't make a sound from beginning to end. Brother, you should go back to the store first. Today, we will clear the store. If we are not there, Uncle Wu will definitely ask if we go there. Mom will not lie anymore. It is inevitable that she will leak. After wiping her face, Jane got up, facing Jianyu. Jianyu thought for a while and felt that what her sister said was reasonable, then glanced at Wu Bai on the sofa, then nodded. If there is anything wrong, remember to find me in the store. When the eldest brother left, Jane Ai went to the mother's room and took out the usual emergency medicine kit. Although there are not many things in it, disinfectant, red potion, and gauze are all available, which should be enough. Before returning to the sofa, Jane raised his eyes and glanced at Wu Bai, who couldn't see what he looked like. At this moment, he had closed his eyes and his breathing became a little steady. He actually fell asleep. Jane Ai squatted down and started to deal with the wounds lightly, but couldn't help but mutter in her heart, what a hatred it is to start so cruelly. Moreover, Wu Bai's body is basically red and swollen, and there are few bruises. He said that the blood on his body was someone else's, and he didn't lie. Is this beating people to death? Make yourself bloody. Chapter 91. You are awake. Although Uncle Wu has often helped her mother over the years, she is one of the few who can be regarded as a friend, but GNAI has never heard of Uncle Wu's son, let alone met him. But Jane knew that Uncle Wu was widowed in his early years and raised a son alone and grew up. But then again, Uncle Wu's tofu shop is an old brand, and he is very busy on weekdays. It stands to reason that as a son, Pico Wu should often come to help, but GNAI hasn't seen him once in so many years. Liangzi delivers soy milk to her store every morning. Thinking of Liangzi, Jane suddenly remembering what happened that morning. Because she had never seen Uncle Wu's son, she mistakenly identified Liangzi, who came to deliver the soy milk, as Wu Bai. Liangzi's answer at the time was, "Uncle Wu's son is my eldest brother." At that time, GNAI felt Liangzi was humorous, saying that Uncle Wu's son was like a triad. But now, looking at the injured Prince Wu lying on the sofa in front of him, Jane's action of rubbing the medicine stopped subconsciously. Is it really a triad? Without thinking about it, Jane collected her thoughts. At this time, the sky was already bright outside. Jane put away the medicine box and went straight into the kitchen. It was almost 9 o'clock in the morning when Wu Bai woke up, and Jinyu went back again, not worrying about it, and returned to the store after seeing Wu Bai sleeping steadily. Jane AI was sitting on the opposite sofa reading a book. She looked up as if she was aware of it. Seeing Wu Bai also squinted at her, Jane quickly buckled the book on the coffee table, got up and walked forward. "Wu Bai, brother, you wake up. Do you feel any discomfort?" Wu Bai took a nap and recovered some strength, gently twitched the corners of his lips and revealed a far-fetched smile. But he quickly retracted it without wanting to involve the wound, and said softly, "I'm fine." Feeling that all the wounds on his body have been disinfected in time, Pizai Wu said again, "Thank you." Because of her feelings for Uncle Wu, Jane has an innate closeness to Bai Wu. She smiled faintly and said, "You are welcome. I made porridge for you. You can drink some." After that, Jane turned around and walked quickly to the kitchen. After a while, she brought out a bowl of porridge, and Wu had already sat up on the sofa. It seemed that it was not as serious as expected, and Jane breathed a sigh of relief when she saw it. "I don't know if you can eat sweets or not, but I added some soft white sugar to add some sugar." Putting the porridge on the coffee table, Jane stirred it with a spoon to prevent it from getting too hot. Wu Bai just looked at Jane AI silently with a swollen face. This little girl, who seemed to be only 15 years old, revealed a young and mature temperament when she spoke and did things. This temperament should have conflicted with her age, but this is also where Wu Bai was a little curious, because all the actions Jane AI showed in front of him were very natural and revealed from the inside out. Thinking of Aunt May's difficulties when she was young, the so-called hardships polished people's hearts. It is estimated that this little sister also experienced a lot of hardships before she had to mature quickly. Just as he was in a trance, Wu Bai's heart suddenly seemed to be stung by something, and a childlike smile flashed across his mind, chasing him and calling him brother. If Wu Shuang is still alive, he should be as old as her. "Brother Wu, quickly drink. If it's not enough, there is still in the kitchen." Jane pushed the porridge forward, looking at Wu Bai, and said, Chapter 92, Big Boss's Momentum. Wu Bai returned to his senses and reached out to lift the bowl when he heard the words. Maybe he was really hungry, and the white porridge was a liquid food, and it was not easy to involve the wound when it was eaten. Xiao Xiao's bowl of porridge was drunk by 2 or 3 mouthfuls. Seeing this, Jane hurriedly went to serve another bowl and changed to a larger bowl, which couldn't stop Wu Bai from devouring it. Until the 5th bowl bottomed out, Jane said that if he wanted to drink, there would be no more in the pot. Fortunately, Wu Bai put down the bowl and said gently, "I'm full." Jane AI calmly sighed, and then asked concerned, "Would you like to rest for a while? You only slept for less than 4 hours." Wu Bai shook his head gently. "Aunt May often hugged me when I was young. You weren't born at that time. I didn't expect you to see my brother for the first time, but it was this scene," he said. Wu Bai smiled helplessly. "My face is so swollen, right? You may not be able to see it clearly, but don't worry, my brother is handsome." Jane AI was amused by Wu Bai's unprepared humor. She thought she was a deserted person, but she didn't expect to make jokes. At this moment, Wu Bai looked up at the watch on the wall. It was almost 10 o'clock. I reached out and touched the pocket of my trousers. The phone was nowhere to be found. Jane realized it instantly when she saw this. "Brother Wu, you want to call?" Wu Bai nodded when he heard the words. She hadn't pressed the landline at home, so Jane got up and went to the room to take out the mobile phone with only one number in daylight. Use this. Wu Bai looked at the mobile phone for a moment. It was the latest model of a foreign mobile phone brand with a market price of nearly 10,000. Only the doubts flashed. Wu Bai finally didn't ask anything more. I dialed a number quickly, and the other end of the phone was quickly connected. I saw Wu Bai's face receding at the moment. Even if his face was red and swollen, he could feel his seriousness. Big brother? Is that your big brother? The person on the other end seemed to have been waiting for the call, and the moment he answered, he yelled emotionally. Perhaps the decibel was a little bit bigger. Wu Bai frowned instinctively, but he still said, "It's me. Big brother, are you okay? Where are you? I will pick you up." When the person on the other end of the phone heard that Wu Bai was okay, his voice seemed to be crying, and Jane's hearing became more acute, and he listened to him without missing a word. Ears. Wu Bai lifted his eyes and glanced at Jane AI. Jane AI hurriedly said, "Number 13, Lane 6, Nanxing." "Number 13, Nanxing 6th Lane." Wu Bai repeated to the phone. "Okay, big brother, wait for me. I will be there soon." After hanging up the phone, Wu Bai did not return the phone directly to Jane AI, but quickly pressed a number on the phone, made a note, and saved it. "You saved my number. If you have anything in the future, just call me. In Baiyun City, what can be done with money, I can also do it, and what can be done with money, I can do the same." Jian AI blinked when he heard the words, and only then did Wu Bai fully reveal the aura of a gangster, and even his lines were like young and dangerous. Suddenly not knowing what to respond, Jane could only say thank you. I took a look at the phone, and the remarks were impressively written with 4 words, "Brother Wu." It is not Wu Bai, nor Wu Bai, but Wu Bai, who just looks at it with a strong sense of pampering. Not long after, there was a sudden engine roar from the street outside. The sound was so strong that the car seemed to be flying. A harsh brake sounded outside the courtyard. Chapter 93, at the forefront of fashion. Immediately afterwards, there was a panic of footsteps from outside the courtyard. Wu Bai immediately got up and stood up with some difficulty. Jane hurriedly stepped forward to support his arm. Wu Bai didn't shy away either, and knocking on the door rang 2 steps forward. "Go to the door and open it." At this time, there are 3 people standing outside the door. The head was a middle-aged man with a beard. He was burly and sturdy, with half-length hair curled around his head, like Li Kuei in the water margin. The other 2 look like little brothers, but they are only in their early 20s, but they are already very strong. Before the anxious expressions on the 3 of them had time to fade away, they saw the unrecognizable Wu Bai appear in front of them. After a long while, the face and beard reacted violently, glared and yelled, "Big brother, you are." This beard seemed to have a natural sturdy voice, and the roar made Jane I jump, and even Wu Bai frowned. "I'm fine, it's all skin injuries," Wu Bai said lightly, as if the person swollen into a pig's head was not himself. Then he turned his head to Jane again and said, "Say thank you to Aunt May for me. She was frightened last night." Jin AI immediately smiled and nodded when she heard the words. "Then you go back and take care of your injuries and get better soon." Wu Bai also smiled slightly, but his appearance was a bit tragic, and he didn't say anything else, and the 2 younger brothers helped to walk to the car outside the yard. The beard stayed at the end, glanced at Jane AI, and said, "Thank you, little sister." After speaking, he turned around and quickly followed. The car started and left in the next second. Jane stood at the door and looked at the blue car, which was an Aston Martin with a market value of over 10 million. The incident with Pike Wu happened suddenly and ended neatly. Except for the extra number on the phone, it seemed that there was no extra trace left behind. The breakfast shop finally cleared the shop in the morning and handed over the keys to the landlord. The small shop that their family had been operating for more than 10 years was finally closed. In the afternoon, Baizhou called and said that things were almost done. Jane thought he was joking. After all, how many days did he explain to him? Some necessary approval procedures for registering a company are very cumbersome, and it is reasonable to say that it is impossible to be so fast. But as Baizhou said swearingly, Jane asked him to meet him at a coffee shop in Haiqing district. After simply changing into clean clothes, Jane AI went straight out. The cafe is called Yurk. It is on the 3rd floor of the Baiyun commercial building. The lights are dim and the atmosphere is quiet. It is very suitable for a couple of friends to sit down and whisper. When Jane arrived, the day had already waited for a long time, and when Jane appeared at the door, he stood up directly. In the dim environment, the silver-white hair was so garish that Jane saw him at a glance. When they came to the front, the two looked at each other. Before Jane AI could speak, Baijiu said first, "Door, your clothes." Jane knew that she had come to such an elegant place for an appointment, and she was a bit too shabby in her dress. But she can't blame her. Her clothes are all in this style, because she was still obsessed with Cherry when she was 14, so almost every piece of clothing has little balls. "Is there any problem?" Jane said with a natural face and forced composure. "I think it's good, cute, innocent, lively, and youthful." "Ha." Baishiru's mouth twitched, and he gave a dry smile, then nodded quickly. Yes, the master's dress is perfect today, and he is at the forefront of fashion." Chapter 94. Let the company turn around. Jane AI rolled her eyes unhappily. She was not talking to Bai Tianxiang, and after sitting down on the sofa, she went straight to the subject. "You said on the phone that things are done?" Baijiu also accepted the expression on his face, nodded with a serious face, and then took out a folder and handed it to Jane. "The master, look for yourself." Although Jane was already sitting across from the day, she still did not fully believe in her heart. You can say that she did not have a clear understanding of the ability of the day, but more importantly, the time and effort required to register a group Jane is very clear. In her previous life, she registered with Donghai Real Estate Company, Limited, and it took her a full half a year to complete all the procedures. At the moment I opened the folder with suspicion, Jane looked through it one by one, and Bai Tian also explained in a timely manner. "The owner, the registered group will be named M Group, according to your intentions, and the first subsidiary is Donghai Real Estate. The registered capital is 1 million, and the approval documents are in it, all stamped. The company office is located in Haiqing District. I rented a floor, and the former company has just moved out there, and the previous decoration has also been in the past. I think there is no need for refurbishment. I have already ordered computers and office supplies." Jane looked and listened. There was no wave on her face, but she was secretly frightened. "It's all done. Have you been looking for a relationship?" Jane asked with confusion in her heart. "Otherwise," Baijiu also admitted happily. Jane shook her head and laughed. It was unnecessary to ask herself. This speed must have a doorway, and it is not a simple doorway. The company's name was M, which is the first letter of May in the mother's name. "How much is 2 million left?" Jane asked when she closed the folder and looked up at Baishi. The tone of the day was over, and he whispered, "There are less than 500,000 left." GNAI nodded lightly when he heard the words, lowered his head and thought for a while, and finally raised his head and said to Bai Tian, "Recruit first. The company must be turned around as soon as possible. You can help the company pay for the money, and I will do it in the future. Back to you." Hearing that the sect master was finally about to use his own money, Bai Tian's eyes lit up. Good sect master. Jane's heart suddenly felt at ease at this time. It was not because the entrepreneurial business got on the right track early, but because of the daylight that made her feel at ease. On Monday, the monthly test results will be released. Xiao AI, why am I so nervous? On the bus going to school, Guantao took Jane's hand with a look of anxiety. She seemed to be really nervous. Jane was a little unsure, so she blinked when she looked at Guantao. "What are you nervous about?" "I don't know." Guantao took 2 quick breaths and patted her chest. "Maybe it's because of the division of classes. I'm a little scared." GNAI couldn't help but laughed. "Monthly exams are held once a month. How come I haven't seen you nervous? And don't you worry, you are in the top 10 each time. This time you can fall out of the top 50? Absolutely. Impossible." "No, I didn't mean that." Guantao explained quickly. "I mean reclassification, then all the classmates are new classmates. How do I feel like transferring to another school? How can you say that is so exaggerated? Anyway, I and Xinghuan will be with you. Please feel at ease." Jane said. Guantao nodded silently when she heard the words, and suddenly said after a long while, "Xiao AI, do you think Gao Yang will be admitted to the first class?" Chapter 95 Monthly Exam List. Jane AI turned to look at Guantao, staring at her. Guantao's face turned red in an instant. Jane frowned and said in a low voice, Taozi, what's your situation? You won't like Gaoyang, right? I didn't. Guan Tao denied with a blushing face and secretly cursed herself for talking too much. You still said no? Your expression is obviously there, Jane said with a widened eye. I really know. Guan Tao said that her face was about to be buried in her chest, and her voice became smaller and smaller, obviously without any confidence. When Jane saw this, she rolled her eyes and sighed. Girl, it's understandable that your adolescent hormones are excessively secreted, but you can't secrete them. Gaoyang, he has a paralyzed face all day long, with a clear-hearted look. I really think he is like a Shaolin disciple, and you and him have only known each other for a few days. The lace rumors in the school that you won't listen to too much. Do you believe that it's true? Is the handkerchief a token of love? Xiao Ai, don't be angry, Guan Tao said with a grievance on her face. I just think he is very special. He didn't like that, really not? I swear. Jane sighed again after hearing the words. Compared with boys of the same age, Gao Yang is indeed a lot more stable, because he was born in a scholarly family and a big family. Gao Yang himself is superior in the details and taste of life. Even in an aristocratic school like No. 2 Middle School, he is also outstanding. The presence. Jane Ai doesn't hate Gao Yang. On the contrary, she admires him a little, but for Guan Tao, she can't bear to hurt her. I'm not against who you like. You can like anyone. But the premise is that you are ready, you know? Jane was still softened after all. She is not Guan Tao and cannot make decisions for Guan Tao. Besides, liking someone is inherently uncontrollable. Just like a previous life, she has been secretly in love with Lin Yi for 3 years. She understands this feeling too well. Guan Tao looked at the worry in Jane Ai's eyes and was very moved, and finally nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Xiao Ai, I won't be stupid. As soon as they arrived at school, the rankings of all grades were already full of people. As soon as Jane and Guan Tao approached, they were caught by Xia Qinghuan. You two are finally here. Xia Qinghuan looked excited, and before the two of them responded, she squeezed them in. When other people saw Jane Ai, they looked mixed, envious, jealous, or disdainful. A few people squeezed to the front. Jane looked up to find her name, but didn't want to see it at a glance. First place, Jane Ai. Clam. Jane Ai was taken aback for a moment, but didn't react for a while. Although it was indeed the knowledge learned in the previous life, Jane was still a little confused when she saw the first place. Xiao Ai, you are the first, you are the first. Guan Tao was more excited than Jane when she pulled Jane's hand and jumped. Looking down, the third place is Lin Yi, the fourth place is Xia Qinghuan, the fifth place is Gao Yang, and the sixth place is Guan Tao. They are magically connected together. I just said that we can all enter a class. Xia Qinghuan was also very happy and smiled as she watched them. But Jane's gaze at this time was on the second name, Jane Yi. Jane's surname is not common, so when she saw a name with the same surname as her, Jane couldn't help but look twice more. Jane Ai, the second one is from a transfer school. It has the same surname as you. It's quite fate. Xia Qinghuan also noticed Jian Yi. Chapter 96, it's very foreign. Huh? Really? Guan Tao also saw the name of Jian Yi and couldn't help sighing at the moment. Xiao Ai, your surnames are amazing. This person can be tested for the second year as soon as he is transferred. Jane Ai just smiled and didn't say much. However, besides a few of them, Yin Tian was 17th, and Yu Mingyao was also admitted to the first class. And the most amazing thing was that Li Yunmei, who was absent due to illness on the monthly exam, was in 35th. Isn't this person taking the exam in the hospital? Several people just mumbled about Li Yunmei's entrance into the first class and didn't care too much. After confirming the grades, Jane and a few people went straight to the first class. Pushing open the door of the classroom, there were only a few classmates sitting in it sporadically. It seemed that most of them hadn't come yet. At the moment, everyone only looked at each other with their eyes and didn't speak. The seats are already lined up, and the names of 2 students are pasted on each desk, indicating that they are at the same table. Jane Ai was about to find her place, but she didn't want to see it at a glance. Her name was pasted on the corner of the table by the window in the first row. Turning his head to look at another name, Jian Yi, Jane looked stunned and looked up at Guan Tao. Seeing that she was also standing there and looking at the name on the table, Jane knew clearly that the seats were arranged according to the order. Guantao and Gao Yang were at the same table. The classroom door was pushed open again. Lin Yi, Gao Yang, Yin Tian, and 3 people appeared at the door. Lin Yi, we are at the same table. Xia Qinghuan hurriedly greeted a few people. Lin Yi smiled slightly. Why? Ranked by grade. Xia Qinghuan nodded. Gao Yang, you are at the same table with Guantao. As he said, he glared at Yin Tian. You, go behind. Yin Tian curled his lips when he heard the words and went to the second row with his school bag on his back. Guantao was a little nervous sitting on the seat. Her hands were nowhere to rest under the table, but she greeted Gao Yang strong and calmly on her face. Hello. There was no expression on Gao Yang's face. His wise eyes were hidden behind the lens, and he just nodded at Guantao after hearing this, as a greeting. Congratulations, I got such a good result this time. Lin Yi walked to Jane's desk and said. Lin Yi wore school uniforms rarely seen today, but he was still handsome and sunny. Jin Ai smiled slightly when she heard the words. It's good luck. Lin Yi smiled helplessly, seeming to guess that Jane Ai would say so. Then he turned his gaze on Jian Yi's name. I heard that he is a newcomer, and he has the same last name as you. Do you know him? Jane Ai shook her head. I really don't know him. At this time, the students in a class began to come in one after another. After a while, the Kung Fu classroom was basically full. Originally, everyone was not familiar with each other because of the regrouping relationship. The classroom was very quiet, but the quietness was only maintained. In 10 minutes, everyone took the initiative to communicate back and forth and soon got to know the new classmates around them. At this moment, the classroom door was pushed open again, and a quiet and pretty girl appeared at the door. The girl is a completely unfamiliar face. She has a very pleasant and sweet birth, her long hair hitting her shoulders, and the ends of her hair are naturally slightly curled. The big eyes are very moist and agile, with long and curled eyelashes, and the skin on his face is as crystal clear as a peeled egg. The girl's dress is even more of a highlight. The high-level customization of her outfit, from tops to shoes to accessories, is tailor-made for her. She is obviously about 15 years old, but she doesn't feel at all. It's the same, but it's very foreign. Chapter 97. Ring your tongue. Because the temperament is too outstanding, the girl attracted everyone's attention as soon as she appeared. The sudden attention made her face flush to the bottom, and precisely because of this, it made her look more charming. I'm going, it's so beautiful. Some boys couldn't help but sigh. New here, right? I haven't seen this beauty in our freshman year before. Yes, I haven't seen it either. My goodness, the skin is too good. I really envy. That suit is worth tens of thousands, right? Cartier's necklace. There was more discussion, and the girl stood at the door slightly disturbed, like a frightened rabbit. At this moment, someone called her name suddenly. The noise in the classroom was also followed by a stagnation. Everyone looked at the sound source, but found that the person who called the girl's name was Li Yunmei, who suddenly appeared behind her. Jian Yi was also taken aback for a moment and turned around to look. When she saw Li Yunmei behind him, Jian Yi was as excited as seeing a savior. Xiaomei, it's really you, Yi. You are back to China. Li Yunmei was also very excited and grabbed Jian Yi's hand. I was shocked when I watched the big list just now. I wondered if you would come back. I didn't expect it to be. When Jian Yi saw Li Yunmei's whole talent relax, she laughed and her face was as bright as a star, and the boy who was watching swallowed. Go, I'll take you to find a place. Li Yunmei said as she took Jian Yi's hand into the classroom. Just like Jian Ai's situation just now, the two of them saw Jian Yi's seat at a glance. When Li Yunmei saw Jane Ai, who was sitting by the window, her face suddenly became dark, and she snorted coldly. It's really sad. How can he be at the same table with you? Jane Ai leaned on the chair and looked at Li Yunmei coldly, then sneered. She doesn't sit at the same table with me. Don't you want to sit at the same table with me? You are not worthy. Bah, the ghost wants to be at the same table with you, poor. Li Yunmei cursed. Seeing this, Jian Yi hurriedly pulled Li Yunmei's cuff, shook his head, and said, Xiaomei, they are all classmates. Don't make a noise. Li Yunmei was originally resentful because of the previous incident. This Jane had pitted their family for 3 million. With this tone, Li Yunmei hasn't come here yet. Don't be fooled by her harmless appearance. This Jane was famously fond of Pangyoti in our first year of high school. First, let the young master of the Lin group invite her to lunch, and then she tried her best. The daughter of the Xia group is a friend, a wild girl from Nanxing, who is very clever, Li Yunmei said, gritted her teeth. Her eyes were fierce, and finally, Li Yunmei sneered. Do you know what her mother does? I heard it was. Snapped. Before Li Yunmei's ironic words were finished, she slapped her face firmly. Everyone's breathing was stagnant, and the needle dropped silently in the classroom. Jane Ai's movements were so sudden that everyone did not react. She was standing at the seat, looking at Li Yunmei with her head slightly sideways. There was no warmth in her star eyes, and she said word by word, Next time, I will wring your tongue. In a word, domineering side leakage. The classmates all looked at Jane Ai like a plague god, and all three views were broken at a time. Is this still Jane Ai? Is this Jane possessed by the devil? Do you dare to hit me? You slut. Li Yunmei recovered from the shock, and she rushed forward with a scream. Or Jianyi had quick eyes and quickly reached out to stop her. Xiaomei, you calm down. Chapter 98. Have you made enough? Where did Li Yunmei calm down? She was slapped by Jane Ai in front of the class just now. She is usually arrogant and domineering in front of her classmates. Now she is slapped in the face. Naturally, it is impossible to easily give up. Jane Ai, if I don't tear your face today, I won't be called Li Yunmei. Li Yunmei opened her teeth and danced her claws, like a lioness being offended. Jianyi is single and weak, and she was born weak. Where can she stop Li Yunmei? She can only persuade him. Xiaomei, don't fight. Everyone is classmate. If you have something to say. Li Yunmei was already crazy, and she immediately broke free of Jianyi's restraint and greeted Jane Ai with one hand out of her hair. And when everyone thought that Jane Ai was about to be beaten, but didn't want the next second, they saw Jane Ai quickly raise her hand, actually holding Li Yunmei's slender wrist. Everyone secretly slammed, so fast, and then they saw Jane Ai, without saying a word. She pressed Li Yunmei's hand on the table with force, and quickly swept the other hand on the table, and there was more in her hand. I used a pen with a sharp tip. Jane Ai was expressionless, with a clear face that could not see any emotional waves. She saw that she did not hesitate to pick up and down the pen. The nib was glowing with a sharp cold light, and she quickly pierced the back of Li Yunmei's hand. What? Everyone screamed instinctively when they saw it, and they turned their heads and couldn't bear to look directly. Li Yunmei even closed her eyes and shrank in fright. The classroom fell into a strange silence for an instant, and the screams that Li Yunmei should have made did not appear. Everyone looked at them slowly, only to find that the pin pierced to the back of Li Yunmei's hand was standing upright on the table like that at this time. And the position where the pin was pierced was not on the back of Li Yunmei's hand, but was accurately stuck on in the gap between her index finger and middle finger. Call. Everyone sighed in secret, thinking that Li Yunmei was going to see blood today. It was not a joke. My God, it scared me to death. Even Xia Qinghuan took a long breath. After all, they are all high school students, so the scene makes me feel scared to think about it. Jane Ai is too courageous. Just now, what if the tie is wrong? Li Yunmei won't give up. Yeah, it's so scary. Didn't Jane's temperament be very soft? Why is it soft? It's harder than titanium alloy. The rabbit bites when he is in a hurry, and he is forced to be in a hurry. The students had lingering fears, and they did not forget to murmur along with them. Li Yunmei, have you had enough trouble? At this moment, Lin Yi in the position closest to them spoke. In Lin Yi's view, this was all Li Yunmei had nothing to do. She had dared to push Jane into the pool before. She was very vicious at a young age. If Jane didn't resist, she might be bullied by her. Li Yunmei's bullying of Jane was all because of Lin Yi, and Lin Yi now started to blame herself. Li Yunmei suddenly felt wronged. Her arrogant face wrinkled in an instant. Tears welled up in her eyes, her expression heartbroken. Looking at Lin Yi said, Lin Yi, how can you say that to me? Lin Yi frowned when she saw her like this. He didn't see girls crying the most. Although he didn't like Li Yunmei in his heart, he didn't say any more serious things. Li Yunmei wiped the tears from her face with her hands viciously, turned her head to look at Jane Ai, and said cruelly, Jane Ai, there is no end to this. Chapter 99 Sun Dashing. Jin Ai just sneered disdainfully when she heard that. Without even giving Li Yunmei a straight look, she sat back on her seat. Li Yunmei was suddenly irritated by Qi Qiao, but today she has suffered a loss and made an ugly appearance. If she still doesn't let her go, she will definitely be seen as a joke by everyone. Right now, she can only bite her silver teeth into her stomach and swallow, and she hurried back. Arrived at his seat, Jin Yi also sat down beside Jin Ai, and she was scared just now. Thinking of Jin Ai picking up the pen and sticking it down without hesitation, Jin Yi did not dare to look up at her. We have the same surname. What a coincidence. Jin Yi, you tried to say hello, pulling the corner of his clothes under the table with both hands uneasy. Jane lifted her eyes and glanced at this exquisite new deskmate. Before she could speak, a bald old man walked into the classroom with a courseware in his hand. I'm going dashing Sun. Someone recognized the person at a glance and suddenly wailed. Sun Dashing, formerly known as Sun Dashing, has been awarded the title of Provincial Excellent Teacher for 6 consecutive years. He is the leader of the first-year education team. He is said to be omnipotent. The monthly exams he has brought to the class are the first in the 2nd grade and the famous university under his hand. The students plastered the school's honor wall, which is a living signboard of Baiyun City No. 2 Middle School. At this time, Sun Dashing appeared in a class, and everyone had a hunch. This time the class was divided into the same class with the 50 best grades of the whole year. It must be equipped with the best teachers. Sun Dashing came to the podium and stood still. Although he was bald, he was actually not too old, and he should be less than 40 years old. He is medium-sized, slightly fat, and looks very kind when he is not straight, but in most cases he has a straight face. At the moment, he pushed his eyes on the bridge of his nose and glanced at the whole class slightly. When he saw that there were no empty seats, he said, "Hello classmates, I am Sun Dashing. I am the new head teacher after you regrouped. You are all here. For those who are outstanding in the subclassification exam, I hope you will find your strength in the future, don't let up, study hard, and make progress, and be admitted to a prestigious school in China in the future to win honor for parents and the school." The students stretched out their hands and applauded. Sun Dashing nodded with satisfaction when he saw that the students were in good condition. Then he said again, "In the future, the discipline of our class will be mainly self-discipline. If there is something you don't understand, we should communicate with each other more. Let's not choose those fancy class committees. Just choose a class leader." I took a look. The leader of the previous class was classmate Xia Qinghuan. Are you still in the same class? Teacher, I'm here. Xia Qinghuan raised his hand in response. Sun Dashing nodded when he saw it. Then you will be the monitor. After talking about the class bell, Sun Dashing switched his current state and said directly to the people, "Everyone, open the math book and turn to." Although Sun Dashing's lectures have no expressions, they are fascinating. Mathematics is a subject that uses multiple brains. Sun Dashing's teaching methods cleverly cut into many points of interest, making students involuntarily follow him to use their brains. Which classmate can solve this problem? Sun Dashing patted the chalk dust on his hands and asked when he looked at the people below. Silent. Upon seeing this, Sun Dashing picked up the list of classmates on the table and glanced at it. He casually said a name. Who is classmate Jian Yi? Chapter 100 No wonder people can get a perfect score. Jian Yi quickly stood up after hearing the words. The teacher is me. Sun Dashing raised his eyes and took another look at Jian Yi before he spoke again. I think you got a perfect score in this monthly math test. Come up and answer this question. Speaking of Sun Dashing, he glanced at the roster again and said, Jane Ai is also full marks. Which one is Jian Ai? Jian Ai stood up when he heard the words, and Sun Dashing was surprised to see that the two were at the same table, and both were surnamed Jian. Could they be sisters? But then I thought about it. If the sisters had no names with 2 characters and 3 characters, it shouldn't be. You also come up to solve this problem. Jian Ai and Jian Yi looked at each other and stepped onto the stage one after another. Damn, these 2 got full marks in the math test. Are they crazy? That's it. This monthly math test is so difficult. There are at least 5 options in the multiple choice question. Are they all right? At this time, the 2 girls surnamed Jane in the class have undoubtedly become monsters in their hearts. Jian Ai and Jian Yi stood in front of the blackboard with a piece of chalk on the left and right. Neither of them started to solve the problem, but stared at the problem and thought. The classmates underneath were also thinking about it. Some of them were a little eye-catching, but most of them had question marks on their faces. Just try as hard as you can. It doesn't matter if you can't solve it. This question is indeed a bit too high for the amount of knowledge you have now. Sun Dashing tried to relieve the pressure of the two classmates. At this time, Jian-yi moved first and saw her two jade-like fingers pinch the chalk and quickly solved it. What was surprising was the beautiful chalk writing on her hand. Jian-yi's thoughts were very clear and smooth, and Sun Dashing stood beside him, nodding his head while watching. In the end, Jian-yi listed 14 rows of formulas and finally came up with the answer x equals 5. On the other hand, Jane began to move, and many people frowned. Isn't Jane copying Jian-yi's answer? However, everyone's doubts just came out. Jane has already solved the problem, and compared to Jian-yi's 14-row formula, Jane only uses 5 rows, but the final answer is x equals 5. Even Sun Dashing was stunned. Jian-yi's solution to this problem was only learned in the 3rd year of high school. The answer is the same? What does the second formula mean? I haven't learned it. I don't know. It's fancy, I don't understand. Sun Dashing took a look at Jian-yi and Jian-yi with admiration and said, "Very good." Everyone applauds and encouraged the two female classmates. Everyone applauded when they heard the words, and Sun Dashing started to explain. The two students used 2 different ideas to solve the problem. The idea of student Jian-yi is the knowledge point I have just taught you. And student Jian-yi, the method used seems simple, but it is actually a more difficult knowledge point. It is the formula in the 3rd year math textbook. Everyone was surprised when they heard it. Knowledge points for the 3rd year of high school? They are only half a semester high now. Jane is even good at the formula of the 3rd year of high school? No wonder people can get full marks in the test. In her eyes, the mathematics of the 1st year of high school is not as simple as 1 plus 1. Lin-yi looked sideways to the left. Although Jian-yi was blocking his eyes were full of appreciation. Unexpectedly, Jian-yi also turned his head just now and met Lin-yi's gaze. The look in Lin-yi's eyes was hit by her. The handsome boy in the sun, with the appreciation and softness in his eyes, suddenly made Jian-yi blush and swish away.